Hey everyone, this is WhiteHawke talking in post commentary because at the time of this recording I could play the game but not actually do any commentary. Um, However, it's been days since I finished the playthrough, so I'm a bit lost as to what I'm supposed to do. I guess I'll just commentate on my gameplay as it happens. Right now, where we're going is to get the silver rupee right over there. Because it's one of the easiest ways to get 100 rupees right at the beginning, in the first 10-15 minutes of the playthrough. Not playthrough, the time loop. If you think it's fine, you could actually use that 100 rupees and keep going back in time over and over and over to quickly get yourself 5,000 rupees in the bank, but it's kind of boring and slow, if you ask me. The reason why we get that 100 rupees is because, well, it helps us buy some stuff over here at the start of the new loop. Basically, this thing right here, the powder keg, you need to go on math to be able to afford it, and you also need to have done the thing with the Goron powder keg master in the mountains. But it's 50 rupees, which is much cheaper than the 100 rupees it costs in the mountains, and it's so much more convenient to buy too. And yet, it took several playthroughs before I even found out about that guy. I probably mentioned most of this stuff before, haven't I? It's been such a long time. Like, I've already rendered the first part of this long play with commentary, and now I'm just trying to finish the second part. But because there's the entire first half of the second part is without commentary, I'm filling in the blank with my post-commentary commentary. Post-commentary commentary. Post-gameplay commentary. Post-live action commentary. I don't know what I was doing there, just rolling around. Probably I was thinking of something. It kind of looks like sometimes if you look at my gameplay but don't listen to me, it looks like I'm just padding out time in the field for making a point, you know? Which is exceptionally terrible to do, but it is what it is. I'm sure if you do try to do live commentary during a playthrough of yours as well, the exact same thing will happen to you, guaranteed, unless you like purposely restrain yourself from doing it. And because of that, you might think anytime someone just keeps going back and forth or in one location, that means they're padding out time, and there used to be commentary there, but this is not the case. There was no commentary for this before, so I really don't know why I was just going back and forth like that. Maybe I was actually trying to defeat the enemy. Anyway, this is going to be a thing in this second half of this long play. Me saving Romani. I always do it once I have the ability to do it. Although in this particular case, this is the first time we're actually meeting Romani. The little girl right there. Oh yeah, Epona is there too. She's unfortunately not very useful in Majora's Mask, because the Goron mask exists, and you get the Goron mask before you're intended to get Epona. Literally, it's not possible to get Epona before you have the Goron's mask, because to gain access to the ranch early, you need to use the powder keg, which is a Goron item. And you can't even get access to the powder keg without doing a bunch of Goron related things anyway, so. Romani's practicing for tonight. Tonight, they are coming. Who are they? Aliens, of course. This is one of the more out there aspects of Majora's Mask, I want to say. It's also really trite because aliens stealing cows. Of course, that's cliche. Of course, they're going to rely on that. Also, these are reskinned Poe models, in case you're wondering. But it settles the main thing you're going to need to do to help Romani right here. She wants to protect the cows, and she'll do anything to protect them. And what I mean by that is she's going to stay in the same place where the cows are and get kidnapped along with them if you screw up the side quest of protecting the cows. So that's terrible. It means she's going to be brainwashed or lobotomized or something if you screw up the protection quest. And it's quite time consuming protecting Romani from the aliens. Oh, and the cows too. Can't forget about the cows, those are important too. But yeah, it's quite time consuming, and basically is your entire second half of the night consumed just doing that. It's more like 2 to 5:30, but you know. Oh, we have to practice right here though. For whatever reason, time is not elapsing during this minigame. I'm pretty positive the reason why is because Romani has to go to bed at 6 o'clock, or she has to go inside the house and then she goes to bed around 7. But because of that, the developers did realize, okay, we can't have time elapsing during this minigame because she'll be gone by the time it's done and stuff. Still, it's quite jarring because this is the only exception in the entire game, I believe. The only minigame that literally has no timer while you're doing it. Kind of showcases that this might be like one of the earlier areas the developers did in terms of the whole game. All things considered, I did better than I expected in terms of time here. Of course we worked perfectly. We're used to be together, although not that Epona was gonna showcase any traits like that. She likes this song that we knew from Ocarina of Time with Malin. Incidentally, because we know Epona's song, this canonizes Link meeting Malin in Ocarina of Time, which is an optional thing. Like, of course he has to get the egg that wakes up Palin or whatever, but actually learning Epona's song and everything like that requires a bit more input from the player, which is not necessary. After getting the egg, you can just completely ignore Malin for the rest of the game. And that's nothing to say about the people who just glitch through everything. Oh, she says first light. What she means by that is like, it implies it's like the aliens are gone by 6 in the morning, because that's when the morning officially starts, but it's really 5:15. At 5:15, that's when the aliens instantly die. Anytime before that, if they reach the barn, it's an automatic fail. And here I'm searching for Cremia, but she's only in this location on the final day, I believe. Or around here. I think it's actually a bit further in, but whatever the case, she's not there. She's actually near the entrance of the ranch. I completely ignore Cremia to do this minigame right here, and this is risky. This is a somewhat luck-based minigame, although if you have 80 rupees, luck is not really that much of a factor. You're pretty much guaranteed to win if you have the Master Shoot along with those 80 rupees. Minimum bet is 10 rupees, but as some of you may noticed, I have 60 rupees. The minimum you need to win the biggest prize is 50 rupees. So 60 is a little risky. I picked a gold dog because the gold dog tends to be extremely effective at winning. But in this particular case, he was not feeling well, so I didn't bother. Blue dog almost always loses. Sometimes he does reasonably well, which is like he does like he goes around up to like half in the rankings, halfway in the rankings. But he usually always is far behind by the end of the race. Meanwhile, this dog I picked up, he said he's here for his wife and child, which means that it's clear that he's gonna win, or he's gonna get a high ranking. He's guaranteed like 1st to 5th minimum. Dog that says I'm here for my wife and child, and guaranteed 1st to 5th, pretty much, unless you get like exceptionally unlucky. But because he's not guaranteed 1st, it means I might actually play this minigame again if I only get like 2nd place, because I need to win 150 rupees, not 120, which is what I would win if I got 2nd place. But yeah, what happens with the blue dog is that he tends to sometimes perform well at the beginning, like going far ahead, but then he drops hard right around here. literally you will not be able to see him in the camera viewpoints anymore. Anyway, I won first place, so that was kind of lucky. Where's the blue dog? Dragging his ass. Poor dog. I always feel bad for the blue dog. I think there might be like a challenge where someone would actually need to like win with a blue dog eventually. Incidentally, if someone comes here without the Mask of Truth in, decides, oh, I like the look of the blue dog, he's kind of cute, then they're gonna have a bad time with this minigame because it's gonna be loss after loss after loss. If you don't have the Mask of Truth in, you need to guess randomly. You might as well just go for the gold one. He doesn't always win, but he tends to overperform. Mystical stone responds to the mask. The animal band leader's mask seems to have a strange power of making other animals mature. Yeah. Also, if you hit the statue with your sword, you get to see how much time is remaining. Kind of neat. You can also play the Song of Healing to get a fairy from the statue. And if you hit it with a bomb, it'll rocket to the sky and explode. And this is Cremia right here. Yes, we came from town. I don't know why. It seems the developers thought she'd be the first character you'd speak to when you first came to Romani Ranch, but she's off to the side behind the ranch's entrance thing. The word escapes me. But whatever the case, you're not gonna see her as you enter the ranch, and your eyes is gonna be attracted to the barn and the house first and foremost. So you always end up, I imagine, most players end up seeing Romani first, as well as your horse and everything. Most players might not even realize Cremia is right there. They might like use the Song of Soren to leave after they're done here. Poor Cremia. Cremia is well liked though, despite that. Although they're for less than pure reasons. Just gotta say that right now. She's not as sympathetic as Romani. To put it bluntly. Here we have the Gorman brothers, and there's a peculiar aspect to this area that we're in here. In the second night, if you saved Romani from the aliens, the track is open for you to travel through, and it's quite big. But it used to be I would travel through it as a Goron to see if I could make it all the way to the other side in less than an hour, and it's actually really hard. In fact, I think it's straight up impossible. And the milk they sell you is watered down, by the way, and more expensive than it should be. You can always get milk for free by just playing Epona's song to a cow in a random area. Not the cows in actual Romani Ranch. Anyway, if you bring your horse right here, because the Gorman brother, the younger one I think, mentioned it. If you bring it to them, they're gonna say, oh, is that pathetic thing is your horse? I would have guessed that little thing was a mule for sure. Epona is kind of small, actually. She really should have had a saddle. It's actually one of the things that artistically that Majora's Mask is kind of bad for. They didn't bother updating Epona's model to actually have a saddle, which would make sense since Link tries to ride her during the game. But because they just straight up lifted her model from Ocarina of Time, from before she was actually supposed to be ridden, unlike in Ocarina of Time where she was only when it was the adult timeline. Well, if you read up on how horseback riding works, a horse being ridden by someone directly on its back like that would hurt it a lot. In fact, I think it would cripple it eventually. No wonder you die after this game, Link. Something bad must have happened. Oh, as far as this race is concerned, it's not that hard, but you can also potentially screw up on your first couple of tries. But you have infinite tries as long as it's daytime. And I think time does not elapse during this either? Huh. Never even realized that. I guess the Milk Ranch's location is just awful at keeping up with the mechanics of the game. Also because these guys are like going to bed around nighttime, I think. Maybe. In the 3DS remake, these two got an extra side quest that allows you to get an extra bottle from their brother, who's the troop leader. It's supposed to make them a bit more sympathetic because it shows that they do care for their brother, but that was kind of already obvious if you wear the circus leader's mask in front of them. Just you can actually do something with them in the DS game. Anyway, now we have Epona, we can actually go to the Great Bay area as well as the Quanah Valley area. But right now we're going to the Southern Swamp. By the way, I want to apologize for how much time I wasted on those archery minigames. I should have done so much better with them. Seriously. You might be wondering what I'm doing here. I need to get some sources here, I think. Or no, I'm thinking of another time loop. I think I need to just talk to the frog right swamp over here. And yes, you can actually travel through the swamp as a Goron right here because the Goron Link is just tall enough to not drown in the swamp water. Same thing with Zora Link and presumably the final form of Link too if you do the glitch to play it whenever you want. You can just swim to over here as normal Link though if you want, or get there as Deku Link as well. Yeah, they have different dialogue if you talk to them when it's whether it's winter or whether you solve the issue with the Gorons. It's the same effect no matter what though. They leave and they'll be there for the side quest involving them by the time you can do it, which I will do in this loop. And I want to kill this big Octo, but that was kind of unnecessary. It is to show, however, that if you have the bow and arrow, you don't need to rescue Coom and do the boat ride anymore. You can just kill the big Octo with your bow and arrow. Oh yeah, now I do have to get one resource, red potion. I have to get it from Kotick. I could get it from the lockdown shop though, or some other shops as well. There's quite a few shops that sell red potion. ₹20 is really cheap for a red potion. Other shops sell it for like 50 or 80 rupees. Now, what are we going to use that red potion for? Well, we're going to use it to get one of the more mechanically powerful masks. To be honest, it's not that mechanically powerful, but it is useful. I swear is it. I actually kind of wish all the masks were mechanically useful in some sense, but that would be a quantity versus quality thing. And if any of you know about that game Yukinaja did that was really crap, and with the 80 transformation things, you know that's not a good idea to do quantity over quality. The mechanically useful masks are the transformation masks, not the normal masks you just wear over your face. But some of them have some use. Anyway, we need Epona right here, because we want to go to Quanah Valley. It doesn't look like we need her, initially. You can actually travel right into the area, right from here. But, as soon as you do, you see the broken pillars, and you see this place over here that you can only go through with Epona. And it's so lame! It's literally just 2 jumps and that's it. Epona is useless. You cannot go past that cliff right there, right in front of us and the other area also has a cliff that you can't go through any further with Epona. Epona's usage is so dumb in Majora's Mask. It's literally just a tool to use to get past two barriers. One for Great Bay and the others for Epona Valley. And you can get past these barriers manually if you use the Bombchu / bomb glitch. The levitation / hover glitch, I should say. I never performed that glitch myself because I'm a purist in that sense, but if like right here, I need a hook shot, get to the top of that. If I want to, though, I could use my bombs to get all the way to the top. It won't be very useful because I won't be able to get to like a stone statue or / owl statue up there, but it's something. Anyway, I just talked to that guy just because I wanted to have that tree appear, nothing else. Incidentally, if you use the lens of truth right over here, you see a guy just waving, asking for help. Why is he here? I have no idea. It's not impossible to find him, but it's like this circle of rocks is not that prominent. You know, it's kind of hard to notice. It's not impossible, but it's hard. And I think there's a mask of not a mask of truth, stone statue that mentions a hint or two about this guy, but it's quite ridiculous. Whatever the case, if you give him a red potion, he feels better, and then he gives you a mask. The stone mask. If you wear it, you become as plain as a stone. Also, his name is Shiro. That means white in Japanese. And white is associated with like void or emptiness or something like that, I think. Which explains why he has so little presence. Whatever the case, the stone mask is extremely useful. When you wear it, enemies don't recognize you. They don't chase you. They don't see you. Most of them can't damage you when you have it on because they can normally only damage you when they're actually trying to attack you. And that makes it exceptionally useful in one specific room. And possibly a whole lot more, but it's one specific room that I think of that is so useful to deal with the puzzle. Incidentally though, in the 3DS remake, they decided that Shiro's location was dumb, and it kinda is. So they placed him in the Great Bay area in the Pirate's Fortress, which is actually where you would actually want to use the stone mask, actually. It's one of the places where it's actually really useful, as well as the other dungeon that I'm thinking of. But some people didn't like that because you need the lens of truth to see him, which requires magic. And they made changes to the Zora's swimming controls in the 3DS remake that really kind of makes you want to consume all of your magic. And because of that, they arrive into the fortress with no magic left in. They can't use the lens of truth. So even though they prepared for trying to get the stone mask from Shiro, they didn't bother preparing appropriately for it because of that they got to go out and get some magic back. It's quite a mouthful, I said right there, isn't it? The point I'm trying to say is that the change was actually smart. Change of Shiro's location to find him in the Great Bay area where the pirates are. That was actually smart because it's actually the stone mask is actually extremely useful in that area. So you kind of want to get it. But it also puts you at risk to actually get found by the pirates because you can't get the stone mask beforehand anymore. And as some of you are going to see later on, I'm actually going to abuse the stone mask to get through the Pirate's Fortress quite easily in this version of the game. In the 3DS version, I'd actually have to take a bit of risk to get found out. I'd actually have to play the stealth game as intended a bit. As for what I did back there, I basically just got the Scarecrow by playing a song with him, and that allows him to actually appear when I play the song in some areas. Very, very useful. Especially for some dungeons, get some fairies. Also necessary for 2 pieces of heart. Well, technically speaking, none of them if you use the bomb glitch, but intentionally you need it for 2 pieces of heart. Now we're gonna go to the Great Bay area. You are invincible once you're on Epona. because they didn't update the mechanics from Ocarina of Time. So don't worry about the levers appearing everywhere. Also, yes, that was all we needed from Epona to get to this area. She's not going to be useful in the sand here. Seriously, I don't know what they were thinking with Epona in this game. You'd think the area she'd give you access to would be an area she's useful in. Nope, not the case at all. She's completely useless here. Can't bring her any further than the seaside. Or seashore, I should say. I was trying to read the post right here. Post sign. Well, I guess the one use she has right here is that the levers can't bother you as you try to get closer to the shore. But right here, that's it. No more Epona. Over there is Tingle. And yes, you can pop the balloon up from all the way here. However, Tingle will actually, if you don't get to him within like a short amount of time, he'll actually inflate his balloon again and leave before you can talk to him. Anyway, there's a dying Zora right here. In the 3DS version, he's a lot closer to the shore on all days. In this version, if you find him in the final day, he's actually really far from the shore. It takes a long time to actually grab and push him to shore, as I am doing right now. In the first day though, and the 3DS version, he's always roughly this close to the shore. For whatever reason, in this version, they thought it'd be fun to just watch him walk all the way to a certain location, slowly. Takes a good 20 seconds or so. In the 3DS version, they skipped ahead so that it's only like 5 seconds long. But it looks awkward, that's the problem. So either way is unsatisfactory. Also, it's never really explained why he walks and just falls specifically right here. I guess the designers preferred for you to talk to him here. Miko of the Zora people, guitarist of the Zora band. I think this is it for me, my final message. Will you listen to it? We will. And although he is dying, he's gonna straight up jam to his final message. Straight up singing. Oh baby, listen to me. Carol's starting soon. But our girl, her vocalist, she laid some strange eggs and she's lost her voice. Great bay now, something's happening, isn't now? Baby! Garuda pirates, they stole that girl's eggs. How and bam, I got knocked down by them, and here I am. Baby! If he dies like this, it won't be in piss. Peace. Piss. You'll die in your own piss, Miko, sorry. Anyway, he asked us to heal him. Heal his soul. I wonder what that means. You don't have to listen to him at all, by the way. You can just play the song of healing as soon as he lands, and that works. Get the Zora mask, obviously. Oh, by the way, it's strongly implied he's the father of the eggs that Lulu laid. Like, clearly, that scene is basically, like, straight up confirming it. They were a couple. By which I mean, they went behind all the other members back and had pony sex with each other, and because of that, Lulu laid some eggs and now she's traumatized by losing them. Something like that. Look, the point I'm getting to is that this is not just a Zora mask. This is a DILF mask. Link can now become a DILF. Zora's a sexy in Breath of the Wild. Well, you'd never play Majora's Mask because this is the game where they just straight up... well, I mean, Ocarina of Time did it first, but Majora's Mask also continued the tradition and made them straight up even sexier. Now, the Zoras were sexy in Ocarina of Time. Now you can be the Zoras, and now you're sexy too. God, what am I doing? This is supposed to be so emotional. Like, we just put up this guy's grave right here, but I just can't stop thinking about how ridiculous the whole thing was. He jammed in his final dying moments. Clearly the developers weren't taking it that seriously either. It's still fondly remembered though, it works, kinda. I won't sing to these songs though, it's basically just explaining the controls of the Zoras. But I know them all too well. Oh, but they changed the controls a bit in the 3DS remake. Also, that post sign says that it's dangerous to swim. It really isn't. The main danger in swimming in these waters is that in the other waters, actually, not these waters, but in the other waters, sometimes a fish will appear to attack you if you swim straight forward for too long. And that's kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a danger. The water itself is not the danger. It's just an enemy that spawns in your face every now and then. That's the real danger. But another actual danger is that if you swim too far out, the game decides to respawn you because it doesn't want you to go all the way over there. Like, Ocarina of Time did not have an actual sea that was accessible. Majora's Mask is right here deciding, okay, there's this sea right here, you can swim wherever you want, but you go too far trying to go into the unknown, the game decides, wait, nope. It's not that far. Also, apparently I didn't realize I already had the Great Bay map right here. I'm gonna talk to Tingle again to make sure I have the Stone Tower map. And I don't, so I'll buy it. Now I have all the maps. So this was the last time I ever talked to Tingle. RIP. But yeah, you can see when you have all the maps, the entire area is uncovered. You can see everything and everywhere. Convenient, except that the map is really low resolution in the original game. It's actually technically a lower resolution than 3DS remake, but it looks more high quality anyway. What are those Zoras doing? The Zora eggs hatch. Apparently Zora eggs hatch extremely quickly. It only takes like a day. Because Lulu laid the eggs like the day before the first day. Or 2 days before that. I don't know. She didn't lay them for like a week ago or anything like that. It was like a day ago. And if you place them all in this aquarium water, they'll hatch almost instantaneously. Because when you think about it, if the eggs have been gone, captured or kidnapped or whatever by the pirates for an entire week, that'd be way too much time. It'd be way too long. It has to have been at most 2 days ago that the eggs were laid. And that's not to say about the fact that the Lulu should have been showing signs of being about to lay eggs. The fact the other members don't know is kind of weird, stupid. Miko, what are you doing in a place like this? This is the ominous pirate's fortress. I don't think you should get too close. But I'm okay. Well, actually, pirates in this fortress are all women, and better yet, I hear they're all gorgeous. So I thought maybe I should check them out. What? Don't look at me like that. Now, you might be thinking, well, this guy's a Zora. Why would he be interested in human women? Well, it might be the fact that there's only one woman in the Zoras, Lulu. And clearly, Miko is already the boyfriend of Lulu. Although Miko is dead now. Now we're the boyfriend. Zoras were always kind of bad with that. Always majorly, like one male and all females for Twilight Princess, and then for these two games, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, all female, no, all male and one female. Kind of ridiculous. And in Wind Waker, they decided, okay, there's only one female and nothing else. But now they evolve into a new species, which we will retcon in Breath of the Wild. But Breath of the Wild did improve things by actually making some, it's a more balanced set of gender ratio. There's some women, there's some men. Kind of, it's not just one man and one woman or something like that. Anyway, yeah, if you jump on those boats without a stone mask, you will get caught. I'm pretty positive you're 100% guaranteed you get caught if you jump on those boats without the stone mask. But if you do have it, you can just jump on them and the pirates will never notice you. If you don't have the stone mask, you basically just jump into the water when the boats are not like near you, and you go pretty low into the area. Like you go deep into the water because it's not shallow. You can go pretty deep into it. First thing we have to do is press that switch to open up this thing over here. Right here. It's actually a bit confusing if it's your first time in this area. You can get confused by the other hole that is actually an exit. You screw up this segment right here. Some of you might be wondering, why am I doing this place before the mountain? I haven't finished the mountain yet. Well, the reason why is because I want to get the hookshot. The hookshot is really, really good in this game. Because it's not like the hookshot from Ocarina of Time. The hookshot of Majora's Mask is actually the long shot from Ocarina of Time. They realized it was kind of stupid that you had to do an upgrade for that tool, so they just decided that hookshot is now as good as the long shot. Incidentally, there is a piece of art right here. There's also like 20 rupees in the chest right down there and under the water, but I just ignore it. As for getting that piece of heart, you just have to be quick. And to find the switch that's right over here. Bunny Hood should be good enough, but if you don't have it or want to not take any risk, the Goron mask is probably your best bet. As for what you're actually supposed to do here, you need to press that switch all the way over there. Up there in the second floor. Right here. I think you have a time limit to go through here. I'm not positive. Yeah, I think you do. You could hear it closing as I was going through it. Kind of weird. I don't know why they gave you a time limit to go through that. This, I have no idea why you have to press the switch and then hit the switch. It really should have just been hit the switch and nothing else. Oh, but there is a time limit after you hit the switch, I guess, so they wanted to add an extra layer of timing for whatever reason. Quite strange. And we climbed all the way up here to look at a telescope. It's not necessary, but if you zoom in right here, you're shown a shortcut to where you're supposed to go. Which is a little important because the Pirate's Fortress main area is quite confounding if you don't know where you need to go. But there's a ladder at the center of the area, so you can kind of guess where you need to go. And yes, you do need to press that switch to gain access to this area. Something I would forget when I was first playing this game. And now we're here! Kinda neat. From this location, I don't believe the pirates can see you, the ones in the boat. But just in case, I wear the stone mask anyway, and don't want them to catch us. Because if they catch us, what happens is they throw you out, which means you have to swim through the entire area over again. Possibly have to press several switches again too. Not very fun if that happens. Oh, but if these pirates catch you, they don't throw you out the entire fortress. They only throw you out this specific area. So it's a bit more lenient. But yeah, wearing the stone mask, I don't have to care about them at all, even though they look straight at me. But instantly, since they're looking straight at me, I should take a picture. Because we'll need it. This is the only other usage of the pictograph box there is for the game. There was that contest in the Southern Swamp, and now taking a picture of the pirates. That's it. I mean, it's something at least. The fact that you can take a picture of anything else is something, but the fact that it's black and white and shows the limits of the system mirroring and everything at the time. And now we're gonna watch a cutscene. It's probably one of the more boring ones. It is, like, it does inform you about stuff that's gonna happen, but the most important thing to notice is this right here. There's a hive right above these two individuals. That's the thing to remember. Did you find the rest of the eggs? No, but that's because... What are you trying to pull here? People here, the great pirates have lost the treasure they stole, will become the laughingstock. Yes, but Avil... The sea is strangely murky where we were attacked by the sea snakes. Silence! That's why the Zoras can't send for any help. Now that the eggs are gone, the Zoras should be frantically searching for them. If we don't hurry, the Zoras will get to them before we do. There are 4 eggs here now. Hurry, go find the other 3 eggs before those sea snakes eat them. Understood. Wait! The Zora eggs are the only clue we have about the dragon cloud floating over the bay. If what that strange masked one says is true, Skull Kid, and if we can get our hands on the treasure that lies sleeping on the temple in that dragon cloud, then we can spend the rest of our lives living the good life. So get a move on and go find them, now! Yeah, the pirates are based off of the Gerudo from Ocarina of Time, but they have no sympathetic traits compared to them. It's one of the few type of NPCs that were ported over from Ocarina of Time that actually became even more shallow compared to the Ocarina of Time counterparts. Anyway, yeah, you have to do this to get inside this room. Even with the stone mask on, the guards will see you if you go into this room while they're there. Quite confounding. Now, in the 3DS remake, they were intelligent enough to actually put a passage right over here that allows you to just jump into the room. Extremely useful, even if a little contrived. But in this version, you actually have to go outside and then come back in through the main place they would go through. But then you wonder, where did they go? Because they ran away, but they shouldn't have gone that far, have they? Nope, they're completely gone. And this is literally on top of a platform that can only be reached by jumping down to it, so one wonders why they designed it that way. Anyway, the main reason we came here. The magical item that goes spoing and bloing. Reel them in or pull yourself to them. Yeah, there's a Zora egg right here. It is easy to forget about the Zora egg. I actually would always forget about that Zora egg the first time I played the game, and that confused me so much because I would look around the rest of the Pirate's Fortress searching for the other egg that I was missing, and it never occurred to me to search in the same room that I actually got the hookshot in. So I'd always have like 6 eggs and wonder, where the hell is that damn 7th egg? Well, it was there all along. I was just so enamored by the hookshot that I forgot to get it and look around to find it. But now that we do have it, we're just gonna get out of there right now. Not bothering getting the other eggs. Problem is that I only have 2 bottles, so I wouldn't be able to carry like any more than one. Like any more than one more. As in 2. So no matter what, I'll have to come back to the Pirate's Fortress. It'll be way easier now, however, because I have the hookshot. That means I can skip several steps into infiltrating the fortress. Incidentally, if you're feeling like the most cruel bastard in the planet, you can actually sell the Zora eggs to the curiosity shop guy. I don't even think he sells them. Like, I don't even think he sells them, like, buys them for, like, that much money. I think he buys them for 40 rupees at most or something. But the fact that you can do that at all is crazy. They're basically babies that are about to be born, and he's gonna buy them. Ridiculous. Here I want to get the key from Anju, but I was a little early. She's actually upstairs, coming downstairs right now. So I decide, you know what? I'm gonna do a side quest right now. I'm gonna catch some fish. So why would I get myself some fish? Well, it's because you need that fish to feed to some other fish. That's how it works. It's a fish eat fish world. And you can see the postman is just about to enter the stock pot in. Here we're just gonna get a piece of heart that's near the entrance to Great Bay. You can get in there before having the Zora mask, but piece of heart is clearly intended to be acquired with the Zora mask. Although I think it might be possible to get it without it. Through the use of a glitch that allows you to sink to the bottom as a Gorman but survive. Maybe. Yeah, not very difficult to acquire that. Oh, in Majora's Mask, you can actually the 3DS remix, basically, you can actually use the guitar while underwater. What are the more neat quality of changes that they did? Quality of life changes. Quality of changes. So yeah, this is where we're gonna start feeding fish to these fish. And how many it takes to get the piece of heart from them is a little luck based. I think you need to feed like a fish, like you need to feed 4 fish to one of the fish individually. And once it's reached like the 4th size, it eats the other fish that's in the tank. But like which fish eats the fish that you fed to the tank is random. Like it's based on their position or something. So you can end up having to like go get 7 fish total or possibly 8 fish or something. But the point is, if you have 6 bottles and you fill them all with fish, you'll complete the side quest almost guaranteed right away. Unless you're exceptionally unlucky, in which case you have to get 1 more fish. It's definitely one of the harder pieces of hearts to figure out in the original game, though. Because you don't even notice that these fish can be interacted with in some way. Mostly because Tattle has trouble Z-targeting them. Anyway, Andrew just finished talking with the postman. So first we're going to get the key from her. And now we're gonna talk to her with the cafe mask. Back to Great Bay Coast, because I think I want to deposit that egg. Don't know why I didn't do it earlier. I don't believe you have to be Zora Link to put it in the aquarium, by the way. You can be whatever race you want to be in, as long as you can the bottles, good enough. Seven eggs. 3DS version of Majora's Mask added an extra bottle just because of this side quest specifically. Well, it's not a side quest, it's actually part of the main quest technically. But, you know, if you want to have all 7 eggs in one playthrough, Majora's Mask 3DS Remake allows you to do that. In this version, you can only get 6 bottles, which means you can only carry 6 eggs at most. It's not all of them. But no matter what, you have to do like some kind of backtracking to get them all. At least the first time you do this quest. Feels like. Mostly in the original game. Which is the one I'm playing right now. Because the bottles, you don't get them all very quickly. Especially if you're as fast as me when it comes to playing. Like I'm going to get another one from Romani after helping her. And then I'll get another one from the Gorons after helping them. And that accounts to 4 bottles, right? Well, where do you get the extra 2? This minigame is kind of lame. You have to you have to break all the pots. The only way you're intended to do that is as Zora Link, but it's a lot trickier than it looks. In fact, the first time I played this game, I had no idea I was supposed to do this as Zora Link. It looked impossible. I thought I was supposed to use my bow and arrow and quickly hit them, quickly hit them one after the other. But no, it has to be in one motion. And it's like, what do you mean one motion? Well, they mean this. and you have to be positioned perfectly to get it to work. However, it is unquestionably the fastest way to build up some money. At least before you get the light arrows. Once you get the light arrows, the fastest way is you destroying some blue bubbles outside Corner Valley entrance late at night. Helps that other method with the light arrows is relatively close to the bank, while this is all the way out in near Zora Cape. But yeah, finally I did it right here. What's this about my motion being stiff? The same motion as ever. Also, you win 90 rupees, weirdly enough, not 100. I just wanted to show that for now, but I'll do it quite a few more times later to farm some money. Now, however, I want to get the Pizza Heart right over here. Oh, also there's a bottle at the top of this waterfall. Of course, at the top of this waterfall was kind of vague when I was younger. I thought I was supposed to climb the waterfall somehow, which is something you can do with the new Zora abilities presented in Breath of the Wild. But in this game, climbing the waterfall requires you to use the hookshot. Somehow, though, Miko was able to climb that waterfall without the hookshot. Weird. Because he needed the bottle to carry the eggs. And he couldn't get the bottle, so he went there without a bottle to carry the eggs, weirdly enough. Kind of poorly thought out what Miko was trying to do. All the more proof that he was a parent acting rashly over his potential children. Oh, also, you can only use the hookshot as a alien. So even if Miko had the hookshot, he still won't be able to use it. I always like this area, honestly. It just feels nice to get higher and higher in a game where you're not really allowed to normally travel laterally. And without the stupid climbing stuff either. So you Z-target one of the beavers. There's really only one going around. You go deep underwater, then you can talk it to it there. After that, though, you'll start talking to it way above. Assuming you win, anyway. These races, some people say these races are so much tougher in the 3DS version because of the changed controls. They're not. It just means you have to use up all your magic. That's what it means. Because of the way they changed the swimming controls. Yeah, Super Brain Reigns. This is forgiving if you ask me, but obviously some people just aren't as good as with the swimming controls as other people are. I'm like really good with them, so this is not difficult at all for me. But the most annoying thing is that need to consider that these reins are solid. They're not actually like immaterial and like a guideline or something like that. You actually do have to pass right through them. And some of them are like sort of kind of above water like that when I just hopped through. But they technically aren't anyway. You just need to be at the top of the water if you don't want to risk a jump. Because there are some commitments to the swimming controls in this game. You're committed to a direction or to turning to a side or jumping out of the water. You have to be, you have to manage your work when you do that. The work you put into swimming, something like that. What I'm trying to say is that it's easy when you master the swim controls, but first couple of times you play this game, this is going to be a little hard to figure out. The most annoying thing though is that you have to beat them twice to get the bottle. This is really not that much tougher. Like it's 5 extra rings, but you're overall going through the exact same path. Just it's a little more rigid because of the fact there's extra rings. Of course, that one back there, that was kind of asshole-ish because it was behind a rock that you couldn't see because of the way the camera is positioned. And some of them kind of try to guide you between the tree branches here, which is also a little tougher than normal, but overall, I don't think it's that much harder. But the true challenge is yet to come. Oh, also, yeah, you can see right there, I banged my head against one of the rings. Proves that they're solid, even though they're technically, like, flat. Oh, yeah, right here. See, I touched them even though I didn't... Like, it was clearly guiding me to jump out of the water to go through both of these, but you can just be at, like, the top of the water and just hit them like that, and that'll be good enough. Man, that clock sound when you're underwater. Yeah, it's all weird, distorted and stuff. And you'll always get a face full of the moon as you're about to get into the den of the beavers. Anyway, that's getting the ball from the beavers. Quite a challenge. You know what's asshole-ish about these two, though? There is little indication that you can get anything else from them. However, there is something else you can get from them. You can get the freaking last piece of heart I ever found in this game from those two. I am not kidding. I had like every piece of heart except one. And I spent so much time searching for that last piece of heart, wondering what the hell I'm missing. The only way to get the last piece of heart is to beat these two 4 times in a row. It has to be 4 times in a row in one time loop. Not like you beat them once, you get the ball, and then if you beat them 2 more times, you'll get the piece of heart in a different time loop. No, it has to be 4 times in a row in the same time loop. If you get the bottle, then reset the time and then try to challenge them again to thinking you'll get the piece of heart. No, that won't work. That's not how it works. You need to beat them 4 times in a row because the 3rd and 4th challenge is the same as the 1st and 2nd challenge, except you have 10 less seconds to spare. That's totally different, right? Ugh, so dumb. And they didn't change it at all for the 3DS remake. These are one of the changes I really wanted them to do for the 3DS remake. Removing this piece of heart that these 2 beavers give you and placing it somewhere more sensible, you know? It doesn't waste so much time, because this is not a short minigame. With the time slowed down, it's like 45 minutes every time I challenge them, and it's way more if you don't have time slowed down. Essentially, you can spend like an entire half of a day trying to get the piece of heart from these beavers if you don't have time slowed down. And that's ridiculous. I so desperately wish they actually changed that piece of heart from them in the remake to place it somewhere else that they added to. Like one of the fishing holes, for example. That would have worked. But no, they had to keep it the same because that's how it was in the original game! And the original game is perfect in every way, right? No. This is easily the worst piece of heart. Completely nonsense to get it. And the fact that you have to beat them 4 times in a row if you do a time loop after getting the ball from them is what makes it so much worse to deal with. I had to drink some water right there. Talking for hours is quite hard, you know? Like, right now I was thinking of going through the first half of this part of the long play, second half that is, doing all the commentary that I need to do, but it's 5 hours of commentary I have to do! And that's a little too much. I think I'm just going to stop after 2 hours and 15 minutes and then I'll continue on later. It's weird because I was able to do 6 hours of commentary while I was playing the game in the last half of this long play, but not last half, the last half of this video of this long play, which is the second half. I was able to commentate for like 6 hours, but apparently I can't really do that when I'm doing post commentary. It has to be live commentary. But that's primarily the reason why, is because I'm not connected with the gameplay. I'm watching myself play the game separately at a separate time, and I had a different state of mind at that time. I knew what I wanted to do, and I would be able to eloquate or speak to you about what I want to do, but now, not so much. I'm mostly talking about stuff I could be doing and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen the failure dialogue for these two. Like failing to beat them in time. I always beat them in time. I imagine they give you as many chances as possible to beat them though. It's like just a game. Whether or not you actually have to beat them in a row is I don't believe you have to do that in a row. I think if like you lose to the older brother, if you challenge them again, it's the older brother again. Just give me the piece of heart already, you two. Now I'm gonna go into Zora Hall, which is right there. In the 3DS remake, they actually added more islands to the whole place. Specifically, they added a certain portion of islands that connects to the Zora Hall area behind it. Which is neat. It's something, but it's not too important and it's not necessary. Just make sure to avoid the like when swimming all the way over here. Now rehearsing. The Indie-Go-Go's. This place is definitely less welcome to non-Zoras compared to the Zora place from Ocarina of Time. Because you have to swim pretty deep into the water to get in here. Of course, it makes a lot more sense in the remake because of the connected islands that lead to Zora's Hall from above, but in this version, not so much. Anyway, Lulu's chamber is right here. Yeah, this guy is basically just a creep. Once you've talked to him once in a time loop, he'll always leave if you approach him as Zora Link. But not if you approach him as something else, because it wouldn't make sense if you're something else. If you're something besides quote-unquote Miko, that guy doesn't treat you as like a serious threat to be concerned about. Oh, also, we're reading Lulu's diary right now. It's probably shouldn't be doing that, but we're doing it. Also, for whatever reason, Zoras have their own dialect, and you can't read it unless you're a Zora yourself. Also, Miko did something rash. Rip Miko. Also, for whatever reason, there's a Deku business scrub in Lulu's room, and that's kind of creepy. Like, of all places to decide to make a freaking try to freaking make a business. Like, only Lulu is allowed in here. The only person that this scrub can make real business with is Lulu. And I guess Miko whenever she allows him in, but he's dead now. Of course, because we're allowed in Lulu's chamber, we can actually make that guy feel a little bit more intelligent and then get him out of the room. You know, if we do the business scrub side quest. I cannot remember this guy's name right now. It was probably just played a couple of seconds ago, but I forgot! It's probably also because he's not terribly interesting. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm reading the notes here, but it's kind of unnecessary because I ended up later on reading these notes through a wiki to remember them. But yeah, this part is part of a side quest with Japas, the other guitarist or something like that, where you can play a song with him, and then you can play that song to the band leader or the self-proclaimed band leader. It's actually quite involved, and it's one of the side quests I don't expect people who first start playing this game find on their first playthrough. Because why would you be interested in talking to the band leaders? Or band members, I should say. Yeah, this is Jet Pass right here. You could just talk to him normally, but if you pull out your instrument, jam with him. So yeah, that's quite a song, and the first time I played this game, or did this side quest, I actually just guessed through the whole thing. I just kept playing over and over and over, screwing up, and eventually I figured out the song. Now there is a mistake right here. The door they're listening to, these Zoras, it's actually the door where the other member is, the one where we looked at the book that had the song in. So it's they fixed that in the 3DS remake. They actually adjusted the scene so that the Zoras are actually listening to the jam session in the proper room, but it's hard to notice this mistake. Hard to notice that these Zoras weren't listening to the proper chamber. Not to mention it's an optional scene, so it's obvious if they might have missed it. The developers did this. But yeah, anyway, even though we did that, and that could have warranted a piece of hardware all by itself, the developers decided no, that's still not enough. You need to show the song to Evan, the band leader, and not the way you might think. You have to secretly show it to him. Oh, you can also show Evan a Nig if you have one on you, but it's not necessary. He has different dialogue for you if you do have one, but it's overall the same. Like, the difference is that he mentions that you should bring the egg to the lab guy, you know? But I think that's kind of obvious. I'm trying to remember the song. Except I must not play it as a Zora, that's the problem. If you play it as a Zora, Evan is gonna be like, hey, what the hell are you doing? I'm the one who writes songs! No matter what, though, once you've completed the temple of this area, he'll have figured out this song all by himself. Kind of a shame. Would have been nice if he only showed the himself figuring out this song if he did this specific side quest, but no, he figures it out no matter what. Although, incidentally, this carries over with a hint of the fact that Dr. Japash, once you've done with the area, he's going to mention, hey, doesn't this song sound a lot like the jam session we did together? And they technically did already do that jam session together, so there's precedence over Evan figuring it out anyway. Just apparently he didn't figure it out when you play it to him until you did. Weird like that. Great Bay Temple ahead, but you can't reach it by just swimming. At least if you're Zora. If you're something more celestial, maybe you could. Man, it would have been so cool if you could have just swam to the temple, though. You know, Breath of the Wild has Eventide Island, right? That's easily one of the coolest areas, if not the coolest area of the entire game. I so wish they had something similar, except for something more underwater-ish in Breath of the Wild. But Breath of the Wild didn't really do much for underwater stuff, and Breath of the Wild 2 is going for more sky-related things, so not gonna be able to see that kind of thing. Probably, maybe. Unless they're keeping something from us for Breath of the Wild 2. 60 rupees for bread potions here, compared to 20 rupees in the Southern Swamp. Quite expensive, but they're not very useful just because you can get a fairy from any stone statue you run across, and you can put the fairy in a bottle. And because this game is so reliant on side quests to give you pieces of heart, most players actually end up with roughly only 10 heart containers by the end of the game. First playthrough of this game I did, I think I only had like 9 heart containers by the end. That's actually really, really low when I think about it. No, I think it was more like 13, but it was not a lot compared to the fact that you can get up to 20. Yep, we're gonna go inside the fisherman's hut. What is inside? Well, the game clearly shows it to you. Seahorse. And it's pretty damn required for casual players if they want to complete the main quest. Although it is technically optional itself. Yes, I do want it. I don't think you can sell it to the curiosity shop guy. But yeah, this is why I took that picture of the pirate lady. And I think you have to do it while she's standing for it to count, for it to be like good enough. And the only way to get it while she's standing is if you have the stone mask on. Because you can't get close enough otherwise, maybe. Probably. I've never tried it, to be honest, to see if you could get like a bad picture of the pirates for that guy. Like, I don't know if taking a picture of one who's been subdued would be good enough, or taking one picture of one while she's showing her back only, you can't see her face. Like, I imagine that not being able to see her face would be like a deal breaker for that guy. But is her being subdued bad, even if you can see her face? I don't know. That's why I always do take the picture of having a stone mask with me. And because there's no reason to take another picture in the entire game after you've done the Southern Swamp side quest, it's kind of dumb. Okay, so yeah, this area. If you don't have the seahorse with you, getting through it without knowing the real path, kind of impossible, I'm gonna say. In the 3DS version, once you've been shown the true path, it will actually be marked on your map any subsequent time you actually go through here. But in this version, this is your only time where you're actually being guided the path, and it's just straight up confusing. Some signposts you have to follow, some you don't. I don't know what's like the alternate hint for how you're supposed to get through this whole maze. Anyway, you have to find the seahorse's friend, which is actually its lover, I think. And I don't know whether that one is male or female, but whatever the case, you have to find a friend and you get a piece of heart for your trouble. The sea eels are really creepy, but not as creepy as the Mario 64 one. And it's specifically because one little shock to their body or neck, I'm not sure what it is, almost kills them. 2 shocks kills them. Pretty instantaneously too. Literally they just disappear instantly. Anyway, there's 3 eggs to find here, so having 3 bottles helps a lot. And I have to hurry, I have to save Romani from the aliens around 2 o'clock, so if I didn't have time to slow down right now, I would not be done with the eels in time to rescue Romani from the aliens. Incidentally, if you screw up your positioning to damage the aliens, which is with the electricity, they'll quote-unquote eat you or bite you or something, and yeah, right here. This is what happens when you get bitten. It's kind of awkward, animation-wise. It does waste a bit of time, though, so try not to let it happen. Yeah, this takes quite a while, by the way. This is why I'm being quiet. There's nothing really much to say. Almost done. And done. Yeah. When you have the seahorse with you, the last eel you kill will always have the other seahorse with it, which means you know you're done then. But it's always coincidentally the last eel that you kill that will have the other seahorse. So it's basically having the seahorse around basically is how you guarantee that you'll know that you'll have killed all the eels, because the last eel always has the seahorse. Blah, blah. Over explaining things. That is my specialty. But yeah, in the 3DS version, you could just take out your instrument underwater and use the Song of Soaring to get out right away. Not in the original version, you gotta swim all the way out first. Kind of annoying. And you're gonna see me, yeah, if you see, I only went a little too far out of the way, and because of that, I instantly got teleported back to the entrance of Pinnacle Rock. It's actually easy to get confused when you do that and end up swimming forward again, thinking you're back at Grey Bay Coast, but no, you're not. You're back facing forward and into the Pinnacle Rock. Think about it. Pinnacle Rock is pretty much the only time you ever do, like, well, I guess Twilight Princess sort of has some deep sea diving too, but like you're off in the middle of the ocean. You need to swim deep into a specific area as a Zora. You need to defeat like scary monsters that would definitely look extremely scary by today's standards if they were updated model-wise. But Nintendo doesn't really do swimming anymore, do they? Swimming is annoying. Specifically swimming underwater. Like, the following game I'm going to do a playthrough of that's Zelda related is Wind Waker. And in Wind Waker, even though the whole damn place is drowning in water because the gods decided to flood the world, you can't swim underwater. Like, what's the point? Why make a game about having water everywhere if you can't swim under it? So weird. Yeah, we're not done just yet. We need to do some other stuff. I could have done the mountain temple before all of this, in case some of you are wondering, but for whatever reason, I felt like doing the Great Bay Coast stuff first. Yep, we're doing the trading sequence again, and we're actually going to finish it in this loop, because we can now. Having access to Epona Valley's area and Great Bay Coast obviously helps. But I actually read up on something about doing like single cycle playthroughs where you can only reset time once, and I was able to do it myself with some time to spare, but not too much time. Some people have not only done it with days to spare, like literally they finish it on the first day, they've done it while getting 17 of the non-transformation masks. And that is insane! That is crazy! It's actually really, really impressive. I actually wonder how they do it. I mean, I know it's possible. Because of if you use all the different glitches Majora's Mask has, well, the fact that you can use the bomb jumps to get through any area really early on means you can get the Zora mask early on, as well as the Gorman mask, and those two masks break the game wide open. Getting the hookshot after that is also gonna pretty much break the game wide open, and thanks to the Great Fairy Fountain connection area glitch exploit, you can actually get to the final areas straight from the beginning with that bomb glitch as well. So even though I'm impressed that it's possible that they can do that, it's not that surprising. Oh, some of you might be wondering what I'm doing here. I'm getting a piece of heart. You can only get it if you have a magic bean, a source of water, which is not necessarily just spring water, there's actually another way to do water. The hookshot, obviously, and the scarecrow song. You need the scarecrow song to be able to do this. So yeah, I use spring water right here to water this beanstalk. However, as I said, other sources of water are possible. The two alternate ones that I think of right now is that on the second day, it's raining in most areas, so the beanstalk will actually get watered automatically after like a couple seconds. The other way is by using the Song of Storms, which we can learn later on, but that will be when I actually have commentary again, I believe. But yeah, this is one of the two different pieces of heart that is only accessible if you have the Scarecrow song. Try as you might, you won't be able to make that jump unless you use glitches and exploits. Or maybe you can make that jump. I don't think it's that unreasonable. But if you screw up, you're back down at the bottom. You have to hookshot yourself back up to get another chance. So why would you take the risk? Now we're gonna prep ourselves up for Mountain Temple right here. Can you believe when I was about to play the song that puts this guy to sleep, I actually thought I forgot about it for a moment, but I'm so used to playing Majora's Mask that I instinctively remembered how to play it. Right here. I was thinking, what's the song again? But I figured it out right away anyway. It's not that hard to remember, but you know, it says a lot about how much I've played Majora's Mask. Anyway, go to sleep, big Goron. I unfortunately never talked to him again after the mountain area is dealt with, because he's just standing right outside of the temple area after you've dealt with it, and he's gonna. But all he has to say is that, like, was I doing? What am I here for? It's like, what's the purpose? There's no point to talking to him. He doesn't have. He's kind of shallow, you know, possibly even more shallow than Bigron was in Ocarina of Time. So I don't bother showing dialogue with him. But this whole area, after you've done the mountain temple, looks a lot less snowy. I can guarantee that. Oh yeah, piece of heart right over there. Only way to get it is by going through those things. However, these things are not there if you've done the mountain temple, because winter is gone. So these ice blocks are obviously gone with them. But even if it is winter, as shown right here, you can't reach it by just jumping through a couple of blocks. You need to hookshot yourself the rest of the distance when you're here. I actually had a friend in high school who once asked me about this. Like, how do you get this piece of heart? And I actually didn't even know about this piece of heart back then. So I was just like, did you try the Lens of Truth? Did you try this? Did you try this? And I didn't know about the Scarecrow's song either, so I wasn't able to help him, unfortunately. Like, I thought he was talking about a different piece of heart. That's the problem. Not quite done with the mountain village. We're actually gonna go inside this place right here. Mountain Smithy. I probably should have gone in there in the previous time loop, but I knew I didn't have to, so that's why I didn't. Yeah, so you got big guy and small guy right here. Big guy in his art, I think his name is Gobor. His art shows him with two right hands, I believe. It's just something I thought was interesting. I'm not sure if it's reflected in the actual game, that's the problem. I think it was just maybe an art mistake or something. Or maybe it was intentional. Who knows? Anyway, Gabor right here knows about the hot spring in this place. Obviously, Gabor is a lot smarter than Zora puts credit towards too, but whatever the case, we can actually use fire arrows, which is a lot more convenient than hot spring water. If you deal with the mountain area, the spring will be here and they'll already have been melted, so that can also work. I say this because completing this little side quest of reforging your sword right here is something that requires you to essentially deal with the temple to do it properly. But before that, we can start it before having dealt with the temple. This is kind of a bad deal. 100 strikes with a reforged sword that you can only get after the next morning is not great, especially because this razor sword that we're about to get when morning will come, it won't persist between time loops. If we have the razor sword and we do Song of Time, it turns back into the Kokiri sword. It's only after you reforge it again that it becomes the gilded sword, and that it actually persists between time loops. And the gilded sword, coolest sword ever. Cooler than Master Sword. I think the reason why I think it's cooler is because of the gilded sword is extremely long for Link's size. It reaches really far, and it's quite satisfying because of that. like to hit enemies that are just far away from you. Anyway, we gotta talk to our engine now. Letter to cafe. She says mail it immediately in the morning. We should mail it right now. Or we could give it to the hand in the toilet. No, we shouldn't do that. I don't know if I mentioned this in a later video or something like that, but I think I said that Tortoise is Andrew's father? I think it is. There's some facts regarding Andrew's family and Cafe's family that I kind of don't remember accurately. But whatever the case, whoever Andrew's father's name is, he's dead by now, as we are playing. But that's... I theorized that maybe, just maybe, Andrew's father is actually the hand in the toilet and he's been stuck there ever since and no one realizes it. And that's creepy when you think about it. I think the lesson to be learned about the hand in the toilet is that you don't try to go into the bathroom after midnight. That's the lesson to learn. Anyway, yeah, I go to the Romani Ranch, but I'm way early. There's 2 hours to spare. That's especially with the inverted Song of Time still active. That is way more than enough time to do several side quests. You know, short ones. I look around for no reason. I actually used to just wait from midnight to help Romani, and I would look at the sky and see all the different stars, and there's one particular star in the low resolution texture skybox that Majora's Mask has that looks a little red, and I always thought that was the alien spaceship that was getting closer and closer. It is not, but you know, I'm just saying that this game really captured my imagination when I was younger. It helps that back then I didn't have a lot of games to play with. Nowadays I can just play whatever game I want if I have the money for it or it's on the console I own. Like, I think the only real limit I have right now is VR games. I think I might need to upgrade my computer to be able to play the higher end VR games. Yep, so here starts me. Here I start going for fish that I will deliver to the ones in this hall, not hall, the lab inside Great Bay Coast, or just in Great Bay Coast, and we'll feed them to the fish and hopefully get the piece of heart out of it. Because it's one of the more tedious side quests to do when you have a few bottles. And I always go for the fish in here, because it always respawns when you leave, and I always know where it is, and it's just what I'm used to, alright? It's probably not the most optimal way to get the fish you need for that side quest, though. If I was playing casually right now, by now I'd just be staying at Romani Ranch waiting for the aliens to come. Gotta protect Romani. But no, I know that they don't come until 30, so still plenty of time to spare. Even though it's like technically only an hour and a half left. Yeah, so unfortunately you can see there that the fish are kind of sharing the fish that they're eating. I keep saying the fish are eating the fish, but I really should... The predators are eating the prey, that's what I should be saying. Prey being the bottled fish, while the predators being the fish in the tank. We want one specific predator between the two to grow in size, so it can eat the other predator, but it's random, so just gotta hope for the best when doing this side quest. I'll say it's random, but it's really, I think it's based on the position the fish drops into the tank. Now I gotta get some more fish. Although I think this is the last time I'll have to do that. I think I get relatively lucky. Don't know how I forgot to get that money. Oh, by the way, I never go into the last room at the second floor of the Stockpot Inn. That room is where Gorman and his troop are. During the day, mostly. In the 3DS remake, this is where you actually start the side quest for the 7th bottle, quote-unquote, though. If you have the circus leader's mask, that is. Well, the one problem that I have with that side quest is that I always used to think that I needed to I needed to make Gorman feel happier in the night before, but that's not the case at all. You're actually supposed to leave him unhappy until day 2 at the very least. Yep, last fish. Thank goodness there's no restriction on where you drop the fish into the tank, by the way. Because for the Zora eggs, there is a restriction. They expect you to do it into the center, even though it doesn't really matter in the end, because they just warp all around the center in the end. And oh yeah, once one of the predator fish is big enough, it'll automatically eat the other predator. And then give you the piece of heart. And I put in the other fish anyway, because why not? Not gonna do anything with it anyway. I'm trying to Z-target the big predator right now. Check it out, but Paddle doesn't have anything to say about it. I think she does in the 3DS version though. Wow, this fish is really big or something like that. Now we're gonna protect Romani from the alien. Oh, incidentally though, protecting Romani from the aliens while time is slowed down, especially in the original version, is extremely boring. It's literally brain dead. The aliens are moving too slowly to really be a threat. But time is moving so slowly that the entire ordeal lasts for like 5 minutes, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I recommend only using this song of the inverted song of time to slow down time if you're having a lot of trouble keeping up with the aliens. With the bad controls of the Wii U port slash Virtual Console version, it is possible to screw up aiming at the aliens in time. In which case, slowing down time would help. But in my case, though, I think it's way too slow, so I put time back to normal for this. And you can see Romani coming out. Tell you about how you have to take care of things outside. And a map does help, because the aliens are marked in the map for some reason. And if you run out of arrows, the crates and the grass all have... Well, they all give you a ton of arrows. Although I don't have a sword with me right now, so cutting grass is not actually easy. Because, you know, I can't cut it at all. I need to turn it back into a Zora or something. Can you kill the aliens with something besides the bow and arrow? I'm not actually positive. I don't think, like, other projectiles work. Like the hookshot or the Zora's fins or something like that. I think it specifically has to be arrows. They keep respawning every time you kill them. Initially, they respawn after like 3 seconds or 4 seconds. But when it's like past 3:30, I think they respawn almost instantaneously. Not where they were, but back at their spawn point. And where they start this event is their spawn point for all of them. Although I think one of them spawns a bit closer later on, maybe? In any case, the one that always spawns too close is the one behind the barn. That one always is like really, really close initially. Anyway, you can see the bad controls flying a lot right here. Missed 3 shots just because of that stupid ghost position. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they like are near the house. It's the barn that you have to protect, because that's where Romani is. And you can go inside the barn and talk to Romani in there, but the aliens are outside, so don't do that. I think, in fact, the aliens they move based on an exact timer, which means if you do go inside the barn, but like have time to slow down, you have plenty of time to talk to Romani and then come back out, and the aliens will still be in the same position as before. Although I think she locks the door, actually, when the aliens are here. So that's something. And if you're inside the barn when the aliens drop in, you'll be kicked out, probably. Maybe. I never tried it. Look, what I'm trying to say is that you cannot get kidnapped with the Romani. And here I panicked. I decided, okay, the controls are too terrible. I'm just gonna slow down time so I don't take a chance at screwing this up. Whereas when time is slowed down, the aliens just cannot keep up. Also, so I can get some more arrows from the aliens. But yeah, when time is slowed down, the aliens are no trouble at all. The dog is always barking towards the alien that's closest to the barn. Also, I called them aliens, but they really are only referred as they. So they're not necessarily aliens, technically, but, you know, this is totally aliens. But yeah, as you can see, when time is slowed down, I can literally just run circles around these aliens. They're all back near their spawn point, and they can't do anything to get any closer to the ranch right now. Or barn, I should say. At some point, if you killed all the aliens around like 4:45, and they're all back near their spawn points, they literally cannot get close enough to the barn to win anymore. They're goners. It's crazy to think, though, that the developers kind of suggested that you're supposed to do this while on Epona, because you move faster that way, you know? But even, like, the guy that I bought back then just straight up told you, forget Epona, just walk around. There's no reason to go around while on Epona. You're protecting one specific location. You're not chasing them or something like that. So why would you go on Epona? But yeah, she gives you an extra bottle. Very useful. And we help the ranch girl and save the cows. And she totally loves us. Oh, incidentally though, if you turn into a Goron, Deku, or Zora just before the aliens are destroyed, she'll have different dialogue for you. She won't know that you're Grasshopper, so she'll still thank you and give you the rewards, but she won't be like trying to flirt with you, kind of, as a kid would. And yes, she is totally flirting with you, because if you talk to her on the second night, just before she goes to bed, she tells you, hey, can you stay with me at the ranch? Like, she says she has like an extra bed or something like that or whatever, but you can't do that anyway, so it's like, doesn't matter. But she totally wants your company. She's lonely. Dog and her sister aren't enough. Although there's something really heartwarming and tragic and sad that happens between her and her sister on the third night if you saved her. So maybe she'd be fine anyway. No, I'm just looking around right now, wondering what the hell should I do. Well, what I probably kind of wanted to do, actually, is do the spider house, but it's something you have to do on the first day to get the proper reward for it. And completing that spider house in 45 minutes, even with the slowed down Song of Time, no, that's not enough. Can't do it. So teleporting out and back, lockdown. Just gonna go talk to the not this guy. Well, actually, yes, this guy. We'll have to talk to him and trade the Moonsteer to start the trading quest. But we're also gonna talk to the frog in the laundry pool. Tell it that winter is gonna be over soon. And now we're literally going to go into the first dungeon to to do the frog in there. Yeah, two of the frogs are actually dungeon bosses that turn back into normal frogs after you defeat them. One of them we haven't encountered yet. We'll actually encounter it in the Great Bay Temple. Yeah, you have to watch this scene every time version. In the 3DS version, I think they've shortened it on subsequent time loops, like that. Quite useful. And what's this? You who hold my remains? That's the boss remains, specifically. Turn to the appointed place to face me. Yep, you can fight the bosses again after you reset the time loop. You can kind of do a mini boss rush because of that when you're quote-unquote done with the game. In the 3DS remake of Ocarina of Time, they actually added a proper boss rush because you can't refight the bosses in that game. But in Majora's Mask, ever since the original version, you could, which is why they didn't bother adding the boss rush to the 3DS version of Majora's Mask, because it's already there, technically. Although I'm sure some people would have liked a conventional boss rush where you had to fight them one after the other with no breaks or something like that. The bubble went right through it. But yeah, the bubble is actually really effective against the gecko here. Kind of lets credence into the idea that fighting this boss with the gecko is more effective. Oh, incidentally, fire arrows, it takes only 2 fire arrows, or ice arrows, or light arrows to defeat this gecko, as opposed to 3 normal arrows. Something to remember. Unfortunately, we couldn't beat him before the dawn of the second day. Yep. Yeah, I could have done the Woodfall Temple to save the Q place again, but that's not something I do until like the last couple of loops. Because I've done all the side quests related to the Southern Swamp already. No reason for me to do it. And when I do it in the last loop, it's literally out of courtesy for making like the quote-unquote good timeline where everyone was saved and whatever. But even that, like, you're supposed to accept that everything is resolved, everything that you did rather, is resolved in the final loop. Even if you did it like in a completely different loop and you didn't do anything in the current loop. So Razor Sword, you can only use it 100 times, which is actually more times than it appears to be, honestly. I've never actually, like, lost its... Like, I've never had the Razor Sword return to the Kokiri Sword after, like, using it several times in combat. Probably because I tried to reforge it into the Gilded Sword relatively quickly, but even then, I find that 100 times is plenty of times. As long as you're not like spamming // all the freaking time, it should be plenty of times. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, now it's time to go and do that mountain temple. Properly this time. The fact that we have the fire arrows already means it's gonna be relatively quickly done. Kinda. Of course, occasionally I screw up like this. Yeah, I was actually running out of magic right there, and when you run out of magic, you no longer get the spikes you normally have when you go on roll. You know, at full speed. So I wouldn't be protected from the snowballs like this one. Yep, time to get these not these great fairies, but these fairies. And I think that I can pop that balloon from here, but you can't in this version. I'm pretty sure in the 3DS version, it can handle the arrow going that far, but in this version, it apparently cannot. Yeah, you can use your sword to defeat these guys, but well, actually no, there's one on the right over here. I think you have to use a fire arrow. Anyway, once you've defeated them all, a treasure chest appears, and you can actually hookshot yourself to that treasure chest. Saves you the trouble of trying to go on a roll through the whole bridge thing. So useful to have the fire arrows. The ice arrows that you get later on are not quite as useful. Like, they are useful, but it's just not quite the same, you know? Especially in the 3DS version where they kind of nerfed their usage. I don't know why there's grass right there when there's lava all around it. Kind of weird. But it's convenient for restoring all of your magic and arrow supplies and whatever. First thing we have to do is go over here, because we need to get all the rewards. Although incidentally, I actually forget to do something because of that. But the areas are connected, so it doesn't really matter in the end. Yep, one fire arrow on the tail is enough to destroy that waffle. Yeah, the compass turned into 5 rupees. What a shame. That must be like a default thing for when you look into a chest and you already have a reward. The game decides to give you a different reward, and the default is 5 rupees. It's like the developers didn't want to give you 20 rupees. No, it has to be like cheap. 20 rupees, that's all you get. I think you can actually jump to that this area here, especially if you're a Zora. But I always just use the hookshot because it allows you to go from here to here. Normally, you're supposed to push that cube. Yeah, you're supposed to push that thing around to be able to climb into it and then jump to the locations. But in my case, I actually just prefer using the hookshot. Anyway, this is what I forgot to do. I forgot to take this thing out and lace it to your side, which is what makes the other churches with the fairy appear. And also there's a key inside too that I have to get. Thankfully I don't have to go back through all of the rooms to get to that church just up there because, well, the hookshot. So convenient. It is easily one of the most genius things Nintendo did, allowing you to hookshot church chests. If you couldn't do that, if it had to be specifically like arrow marked things, that would have been so lame. Because it makes the hookshot more fun in 3D compared to how it is in 2D. In 2D, the hookshot is not nearly as fun. Meanwhile, in 3D, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, the hookshot is like always an item that I'm looking forward to getting. And get another fairy in here. Ow. Yeah, you could use the fire arrows to instantly melt all the blocks around, but I don't know. Kind of convenient to just use normal arrows anyway, especially because I don't have infinite magic right now. Not that magic is ever in short resource in this game. Literally one small jar is enough to restore like a quarter of your magic, while a big jar is like a full restore of your normal magic, and when you have double magic, it's half of a restore. Quite extreme. Especially compared to how it was in Ocarina of Time. In Ocarina of Time, a small jar was like 2 magic, while a big one was like, I want to say 8 magic or something, maybe more. But it wasn't much. In this game, though, they decided to ramp up the amounts to extreme levels, because they didn't want you to ever have trouble with magic, because you use magic so much more often compared to Ocarina of Time. Goron rolling, the Zora shield, the arrows, the elemental arrows that you use much more often. It's quite a big difference compared to Ocarina of Time, where basically you'd only really ever use it for Farfor's Wind and Din's Fire. There was technically also the spin attack that you could charge, but I think most people, once they learn the spin the control stick around and press the B button trick, you realize that was way more convenient to do. Look what I'm gonna do here. Climbing through platforms. I know where they are, so I don't need to use the lens of truth. This is kind of dangerous though. Those platforms I'm jumping on, they're actually quite small. Just gonna say that right now. Two extra fairies. This is where we're actually supposed to go to actually continue with the dungeon. Not destroying these enemies though, that just gives an optional chest, but we're supposed to go into the locked door at the center of the room, and that leads to a platform that we have to press down as a Goron. Yep, gotta go through that door. What does this switch do? Raises this all the way to the top. And it has to stay like this. The switch down there, it goes up, and if you press that switch, it will actually reduce the size of the pillar back to normal, or back to the way it was specifically. But that's not at all what, like, you never have a reason to press that switch down there. I'm quasi-positive you can always climb up the dungeon, no matter what you do with those things on the pillar all the way at the top. Oh, but incidentally, to get on, like, to go through the dungeon properly, you have to go by here. And I opened this chest because I don't like it being there, but it was the map, so you only get is 5 rupees. You have to go here, use the fire arrows, and get that thing here to actually go through the dungeon properly when you have that pillar raised. Because if you try to go through the other way, which is the way you'll probably try the first time you're doing this dungeon, you'll end up in the wrong position to continue. You'll be like on the left here, you know, the south entrance of this area, and there's nothing you can do there, nothing unless you have the hook shot, I think, because then you could probably at least use it to go into a better position. But if you're there, you just like, what do you do? Can't do anything. You know, yeah, you can see that there's a secret entrance right there, because on the map it shows the there's a treasure chest, and the texture shows that it's like a cliff, you know, but it's invisible, the entrance, or rather the wall is transparent, not transparent, but it's I keep wanting to say it's see-through, but it's not the case. It's the opposite. The wall is fake. That's what it is. And I'm trying to hookshot to the scarecrow, but it's actually a little harder than it looks because it's not in the proper position for me to reach it from where I was. Most people, they say that to get to this fairy that's hidden here, you have to use the Deku Flower way above at the top of the dungeon and just slowly float down. That is ridiculous. You can actually drop from the top and reach this place without having to do that. It's just like people just don't want to miss the secret. Whatever the case, the intended way obviously is to use the Scarecrow song way faster. This is another reason why I brought the hook shot before doing this dungeon. Makes it a little easier in quite a few aspects. But again, if you don't have the hook shot, you just drop down from way above to get that specific stray fairy. So we punched that, but now we gotta go way down there. And Goron rolling is an option, but with the hook shot, you can just safely use this to go there. I hate that fairy so much, this one right here. You need to have the Lens of Truth, the Great Fairy Mask, and your bow and arrow equipped to be able to get it. And normally, when you enter this place, you'll have the fire arrows equipped to get through the place. But like, you can't use the fire arrows when you have the Lens of Truth on, so that's why you gotta equip the normal bow and arrows. Yeah, some dino flows here, holes or whatever. Not difficult to deal with at all. Razor Sword kills them pretty quickly. Get 2 fairies for your trouble, which was the last couple we had to collect actually. If at this point you have 14 fairies, it's probably the one that I showed that you need the Scarecrow song that you need to get. Either that or the one in the ceiling of the room that's kind of an obvious. Yep, gotta warp back to the entrance because I want to get a double magic right now. It's also because once you finish the dungeon, you're warped back to the mountain village, which is still far from the temple. Compare that to the southern swamp. When you're done with that dungeon, you're still near the temple when you're done, so it's not too far from where the Great Fairy is. But Mountain Temple? Nope, let's warp the player way back. Makes it quite inconvenient to go back there. Double magic is really useful until you get infinite magic, in which case double magic doesn't matter at all. But you know, details. Now that I have double magic, I can go back inside the dungeon and finish it relatively easily. Yeah, if you left the dungeon and the pillar is up, you go back up that place by going here. And clearly I was not in the mood to do the Goron roll, get past this bridge, so I just used the hookshot to go through here. I think maybe if you're a Zora, you can actually just jump over there, maybe? Maybe. Pretty sure the devs left this little area down here just because it's like, if you're rolling as a Goron to the other side, you'll probably screw up the first couple of times. So devs decided to be generous for this one instance. The other one that's right up here, you don't have such a leniency. And if it wasn't for the fact that I have the hook shot, which allows me to just skip over to the other side, I might actually screw up and fall. I think that's the problem. If you screw up, you fall all the way down and you have to climb back all the way back up. It's actually quite ridiculous. Now I think about it, I feel the staircases in these cardinal directions of this dungeon are a little useless. They're loading screens or something like that, when I think they could have just been integrated in the dungeon itself as a staircase that you climb up without a loading screen. Would have been more immersive, but it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's this boss again. Not very tough. Oh, incidentally, if it fires its spell, it's almost guaranteed that you can't hit it. Like, if you fire an arrow as soon as it fires its spell, it will actually disappear the moment the arrow is supposed to hit it. So you have to attack it before it fires its spell. And yeah, the illusion spell right here is actually more effective when there's many more teleporters, but it's only because of the bad controls that I'm screwing up. You can see I missed right there. But also another advantage is the fact that when it's using the illusion spell trick, it won't teleport away if you're near it. Point blank fire arrow. I don't know why, I always found that boss key be kind of neat in the way that you have to get it. It's right next to like the boss door, because you see the boss door before you get the boss key in this dungeon. But I don't know, there's just something kind of neat about it. It's not very puzzle-like, the only issue I have with it. But that's also what makes it neat. That's strange. I guess we have to do this Goron jump again. And now we're ready for the boss, which is probably the best boss of the original 64 Majora's Mask. In the 3DS version, it's more contentious, mostly because the other bosses got new strategy stuff. But this is like one of the best interpretations of how to make use of the items that you get in the area. More specifically, the Goron mask. Like, there's so few bosses in Ocarina of Time that make you use something besides the item of the dungeon to defeat the boss. I think Phantom Ganon is like one of the few exceptions where you don't really use the bow and arrow. Although you kind of do for the first phase, just not the second phase. But like this boss right here, it doesn't really... You can use fire arrows if you want to defeat it, but it's really lame and it takes quite a while. And in a 3DS version, I think they made it so that it's actually not vulnerable to fire arrows anymore for whatever reason. Although I don't think that's the case personally, but we're the case that normally if you roll into this boss on the ground, it will damage it, but only a little bit, like not a whole lot. However, if you are in the air and hit it with your Goron roll spikes, it will actually stun it, as seen right here. And that's when you can get some big damage on the boss. Specifically, the Goron punch hits as hard as the Gilded Sword, which is the reforged sword. So, to deal big damage to this boss, you actually have to maneuver yourself in such a way to actually expose its quote-unquote weak point. And that's intelligent design. In the 3DS version, it's a lot more obvious that its weak point is exposed, but they made it in such a way that you actually can't hit its weak point sometimes as a Goron, which is when you'll actually have to use the fire arrows, I imagine. But normally you can't use the fire arrows. I think it's a change they made in the 3DS version. But in the 64 original, this one I'm playing right here, it's definitely very, there's definitely a lot of different strategies you can use to fight this boss. Go on roll, just rolling around, or stunning it like this, or just staying in the corner of the arena and waiting for it to pass by and shooting it with a fire arrow. But it's still only the second boss, so it's not that tough. Poor thing. Got buried alive. Well, actually, no, it was pretty dead by that point. And it's also just a robot. There were occasions where I would forget to get this heart container. Because I would see the teleporter first, and I wouldn't realize I forgot to get the heart container. Kind of weird. Don't know why I would forget about that. The evil god. Guardians. The text scroll is really slow in this version. I think it's just as slow in the 3DS version, actually. Why are the protective gods stuck in temples? It's not really that big of a mystery, to be honest. You only get to see this cutscene once. On subsequent time loops, if you beat the Snowhead Temple, this scene is completely skipped. For whatever reason. I guess it's a little longer than some other cutscenes? Maybe. Spring is here. Winter has wrapped up. So I guess that means the entirety of Termina is in its spring season right now. Huh. Never thought about that until now. Probably because it doesn't matter that much. Yep, so I'm not forgetting, I'm got one frog missing, but it's a frog that's in Great Bay Temple, so there's like no way you can get to that frog the first time you beat the Mountain Temple, unless of course you did the Great Bay Temple before it. There is a heart piece that you can only get as a Zora right on here when you've done the Mountain Temple of this area. This is one of the heart pieces I feel they should have replaced, to be honest. It's just too generic. They should have changed it for the 3DS version. They should have made it one of the fishing poles, not fishing pole, fishing ponds heart pieces, you know, to give you a reason to go there. Oh, also, we need to blow up that boulder for the mountain racetrack, because it's in the way again. First time we did it was basically just to get the access to the Words! Access to the racetrack. Here I'm just gonna check out a cutscene, but this is completely unnecessary, and I'm quite positive most people miss out on this. Greatest in the world! They only celebrate you because you're Darmany, not because you're Lunk. Oh, also, yeah, you become the new patriarch, but that doesn't do anything. Even in the credits, they don't show like you taking place as patriarch or anything like that. You just disappear. I wonder how they would feel about that, you just disappearing. Because Darmany is still dead, and he's gonna be dead by the end of the game still. So they'll have to figure something else out. In fact, I don't think you really see anything about the Gorons in the credits. You see stuff about the Zoras and even the Decus, but not the Gorons, because it just won't make sense. Darmany's gone. Forever and ever. Yep, getting another powder keg. But it's 100 rupees, so could have saved some money if I had gone back to lockdown. That was weird right there. What happened with the Goron roll where I get bounced in two directions from the corner of that those posts or whatever? That was weird. Yeah, it's faster if you bomb it, but I don't get the reaction from the kid as Darmany because of that. Also, the way the kid runs right here is a little strange. Doesn't quite seem wholly natural. But yeah, here we have the Goron races. One of the more fun side quests of the game, I want to say. Actually, just as a minigame itself, I used to always just play this even after I got the reward from it. And the reward from it can, like, it is worth 200 rupees if you know where to sell it. But we're mostly getting it here because we want a better sword permanently. It is better to have time slowed down though when you do this, because it's like a good 3 hours if you don't have it slowed down. And it's 2 hours in the 3DS version even if you do have it slowed down because it's such a time investment. Is it hard? Kinda. It's not something that I'm 100% positive I can do it on like on my first try every single time because of the way racing AI works in the N64 games usually. But there is quite a bit of control you have over ensuring that you win. And you can see right here, I basically screwed up. Unfortunate. But it's free to try again, so just means I have to try again. Like the only thing you really lose is time if you screw up. By the way, sometimes the enemy Gorons can fall, and of course you can fall too. It's not unusual. In the 3DS version, they actually tell you if you fell down the racetrack, they'll tell you, okay, it's impossible for you to win now. You might as well just start back from the beginning. I'm not sure if they do that in this version. But yeah, you can see that some of the Gorons just fell down the racetrack right there. And that means they can never catch up to you. They're essentially out of the racetrack. 2 of them fell, in fact, if you look carefully. But even then, the problem is that at this point right here, if there is a Goron that's on your trail, it will actually get a boost of speed near the end, which is what causes you to lose. And if one of them is too far ahead, of course you'll lose as well. But the basic shtick here is that you have to put yourself in a position where you're neck to neck to an enemy Goron AI when you're at the final part, and then you get like the boost at the end by hitting it or just staying ahead of it just a little bit. Anyway, we got a gold dust bottle right there, so an extra bottle, and gold dust is used for reforging your sword even harder than normal. You can only reforge your sword into the strongest sword if you've reforged it into the razor sword first, though. Which means if you try to start reforging your sword on the second day, you won't be able to reforge it again on the final day because you can't pick it up in the morning because morning will be the apocalypse by then. Anyway, we're gonna give our sword right now, you know, just in case. Bizarrely enough, the gilded sword is nothing like the razor sword's design. Feels like they had a completely different idea of what the second tier of the reforging should have been. That's actually a little unfortunate. But whatever the case, you give gold dust and it's top quality, and because there's going to be a little bit left, he does it for free for us. Because gold dust is quite valuable. If you keep pestering these two while they're working on reforging the sword, or more specifically, Gabora's working on reforging the sword, I think they might kick you out, or just get angry, really. You have to talk to Cafe. Although first I'm gonna get the moon spear, because we do need to start the trading thing. In fact, I think I finished it right now. Always ignore the Skulltula. I never look at Skull Kid in the final day, so we don't get to see it, but he looks at you differently in the final day. Oh, by the way, in the 3DS version, they changed it so that he doesn't jump away and disappear. Because for whatever reason, Skull Kid completely disappears in this version, even though he's always supposed to be up there on the clock tower. In this version, it kind of implies that he jumps to like towards the moon or something. But starting from the final day, Skull Kid is always just looking straight up at the moon and doesn't leave even after you look at him. And if it's the final 6 hours, he's gonna be actually trying to bring the moon down. You know, like the animation he uses for when you're confronting him. Alright, dear. To you. And I just show it straight away. Faster that way. Yes, you have to watch this scene even in the 3DS version. I don't think they shortened it any more either. Alright, we're gonna see Cafe right now. He was waiting for us. Yeah, for some reason we missed the postman on the way to the laundry pool. Yes, yes, I have the pendant. We're in the swamp. Yeah, there's this passage that I just ignore right here. That passage just contains like a shortcut up to Darmani's grave. I do show it later in this loop, I believe. So you guys will get to see what's inside specifically if you want. It's really nothing special though. But yeah, this is the annoyance about using the Goron mask right here. You accidentally screwing up and getting bounced back into the water, which insta drowns you. And I think I was unsure about me actually having gone the heart container of this place, which is probably why I end up checking to see if I actually got it by going into the flower. Yeah. I did get it, that's the thing. Now we're gonna do the Great Bay area. You do need to be a Zora to enter Lulu's room, even if you caught that creep before, because he's always going to be in the way otherwise. Yeah, you need to talk to this guy as a Goron to actually continue the trade. And here's the thing, how the hell are Gorons supposed to get in here? That is some serious moon logic, even from Majora's Mask. I mean, he wants to sell blue potions in the mountain area, not here. No, not blue potions, red potions, I think. The blue potion merchant is the one in Epona Valley. But that piece of heart up there is so easily reachable. You could probably get it by using the bomb exploit. Same thing for all of them, to be honest. But this one in particular just feels like it should be within reach of a jump. Now, if you want to help Premia, you need to be next to her right here. Do so. Before 6 o'clock is what I mean. Because I made the mistake, I used to make the mistake when I was younger, thinking that, okay, Premia only leaves at 7 p.m. on the second night if you saved Romani previously. But here's the thing, there's going to be a barrier up starting from 6 o'clock the on the second day. The Gormans put it up, and that barrier is like you can get to Romani Ranch by going around it through the Gorman's racetrack, yeah, as a Goron. But it takes over an hour to do so, and by the time you get to Romani Ranch, Romani's gone, or not Romani, Kremia's gone. But yeah, she says I'll be leaving about 6 o'clock. She leaves at 7. She's just waiting around at 6 o'clock. But you have to be in Romani Ranch or past the barrier at the very least to get to her in time. So I'm just gonna walk around here. The rain stopped. What can you do up here? Not much. Also, you can see that the chimney's polygons aren't quite the same as the actual hitbox of the place. My cute-faced donor. Night of the second day. And there's a specific... I really do like how every single area has its specific transition screen for when it goes from night to day. I do wonder if there's someone who made a compilation of every single screen there is. And I'd totally do one myself if I wanted to. Yeah, it's pretty positive it's Cafe. Who Romani is referencing to that right there, but some people like to think that it's Anju that Cremia likes or something. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, right here, Romani just straight up tells you that she wants you to live with her. You can't do that though. By 8 o'clock, the ranch is closed and you can't get inside, no matter what. Yes, I would like a ride. But yeah, if you have the Circus Leader's Mask, this event is basically a free win. But you only get the Circus Leader's Mask after you done this quest, so kind of a waste. A poorly thought out usage of one of the masks. The Gorman brothers. They steal the milk. That's basically what they do. Of course it's bigger than before. Just take a look at it. But yeah, this barrier right here, it is up even, like this is not a cutscene barrier. It will be there if you're actually out in the open yourself. And it will prevent you from just going right into Romani Ranch, and because of that, you'll miss out on talking to Cremia on time. So annoying. Yes, I understand. This is not too difficult, but there is a weird timing involved here. The Gorman brothers, the way they attack is that if they start trying to attack you, or specifically the bottles, you have to hit them as they're approaching, not all the time. Hitting them like normally just doesn't quite work for whatever reason. And because of that, I actually end up losing one of the bottles. But thankfully, this is really forgiving. As long as you hit them, like, I want to say 3 times, they won't be able to get all of the milk. It's actually pretty impossible to fail this, I want to say. As long as you're trying and actually hitting them, you should be guaranteed to succeed. Because you have like 9 hits. They have to hit you 9 times. See, we lost one of the bottles. And that was at the end too. If you have the Romani mask already, she actually gives you a huge rupee instead. In the 3DS version, she also gives you a fishing pond ticket or something like that, I think. Maybe something else. But she also hugs you sometimes randomly. It's a random reward after you got the Romani mask, and some people really think it's funny that the developers sneak that in. But it's also kind of worthless. It doesn't give you anything. You're just being nice to her, though, by helping her doing that. Unfortunately, I don't get to show that. The alternate reward and stuff. It just doesn't fit into the schedule of things. And yes, I went into the bar thinking I could do the side quest related to it right away, but it's only 7 o'clock. One of the things I actually used to try is that after doing the Premia part of the side quest of the ranch, I used to try to get back into the ranch before 8 o'clock to see if I could talk to Romani and possibly Premia if she's there too. But it's impossible to get there on time. So you have to like warp there. Because the barrier that the Gormans put up is still there. You know? Anyway, we're gonna finish the side quest right now because we have the hookshot, and therefore we can climb up to here. During the day, there's a much more annoying enemy that used to be in that area that I traveled through. But didn't have to deal with it. Also, I'm cursed. I can't use my sword, but joke's on them, I don't have a sword. Iguana boot. I don't know what boot means. I guess it's like the plateau? Sorta? Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna go right here. We need to be a Zora, and we need to have thing available. Give up going to the far side of the canyon because the place is cursed. Yeah, the demons aren't afraid unless they see something that's the same as themselves. That's actually that is a hint as to one of the things you can exploit with some of the enemies. But it's well, it is effective. It's not that bad. Just not that great on the grand scheme of things. Because it doesn't affect the actual threatening enemies, you know? Anyway, just give him the thing. But here's a thought. This is the last title deed, so what does he give us instead of another title deed? A huge rupee. The nut brown beauties are waiting. There are no other duck hues over there. Don't know what he's talking about. Now, do be careful not to fall into the chasm below. It's not death, it's actually worse. It sends you into the southern swamp area. It is cool that the areas are connected though that way. Yep, new heart container. And now let's look at what this stone statue is gonna say. A fierce deity mask, a mask that contains the merits of all masks, seems to be somewhere in this world. That is a lie. It is not on the world at all. But yeah, I'm gonna show what happens when you fall down here and go into this thing. Right here. You're in the southern swamp. Connected to that waterfall, even though it doesn't look at all like the same if you look at it from up there. But I do think it's cool that there's some interconnectivity like that for the world. I kind of wish it was the same for Great Bay and the mountain area, that they were connected with their respective areas that are next to them, in a way. Like falling somewhere in the mountains would lead to Iguana Valley, maybe? Well, probably they can't do that because that would cause some sequence breaking, you know? And there's also something else to consider. Not every player is going to have the Song of Soaring. Some players might actually try to skip it. But, you know, now that I think about it, the Song of Time would always send you back to the beginning. So, no, you know what? There should have been some sequence breaking areas, kinda. Not like super easy, but the areas should have been connected. That would have been really cool. I know why they only made it so that you can go into the southern swamp, because that's the first area, and by the time you get into Iguana Valley, developers are confident enough to realize, okay, there's no way the player is going to be able to take advantage of this if they end up in the southern swamp, because it's the first area. What are they going to do? Anyway, yeah, now we're going to finally get those three other eggs. 3 more eggs to get. Oh, I should have dropped off that money though. There's actually a lot of rupees you can get while you're in the pirates area. I always turn around to face the camera before putting the stone mask on to see if I actually put it on, because if you don't have it on, you'll get caught for sure. And I think in one instance I actually had it in the C items, but I forgot to equip it. Yeah, much faster to get here, huh? Also, having the stone mask on really helps for traveling around here. There are some Gerudos on the higher floors. And of course, there's Gerudos inside the areas too. Thankfully, though, unlike Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask is much better at showing that there's a Gerudo nearby, at least in the inner areas. Also, we have to fight the Gerudos too. You know, remember how we had to fight some in Ocarina of Time? Have to do the same thing here, and that means that if they actually deplete your HP, they capture you. They don't actually kill you like a game over. But all they do when they capture you is kick you out, so it's not like Ocarina of Time where they would put you in a cell or something like that. But here's the thing, I don't have a sword, so I actually have to use the Zora form to defeat them. And it's actually quite convenient to defeat them like that, because the Zora can stun them from behind, so they can't block that. The most important thing to note here, though, is that they don't stun you instantly by what's the word? They don't stun you with their jump attack anymore. That's the important thing here to take away. They actually have to deplete your HP to actually quote unquote capture you. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that they're a lot more forgiving than the Ocarina of Time variant, which could do a jump attack without you looking at them. That was one egg. Don't forget though that there was another egg that I already got from this place. It's a mistake I made when I was younger. Unrelated to the game, but I'm actually feeling really cold right now. Ugh. I had to get up and put some more clothes on. Oh yeah, silver rupee. Unfortunately, I wasted it. This is what I meant by dropping off my money earlier on. I would have been able to take advantage of that silver rupee. Oh, by the way, if you walk around the room with the stone mask, they'll still see you. And they'll actually mention, hey, that mask won't fool us. Well, it will fool the rest of them, just not these specific enemies. The third egg, or fourth egg I should say, is actually a little hard to find, I want to say. It's all the way over here, and you actually have to enter the area from the left. If you go through the right exit, right here, the one that's visible on screen right now, that actually leads back outside. And I think there's like a chest you can get there, but it's not what you're here for. What you need to get is the egg. This is supposed to be a challenge right here, but Stone Mask solves. And I think if you don't have the Stone Mask, you can basically, behind the barrels, use the spin attack to stun that enemy. It's not that hard. Do I ever, actually, I don't think I ever, like, use Tattle to tell me their weakness or something like that. It would mention that they capture you after they deplete your HP. And yes, you can, if she does the jumping attack, she will actually not be able to see where you are even though she hits you. Because you were off to the side. Kinda dumb. We have all the eggs, we can just get out of here. There's plenty of other places to check around in this, well, not that plenty, but there's other places you can check around in the Pirate's Fortress, but it's all rupees and treasures and stuff. Some people complain that it's hard to put in all the eggs because you have to be at the center, but it's not that much of a problem for me. I guess, like, yeah, you have to be around the center. I guess I'm just used to it. First, a couple of times you do this as a player, a newbie player, you'll probably keep trying like putting it off the center, and because of that, the game will tell you, no, you're not supposed to put it there. Just make sure you're trying to put them in the center, and it'll always work. You know, yeah. Lulu's children, they're born already. That's what Zoras look like as babies. I'm quite positive they'll retcon it if they actually show Zoras as babies again in the future. We do see Zora children in Breath of the Wild. But it's like a completely different design in Breath of the Wild. They look more like giant shark heads. In Majora's Mask, they actually kept things quite varied though. And they did so in Breath of the Wild too. There's like some other varied designs for the Zora. But they're mostly shark heads. If you try to do this song as something besides a Zora, it won't work. The babies only recognize you doing it properly if you look like your father. Their father. They were born to teach a song. And you must play the song to the mom. It's pretty interesting, actually. The way you open this dungeon is by playing the song to a mom. And then she sings a bit, and that unlocks the dungeon, kinda. It's very different. Like, you think from the southern swamp area with Woodfall, that the songs would be like musical tunes that make the dungeons appear magically, would be the norm, but most of the time the song you play is something you play to an NPC or use mechanically. It's a half-half, actually. Epona Valley and the Woodfall area, when you play the song, it's kind of like magic, the way you solve the issue. But for the mountain and Zora areas, you play the song to an NPC, and that does something to them that gives you access to the dungeon. Yep, just drink the milk right now because I want the infinity milk. It's so cold. Indeed. Yeah, now we're gonna play a song. Also, yeah, this place is a great live venue. In the credits, a lot of NPCs are in this area. In fact, I think this is where the Indie-Go-Go's would have played. And it's where they do play in the credits. Maybe. Yeah, camera left, camera right, that kind of stuff. Used to be, I would think the opposite way and go the other side, and then Toto will be like, "No, not there." Pretty short song. Yeah, that is nothing like the Link's Awakening Ballad of the Windfish. They just wanted to make a reference to it, I guess. Like, it's not even as long as the Link's Awakening Ballad of the Windfish. The most useless mask. I literally never wear this mask in this game, Longplay, so we don't get to see its usage. Like, it's supposed to be a long play, but I never show like the full usage of all the masks. Kind of a shame. Could have experimented with everything so much more. Anyway, speaking of Lulu. You have to play the song as a Zora, of course. I keep screwing up the song right here. It's probably the hardest song to remember. Perhaps, except perhaps compared to the next one. So yeah, if you actually swam down there, you'd see that this is clearly not a turtle, but now it is, because it just transformed into one. This scene is way faster in the 3DS remake, and it looks kind of bad and worse because of it. Used to be, I didn't even know that you could hook shot to the palm trees on the turtle. You can talk to the turtle itself to see that, hey, you can go up there, but it's not obvious that you can even talk to it. In here we have the pirates, being pirates. And you can see that 2 of them are scared. Although in the 3DS version they made them a lot more brave. Kinda. But then, no matter what, this is what happens when they get too close. You can never get close enough yourself because the game just assumes you're going off screen and into a pit if you try to swim far away from the shore. Only way to get there is through a turtle. First ferry right here, right at the entrance. And a ducky stick definitely helps doing this, but fire arrows would work as well. The Great Bay Temple is pretty massive. It's definitely not an easy dungeon to figure out. Like, compared to the Snowhead Temple, it's definitely way harder. But it's mostly because of how confusing everything works. You don't quite catch at the beginning that the pumps are actually mechanically involved with the functions of the dungeon's currents and whatever. It's only something you figure out if you're outright told about it or after careful observation. But yeah, first thing you have to do to proceed is go here and push this. Like, the developers were clearly trying to inform players this is what you need to do to make the currents work, but it goes over many players' heads, I assume. Because normally, like, when you do something in a dungeon, the door magically opens, you know? And we're like incentivized or indoctrinated into believing that solving the puzzle of the room will just magically make the door open. In this dungeon, though, the currents actually make sense the way they function. You need to look at the pipes and how water is flowing through them to see that this is what you need to do to gain access here and to switch how things happen here. And yeah, that huge water wheel is powering this thing. You actually have to make it reverse though. It's actually the opposite. Like Tattle, aka the developers, want to make you think this place right here is made like it's affected by the water wheel in the previous room, but it's not obvious initially. You're just looking in the area first. Anyway, yeah, there's a ferry in that jar right there. It's not easy to get. You can actually swim directly to it though. Like having the lightning shield up will break the jar too. Oh, it's essentially just being fancy using the fin boomerang. Can't do anything here, so I'll actually have to get out. Back through here. thing we get the map so quickly. And yeah, there's a ferry right over here. Incidentally, if you don't know about using the hookshot to get the chests, you will not be able to get that map until you get like the item of the dungeon, which is kind of lame. And if you played Ocarina of Time, you will know that using the hookshot to get the chest is something you can do. But if you haven't, like the first time I played this game, well, you won't. And because of that, you'll miss out on quite a few things. It's actually the reason why I missed the egg inside the Pirate's Fortress room where the hookshot is. Because the first time you get the hookshot, you don't know that you can use it to go into wooden planks that are on the ceiling or wooden planks in general or something like that. You think you can only use it in the prescribed areas like targets and stuff to do stuff like that. In fact, those targets, the first time I saw them, I'm pretty sure I tried using the bow on them, thinking that would do something. Alright, the compass is right here. And you need to look at the compass to see that there's a key in this room right here. Otherwise, you'll go into the current, be carried off, and not find... Like, you'll be stuck wondering, what the hell am I supposed to do now? You need to get this key. That's what you need to do. And you also need to get this ferry right over here. Yep, there is another opportunity for you to get this ferry later on, because you will go through that current from the other sense, but it's really tricky. Much easier to just do what I did right there. Man, I really do like the feel of this dungeon though. Being carried by the current everywhere and having to use the Zora mask to actually travel through the place appropriately. This is one of the better designed dungeons. It's not as well designed or fun as the next one, but they really knocked it out of the park. Just, it's so confusing that most players don't like it anyway. But it's so much like better than the Water Temple of Ocarina of Time, and that was one of the better dungeons of the game, even though most players don't like that one either. The problem was that they didn't realize how annoying it would be to pause and unpause the game menu over and over and over. Anyway, we got a boss here. A mini boss. Wart. I don't have the sword with me, which is actually quite troublesome. It means I have to beat the boss as a Zora. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. It's possible to hit the eye even when the bubbles are covering it with your sword. And that's probably the fastest way to beat this boss, actually. In fact, I think one jumping attack with the gilded sword instantly makes it drop all of its bubbles that are around it. But yeah, once you've hit it enough, it starts going around like this. If its eye is closed, that you're just wasting your time. Or it is wasting your time, specifically. But in the meantime, you can actually get rid of all the bubbles going around. Yeah, this is why I had a potion ready. I actually lost so much health fighting this boss. But if I had my sword, it would have been a lot easier. Yeah, this is quite annoying. I have to wait for the boss to open its eye and to also be in a position where you can actually hit it. This is why it's way easier to use your sword. Because with the bow and arrow, you actually have to hit the eye directly and not the skin or shell of the boss. But with the sword, you just need to be swinging it towards it and it will hit it even if you're like attacking it from behind. Anyway, after that troublesome fight, our reward is... the Ice Arrow! And it is quite mechanically powerful in this game. They nerfed it a bit in the 3DS version, but the basic gist is that you can freeze stuff. In the 3DS version, they realized that the fact that you could freeze anything was a little too ambitious and not that fun, kinda. Although some people I'm sure will disagree with me from that. So they marked everything that you could freeze with special enemies that look like they could be frozen. But in this game, you can freeze any puddle of water as long as it's far enough from the edge of something, and you can freeze mostly Octoroks and some Chews. Not that many enemies actually. But I understand why they marked enemies that you couldn't be frozen in a special way. In a special way because it's not quite obvious that you actually have to freeze that Octorok to jump on it and then use it as a platform to go all the way there. You've never used the Ice Arrow before. That's the problem. And in Ocarina of Time, the Ice Arrow was an optional item that didn't really do anything except freeze one of the boss's hands if you tried that. So because of that, I think what I want to say is that they should have showed the players that you could freeze things in a special room designed for it, instead of immediately making the player figure out that, hey, you can freeze these Octoroks if you try it, kinda. Not that you know the effect would result in that, but you know, that's what you gotta do. But yeah, one of the problems with making platforms with the ice arrows is that you don't initially think that shooting too close to the edge will not work. If you shoot water while it's while the arrow is going close to the edge, it won't do anything. You actually have to be decently far enough for the platform to, quote unquote, make itself. And that confused players greatly, which is why they made it so that you can only freeze some puddles of water in the 3DS remake. Of course, I'm used to it, so I know how to deal with it, but when the first time you're playing, you won't. You probably won't. Also, that blue chew right there, that is literally the only blue chew in the entire game. They literally made a chew designed to be frozen. And nothing else. I don't know why they made it. They didn't make it so that you could freeze any chew in the game. The mad jelly. Okay, I need to warn players about this. It is very easy, and especially in this version of the game, to end up perma soft locked in this boss fight. You know, until the moon crashes on you. Essentially, basically, when you try to freeze the mad jelly, like I did right there, back there, make sure you don't do it while it's mid-jump. Because if you do it while it's mid-jump and then the gecko catches you with the attack it has, which I will show soon enough, you can get soft locked. The gecko will keep you stuck inside the jelly, but it won't be able to damage you or anything like that. So you'll be stuck there until the moon crashes. Not very fun. Punch! Yeah, it's actually quite a bit of damage if you get stuck. And this gecko takes a lot more hits than the one from the Southern Swamp. Despite having the same name, it's a different enemy. Obviously having the gilded sword would have helped a lot for this fight. But the ice arrow was good enough. Anyway, yeah, that was the last frog, so talk to it with Don Joe's mask and he will mention that the winter has come. Spring, yes, spring has come, not winter. So yeah, we'll get that heart piece later. Gotta freeze that thing. We can go up here. And now we can finally start the process of reversing the current. This room has always kind of annoyed me, because there's a fairy in there, and the only way to get to it is by freezing the water in the corner of the room right over there in a specific way. And you might think you gotta go directly into the corner in the far end, but it's not quite to the corner. And also, because I don't have a sword, I can't deal with these enemies, which is why I turned to a Zora right here, because I think the shield is gonna deal with them. But it only stuns them! So I gotta hit them with a punch. And unfortunately, the platform doesn't last long enough for me to stay on it to continue with the puzzle, so I gotta go all the way back here. So yeah, now I have to punch off these stupid things. And you can see I only have 12 arrows left. It's not a very good thing. Thankfully, the fact that you can hookshot to these barrels helps a lot. But yeah, you can see some enemies, like that enemy right there, if freezing them with the ice arrows does not turn them into platform. It actually just kills them. Which is what I wanted it to do, thankfully. But yeah, I'm like near the corner of the room right here, and I think that's good enough to hit that thing up there. Nope. Not a good enough position. The hitbox is bigger than it looks. So, do another platform right here. Now I can hit it. Definitely one of the tougher stray fairies to find. It's not very obvious that it's there. And when players see that, oh, there's a chest in this room, they'll probably think it's underwater first. Yeah, one of the annoyances about making these platforms, you're trying to jump on it, and you would totally jump on it if Link had jumped normally, but when you run towards water, Link will actually go for a dive if there's no platform that's nearby. Which is what happened there. So because that you go into the water, you gotta go back up, you gotta go on the platform, and by then you only have like 5 seconds to make another platform. Otherwise it melts. Now we gotta go back to the first room, not the entrance, but the room with the water wheel. So yeah, you gotta deactivate this thing in order for the wheel to start up again after activating the red one. Because otherwise the current will not be moving at all if you go back to the other room. Actually, that might be fine when I think about it. Oh, but you won't be able to access the place. Unless you do the exploit, of course. With the bombs. Yeah, that's how you get that one. Although you could also use a Zora jump to potentially reach it. For this one, you pop it with the fins, and then you could touch it as a Zora by swimming right into it. But it's easy to miss like that. So the second attempt I'll do right here, what I'll do instead is I'll pop the balloon and then I'll go back on above water and put the Great Fairy mask on. That's the safer way to do that. Because every time you screw up, it's back in the bubble. It's very kind of annoying. Yep, there's the 11th fairy, and I'm doing this much earlier than I should have because the water's not flowing through the green pipe right now, so nothing happens when you do this. But, I mean, it is something you would do later, so I don't have to do it later now, I guess. Supposed to go over here first. And this is where you would get another chance at that fairy. Quite challenging to get it, if I'm maybe blunt. Oh, and here, this is probably one of the more interesting rooms of the entire dungeon. Honestly, I used to get stuck in this room for like a long time because there's 2 fairies in here, and they're not easy to find. With the compass, of course, you can see where the chests are, but back then I didn't pay too much attention to my compass, and even then, you're wondering where the hell are these chests supposed to be located? Well, now that I know, it's not hard at all, but you look around and you see this indentation, this area you can go through, and there's no clear way to get into it right away, but you look from here, or rather a bit closer, right here, and there's a chest right there. And of course, if you don't know that hookshots can help you get the chests, you'll just be left wondering, how the hell do I jump there? Well, you don't. You use the hookshot, or the bomb exploit. Whichever works. The other chest is no slouch either. You have to have this platform set up near, like, you have to be able to latch onto this thing. That platform I was on back there, its location is actually based on when you freeze the waterfall powering up the wheel in this room. So sometimes it's too far away for you to get a proper angle on that place you have to hook shot to. Quite annoying. But yeah, I remember spending like a good couple of minutes trying to get these chests way back when I was trying to actually find all the fairies for this dungeon. And no, I mean, yes, guides existed back then, but they weren't as easily as accessible as they are today. Didn't have smartphones or anything like that. Internet was like, I didn't have my own computer. The computer was only to be used every now and then, you know? So you had to figure out on your own. I mean, that was half of the fun, kinda. Even though back then I didn't think it was that fun. On the other hand, the fairy in this room, well, one of them, is relatively easy to find. You see that there's water you can sink into right here, and sure enough, barrel has this. This is much harder to get in the 3DS version because normally when you hold A, you don't dash into stuff, and you got to specifically dash into that barrel to actually be able to, you know, break it open. Because that the timing is much stricter. Figuring out what you have to do here is not too difficult if you've seen what I have in the previous room. Gotta activate the green pipes. And now we have access to the boss room. But there's still another ferry in this place. Where could it be? I don't know how I forgot about that other ferry. It took me a while to get to, for whatever reason. Actually, you need to be taller to jump up this. It's kind of confusing. But it is what you have to do to get here. Then you have to untransform and use the hookshot. Again, if you don't know about hooking up to chests, you'll be lost on how you're supposed to travel this large gap right here. Quite annoying. Damn. It's so cool when you activate this waterfall and you dodge the shoe following you. But I missed my opportunity to do it right on time. I got hit once. Twice, technically, if you look at the cutscene, but it only counted it once. Anyway, now you're back here. But the current is going the other way. Also, because I have all the fairies, I decide, okay, you know what? Let's bring all the fairies back. I normally wouldn't do this on a casual playthrough, because getting to the boss doesn't take that much longer, and it's not that tough to me anymore, but it does hurt a lot the first time you fight this boss. It has an attack that deals 2 hearts of damage. And for those wondering, why do I keep pulling out my bow and arrow instead of the hookshot when I'm clearly supposed to use a hookshot? That's the Wii U Pro controller deciding it thinks I want to press down the C button that's downwards instead of the one that's leftwards, you know? Kind of annoying. Right here there would be islands that would actually help you get to the fairy cove much more easily. And there's also a fishing spot here too, but I've never gone into it. I've never done any of the fishing 3DS version. I just don't care much for it. It's actually supposed to be relatively advanced too, compared to Ocarina of Time. Like there's multiple different types of fish you can catch and everything. It's just that because there's no actual reason to go there, and you're on a time limit to get everything that's actually substantial done, you just never waste time on it. And when I'm done with the game, I just play something else. And if I want to have fun, it's usually with the Fierce Deity Massacre, doing crazy nonsense with the light arrows. They had just attached a piece of heart to both of those fishing spots. I would have played it plenty of times, probably. Well, either a piece of heart or something else that's substantial. Like, there's no Deku Stick or Deku Nut upgrade to carry them, unlike Ocarina of Time in this game. That would have been something. Not that you ever use Deku Sticks or Deku Nuts that often, but it'd have been a reason to actually go to those fishing spots to get those permanent upgrades. Anyway, speaking of permanent upgrades, this one's a little overkill. In Ocarina of Time, you got this upgrade like after you were done with the half of the final dungeon. Here we're getting it before the 3rd boss. Really, this should have been the Port Fairy's reward. You know, the one in Iguana Valley. Gives you a sword, which is neat, but it's not actually that useful. But it would have been more sense considering this is the Great Fairy of Power. Instead, the Great Fairy of Power right here decides to double my health. What? Whatever the case, now it's pretty much impossible for me to actually die. Also, Link waves goodbye to this fairy for whatever reason. I think he does it to the other fairies too once you've gotten the rewards for them, but for whatever reason he waves goodbye to this specific fairy even as you're getting the reward for the first time. And now we're gonna do the frogs. You know, before we forget. Nothing's worse than completing a quest but forgetting to get the rewards, or you have to do it again on the next loop. If it isn't the great Don Giro, shall we sing once again? Yes. You're all here now. No, that's not. They sing forever now, I think. Unless you leave the place and come back, I think they stop then. Maybe. And now we get the gilded sword. It will never break, and if you use the Song of Time, it will also persist. Even though it makes absolutely no sense for it to persist. Then again, there's quite a few things that don't make sense with the Song of Time. You can't keep rupees or bombs or arrows or stuff like that, but you can keep reforged weapons and all the masks and new items. It makes more sense to only be able to keep stuff that's like in your memory, like the ocarina songs, but us having no ocarina at all makes no sense either. Skull Kid is supposed to have it right now. I wonder how it happens from Skull Kid's perspective. Stole the ocarina from us, but as soon as Link steps into Clock Town, suddenly it goes poof! And he no longer has it. And he never mentions anything about it. Now we're going back to finish the dungeon. Only need to beat the boss now. Yep, he says that even if you're a Zora. You know, if you jump too early and that platform is like above, it'll squash you down below it where you won't be able to get back on it on time. And if it's under there and you don't jump on time, you have to wait it to come back down all over again. It's quite annoying. What I'm trying to say is that the camera is not great. At least in the 3DS version they gave you like some modicum of control, assuming you have the new 3DS, you know, the one with the little thumbstick or something like that. It's not a real control stick. It's actually really awkward to use, but it's good enough. Don't know why Nintendo was so stingy with proper control sticks for the 3DS. I mean, I know why. It's because the clamp design kind of necessitates that the stick has to be able to fit comfortably inside. But the other stick, the little button stick on the new 3DS models, that thing is very uncomfortable to use. Like it feels like it's more like it should be more of a button, you know? Anyway, I always usually start by using the jump attack. Just looks cool, you know? Yeah, this intro cutscene is a little too long, and it's not that suspenseful. But you gotta reference Jaws, even though it's an old movie by this point. And I don't mean today, even back then it was an old movie. Anyway, Gyog. What's dangerous about Gyog? Well, nothing really. As long as you stay on this platform, he can't harm you. The only way he does so by harming you is by jumping up the platform and dashing through it, but even then it's easy to avoid him. But however, to damage him, you can't just use arrows. You need to go up to him and use the electric shield or just punch it, I guess. But as long as you're in the water, he can potentially eat you. You know? You got a bite attack, and as soon as you get inside his mouth, he's invincible, and you get 2 hearts of damage. Now, of course, I've got the double defense buff, so because of that, it won't only deal 1 heart damage. But the hard thing about this boss is that if you're not used to the swim controls, and the fact that you have to go into the water to damage Gyog, that's what causes this boss to really make some people like have a lot of difficulty against it. However, ultimately, this is not a very difficult boss at all. For one, the lightning shield is just completely overpowered, and for two, it doesn't have a lot of health. The lightning shield defeats it really quickly. Like, see, 5 hits with the lightning shield, and it's already dead. If you're really, really good with the swimming controls and know how to manipulate Gyog's AI, you can always stay in front of his face and keep hitting him with the lightning shield. The only time he actually gets away is during the cutscene where he summons some of his babies, but even then, if you know where he's gonna be, you can actually be right in front of him as soon as he does that. So yeah, even though this boss deals a lot of damage, and some people say, well, this boss was better compared to the 3DS version, it is not. It is very cheaply designed. Clearly not as well baked as the previous 2 bosses, Dolbo and Goth. Of course, in the 3DS version, he got a whole new phase, but you know, you can't use the Fierce Deity mask on that second phase, so now the boss fight is lame, right? Ugh. They don't get it. Also, Gyog has more health in the 3DS version, I'm quite positive. Like, when you think about it, what are the kids supposed to do when Gyog summons them? You know, the babies. You're using the lightning shield to damage him. The lightning shield is always active and always has a hitbox around you, so the kids are just gonna die as soon as they approach you. They don't do anything to change the strategy you use against Gyog, which is to just keep using the lightning shield against him. If they protected them from arrows, that would make sense. That would mean you have to destroy the children so that they wouldn't get in the way. But as they are, they just don't change your strategy against him at all. You just keep doing the same thing you were doing. Just keep staying in front of his face with a lightning shield on. 5 hits, you win. Yeah, Turtle stays because it says all that lore stuff about how he wants to listen to the music more and stuff. Lulu's voice, whatever. It's really just in case you want to go back to the dungeon, you know, to get all the fairies and stuff. It'd be kind of stupid if you complete the dungeon thinking, okay, I'll beat the boss now and then I'll get the fairies later. And then suddenly you find out, oh, we can't go back to the dungeon in this loop anymore. Because the fish is done. The turtle is done, not the fish. The fish is dead. No, those eggs were laid because you and I did the kinky thing. That's what happened, Lulu. Yeah, it's the same song that Japas and Miko jammed to. And Tattle just going right to Lulu and kind of distraction. Incidentally, this is a preview of the credits music. Well, part of it anyway. You can hear it right now by skipping 5 hours ahead of this moment in this video. Probably a little more than 5 hours actually. Yep. If you look up, you'll see all the Zoras listening, but I never look at them. Just kind of distracting. Yeah, you got it done. You made it, right? You don't have to do this thing, by the way. No matter what, they'll be ready for the concert. You know, assuming you actually finish this loop by defeating the final boss. It's not something that happens in this loop. No siree. This loop's almost over. And we're missing something crucial to finish the loop properly. That's the problem. You know, assuming we don't use exploits. If you use exploits, then, well, we only need about an hour to get to Twin Mold. Who is the next boss. And even worse than Gyog, in terms of design. Oh, but there is a piece of heart that I very often missed getting in my playthroughs. It took a while for me to find it, because I never thought there'd be like a piece of heart that's only available after you've done Great Bay area. Turns out there is, though. Gotta go all the way over here. Ignore the like. Right over here. Suddenly there's a boat. This boat is not here if you haven't done the Great Bay Temple. You jump on the boat, it starts up automatically, and it goes to its destination pretty slowly, I gotta say. But if you swam around this area, wondering, like exploring around, you see these small islands right there, and you're wondering, what the hell is this place for? Well, it's for a mini game that's only accessible after you've done the Great Bay Temple. That's what it's for. And yes, you do get a piece of heart from this. Thank goodness Nintendo had the foresight to make the hookshot like aim in a certain direction to catch targets when you shoot it out. Like, if you're moving in a direction and you use a hookshot, it'll still go towards the place you were originally aiming at. Like, completely ignoring the fact that you're moving around. Incidentally, in terms of minigames, this one is really basic. It's not impossible to screw up. In fact, I definitely screwed up like once or twice doing this minigame, and the camera is horrible for this minigame design. But really the issue is that the only difficulty is that if you fall in the water, you gotta start all over. And you gotta get at least 20 points to win. But the timer doesn't, like, the game doesn't automatically stop if you get 20 points. It'll count down 2 minutes no matter what. And if you don't have time to slow down, 2 minutes is like roughly 4 hours or something? Well, maybe not 4 hours, but at least 2 hours. Yeah, the earth was rumbling back there, and it's like, I'm just having fun playing this minigame. Gotta get that piece of heart, man. How the hell do you justify that? Yep, this is still going. Oh, for reference, by the way, if you score over 20 points and then fall in the water, that counts as a fail. Fall in the water is an automatic fail. So if you're just going for the heart piece, just get 20 points. And if you don't want to take any risks, just stop right there. Actually, 21 points might be better. He said 20 or fewer points, or 20 or more points, you win, but I'd get 21 just in case. Yeah, definitely a little too easy. Well, no, you're just gonna stay here forever and die from moon crash or something like that. Seriously, actually no, I think this minigame closes at around 10 p.m. maybe? I don't think he's there forever. I can't be positive. I remember doing this like really late at night. But I do think like he stops at around 10 p.m. or something. I'm telling you, it's my break. I'm back in the morning or something. Where are we going now? We're going to Epona Valley. We have all the tools necessary to get one of the owl statues right now. Specifically, you need the ice arrows, although the usage of the ice arrows is extremely limited in Epona Valley. You only use them like twice and that's it. 2 platforms, that's all you needed. Now you can go to the other side. It's really the hook shot that you need. No thanks to the fact that you need a hookshot to even get to the valley itself. You know, where Sakon is. It's because one of my assignments right now is to design a level, and I keep thinking back to all the old games I used to play and how you get all these power-ups and they'd be kind of useful and stuff, and then the game doesn't really make you use them all that often. Like, they only make you use it once to make sure that you have it, and then that's it. You got the item. You're free to go. Go ahead. And I said we were going to go to the Owl Statue in Epona Valley, but we're actually going through here first because we need to get a certain mask from this place. And I can't be too sure, but I think we can't get that mask at night. It's a problem. Oh yeah, we got Dompe here. He's actually affected by the flow of time, so when the inverted Song of Time is on, he moves agonizingly slowly. Oh, I think on the second day, there's like tons of bats around. I think if you kill them all, he gives you 50 rupees. There's only like 2 or 3 here now, though, so it's not that big. But yeah, Dompe moves incredibly slowly because he's scripted to go like around the graveyard once, so he has to do it with the flow of time. Well, I think he goes around it once, maybe twice. It'd be kind of ridiculous for a gravekeeper to only be able to get around the graveyard a single time a day. Oh yeah, another use for the Stone of the Awakening. To wake up this buddy. He actually has some dialogue before he does this in the 3DS version. And he's also way slower, much more easier to actually interact. Because in this version, if he gets to the top of the hill before you defeat him, he's gone for the loop. You're not getting another chance to fight him. In the 3DS version, they completely changed that so that not only is he slower, but even if he gets to the top of the loop, you're going to get another chance to actually fight him. But yeah, as long as you know the trick about using your bow and arrow to stun him before he gets too far away, you should be able to reach him in time. If you don't use your bow and arrow but have the bunny hood, you should be able to catch up to him by using spin attacks to get rid of the stall childs that spawns before you get to where he's going. But yeah, if he gets to the top of the hill, where Link is standing right now, basically, too bad. You gotta try another loop. And you do need this guy's mask if you want to complete the main quest, so that's actually kind of annoying. Like, I'm not surprised they nerfed him to the ground in the 3DS version. Although I do think they shouldn't have slowed him down so much. Because giving you the ability to challenge him again was more than enough of a nerf. Because you don't know that you need this guy's mask. That's the problem. It's like, oh, whoops, I screwed up getting this mask. Oh, I guess I'll do it another time. Now, how do I do this part of the quest? Huh, there's this dude that's killing me. I need a song to teach him the right from wrong? Well, how do I get this song? Well, you need this guy's mask to get into a grave, and you'll find the other guy that teaches you the song. That's what you need. Now, here's something funny and pathetic. I used to try to make this jump. Like, you remember when I said, I don't know about the hookshot being able to latch me on to these chests? Well, I used to think you have to make this jump. And you can make it from here. Especially with the bunny hood. But I used to make it from below, like on the road. And you can make the jump, but only barely. So I would like literally spend in-game hours trying to make the jump in, trying to get this mask. Back when I was younger. And I think it took until my like 6th playthrough before I finally figured out, oh, you can just jump from the ledge. That's way more safer. And it took a couple more playthroughs after that before I finally realized, okay, I can just use the hook shot. All because I didn't play Ocarina of Time first. And now you might be wondering, well, Ocarina of Time came out before Majora's Mask. Didn't you play it right after finishing Majora's Mask? Well, I had a very particular way of playing Majora's Mask. In fact, I think I owned Ocarina of Time before I owned Majora's Mask, because I used to rent Majora's Mask from my video store, because that's the thing we used to do when we were younger. We would rent games. It cost only like $3 or $5. But it would only be until like Blockbuster or Videotron, I think it was a Videotron, would sell the games they would use to rent, because video stores used, like, the whole renting business was going under by the turn of the millennium. Like around 2005, I want to say. Maybe 2003. Some stores still abide by... I think there's still some stores that rent games, but it's clearly not the profitable business it used to be back in the 90s and before the 2000s. Regrettable. Although my rival, you were spectacular. I should take my bow by opening my heart and revealing my wisdom. Cross the valley of Iguana, aim at the river beast with the arrow that freezes. Belief for us to see you. Die without a corpse. That is the law of Asgaro. So badass. The Garo are so underappreciated, if I may be really blunt. It's an interesting idea. Like, in Ocarina of Time, you have the Sheikah who protects the royal family, but you never see them. There's only Impa that's protecting the royal family. No one else. Also, Cafe's right here. But the Garo are like the opposite of the Sheikah. Instead of ninjas protecting the kingdom, they're ninjas sent to spy on an enemy nation. And so great is their will to continue to work that they're bound in spirit form, keep spying on the nation, even that today. Oh yeah, we gotta go inside that place to finish the cafe side quest. Andrew and Cafe. Now, to cross the valley, the Garo said freeze the beast, the Octoroks that are right there. Turns out that's completely unnecessary. Nintendo was not quite as rigid with their designs earlier on. If you place yourself just correctly, you can hookshot to that tree right over there. It's right across the canyon. No need for ice arrows at all. Unfortunately, when you position yourself right there, those Octoroks are just in the range to start attacking you, so I defeat them right here. Now, I know that I could just use the ice arrows to solve this properly, you know, but I want to show the way I used to do it myself. Just hookshot from here. No need to complete the Great Bay Temple, gain access to the rest of Iguana Valley. And you don't need to ice arrows for anything else, so you can basically do like as soon as you get the hookshot by going into the Pirate Bay Fortress, you can just ignore the rest of Great Bay and just do Iguana Valley right away. Not that there's anything special about what you can get here that is useful for Great Bay, but it's cool, it's something. Doing things out of order is fun. Sometimes it's exceptionally rewarding, but sometimes it's just fun to defy what the developers were intending for you to do. But yeah, unfortunately there's really not that much to do here. The only thing I'm gonna do is do this mini game right here, and probably watch a cutscene, maybe? Probably not, actually. when a kingdom was founded on this land, and stained with a history of darkness, drenched in blood. Even now it is a place where troubled, regretful spirits gather. Ugh, I am not in a talkative mood right now. I had a long day at college. And not at college, but at college Zoom. Yeah, that was me drinking water. Oh yeah, by the way, if you do this challenge with only 3 hearts, don't get hit. But these are just the mini bosses from Ocarina of Time. There, nothing much was changed about them, so this is kind of boring. Like you have a time limit to defeat them all and stuff, but this is definitely not one of those challenges that is very unique or entertaining for Majora's Mask. And oh, time is not elapsing when you're playing this minigame. We found another one, guys. And by time elapsing, I mean, of course, actual in-game time, not the timer for the minigame. This is so much easier when you played Ocarina of Time, but back when I played this, I played Majora's Mask first, so because of that, I was actually quite confused about this, how to defeat this boss here. I used to think, well, she's around me, just use the spin attack. Nope, that doesn't work. Incidentally, this whole gimmick that this sister uses where she makes 4 of herself and goes around you is really lame. She only attacks you if you get all of the fakes instead of her. And that's just, like, if you do it randomly, eventually you'll get her. The odds are just too low for you to end up hitting nothing but fakes over and over. Their souls have been healed. The earthly possession they kept. Piece of heart. Can we get another before the new loop? Maybe. And this thing's gone. I don't know why there's a time limit for that minigame. Oh, by the way, every time Tattle does this around this area, she's basically telling you there's a Garo around. If you wear the Garo's mask, you'll actually summon them. But, I mean, it's just a hint system for this area. That's what it is. And you do have to listen to them if you don't know what to do, because to continue with this area, you actually need a song that is at the graveyard, but I can't get that song in this loop anymore, so time. And that's pretty much it for what we're doing here. Now the rest of this loop is basically going to be me doing something in the graveyard and helping Anju get her lover back by helping her lover get his mask back. Just checking here to see if the Gorman brothers are here, and no, they are not. There's a message that says they're... well, the riding lessons have been temporarily suspended. I believe if you fail the side quest with Cremia, where her milk gets stolen or something, they will be around for the 3rd day, saying, you can only get milk from us now, but if you've seen how I performed on that minigame, even with the bad aiming controls, I still had 2 jars left, and they pretty much got like almost every opportunity to attack. Like, I think the only way you can fail that minigame is if you let the Gorman brothers do as they please during that ride, and don't have the circus leader's mask on. But yeah, if you want to practice more with Romani, you can do so on the final day. But the practice minigame is not all that entertaining, so no, I don't care. But Romani, on the other hand, she has something different to say. It's so sad. And it gets even sadder if you stay with those two for the final day. Because Kremia is... yeah, Kremia has something new to say. I think I said Romani has something new to say. Whatever. Kremia basically does something for with her sister on the final day, recognizing her as an adult and feeding her some of the cow milk. Because cow milk in this universe, basically Chateau Romani, is the equivalent of booze, you know, getting drunk. That's why Kremia did not want Romani to drink any. But Kremia realizes this is the end, so decides her sister, now or never, last chance. And Romani doesn't realize it either. The moon's crashing. Too innocent, too pure. That's why you must protect a child on every loop you can. Now, for reference, by the way, I've already done like all the other recordings, and at the time of this live recording, and I've already finished the game, but I'm already itching to actually kind of play it on the side when I have time during college on my 3DS. That's how much I like this game. Even after I just finished it, I just want to play it again. I would never do such a thing for Ocarina of Time. That's what I'm saying. Oh man, I had to kick it down a notch, didn't I? Kick down Ocarina of Time a single more time. Anyway, yeah, priority mail needed again. This time we're actually going to give it to the postman. However, we can only give it to him starting the final night. I think in the 3DS version, though, you can give it to him early. Maybe. But he only opens his door starting the final night, so can't do it here for now. I check right here. Yeah. It says 9 AM to 3 PM, but I mean, it doesn't let you in during those times. Normally, it only lets you in after 3 PM, but in this particular case, quite different. There's actually quite a few things I didn't show about the postman. If you don't do the Anju side quest, he'll actually deliver a letter to himself on the final night. And if you talk to him on the second day around noon, he'll mention, "No one delivered a letter today. What a shame." Also, he delivers himself a letter for the final night on the second day, not the final night. It's just interesting, you know, the postman is one of those characters that actually has a schedule that he follows rigidly, and I don't just mean his postman schedule, I mean the in-game schedule for him. And it actually changes depending on whether or not you're doing Anju side quests. Well, if you're doing Andrew side quests for the first time, it's quite important that you stay right here. You know, hidden away from Sakon, who will open the door soon. Obviously, I'm gonna play the inverted Song of Time to make time accelerate again. Because we're just gonna wait until 7 o'clock for the door to open. Now, I know some of you are, like, possibly tapping on your keyboards right now, so thinking, hey, no, there's another way inside Sakon's hideout. You just need to keep pushing into one of the gaps at the right side and you can sneak in. Don't worry, I'll show that later. For the time being, though, let's do that properly. Of course, I had no reservations about doing the access to Epona Valley improperly, so sue me. The problem with doing the Sakon hideout exploit to get inside is that it changes how time works when you get out. When you get out of the hideout, it's supposed to be a very specific hour of the night. Doing it early screws that up. But yeah, right, you can hear him, but Sakon is coming over to open the door to his hideout. If he sees you, he's not going to do that, and well, Cafe is obviously not going to be able to get his mask because of that. I've never seen it happen though, if Sakon finds you. Like, I imagine it, like, blinks out and he's gone, and maybe Cafe is gone too, or... Yeah, I imagine Cafe is gone too if that happens, or Cafe is gonna, like, follow Sakon. or shout at you. And the fact that Cafe right here might not even recognize you, because if you haven't done the Andrew side quest up to this point, he's going to have the Keaton mask still on, and he's not going to talk to you. So how pissed he could be if you screw this up might change depending on that aspect. Infiltration. I think this thing stays open as long as you stay in this area. It might also close around 8 o'clock though. So don't wait too long. Yeah, I don't know how Sakon has this kind of technology. Like, he's probably the richest man in the entirety of Termina to be able to have this kind of technology with himself. Oh, by the way, there's something screwy right here. The way you can push these blocks that Cafe is nearby is dependent on the texture over them. So right here, you can only push this one up and down because that's where the masks are on that block. Now, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, or probably mentioned it later too, but Cafe is playable here, and this is the first for the franchise actually. Someone other than Link that's playable, unless you count the fairy in the Adventure of Link or something like that. But the reason Cafe is playable is because he's a kid, exact same model size as young Link. That's also why he's a kid, I'm pretty sure. Why he was cursed to be a kid. Now obviously the red switches will actually make the conveyor belt go faster. You don't want that to happen. Here, it seemed this is a situation where ending up pressing the red switch is actually quite likely. And I used to always press the red switch down, actually. And here I'm taking my time looking around because I'm realizing, how do I solve this? But thankfully you can actually pull back the blocks. Just keep in mind that you can only push them in one certain direction, either up or down or left and right. But yeah, in this situation, if you end up pressing down on the red switch, you'll have to hurry a bit more, but it's still possible to finish this side quest. Of course, when it's slowed down like this, you have ample time. But no matter what, as soon as you press the other switch, the mask just randomly appears right there and you get it back. Or rather, Cafe gets it back. There's still time. I must get back to town. Yep. He gets a head start on you, because if you go to the other side, you'll find that he's disappeared. Yeah, Cafe is off on his own now. He's theoretically running back to Clocktown, but you won't see him running on the way until around 2 o'clock, in which case you'll be able to see him appear from the border to East Clocktown, or not East Clocktown, the gate in East Clocktown that leads to Iguana Valley. But we don't have time to deal with that. We need to go get ourselves the last bottle. That's what we need to get ourselves. This is actually something they changed in the 3DS version. The bottle that we're getting is not there in the 3DS version. It's a piece of heart instead. And it was a good change in my opinion, because this bottle is completely useless by the time you get it, if you ask me. The fact that all 7 bottles are accessible to towards the early part of the game, if you know where to look in the 3DS version, is pretty imperative, considering you'll need the bottles the most for the Great Bay area. But in the original version, this one I'm playing right here, this 6th bottle is only accessible through a side quest in the 4th area. And you can do it before finishing Great Bay, but it's just never really something you can do, in my opinion. Oh yeah, you have to wear the captain's hat to talk to these guys, otherwise they'll attack you. Tell them to open the grave, not guard it. If they tell them to guard it, they'll just keep moving around it. Anyway, you talk to the Longplay, the gravekeeper right here, who for whatever reason didn't notice the moon falling, decides it's time for a treasure hunt. You can start this early in the night of the final day, but because we had to do the Andrews the cafe side quest, we're stuck at doing it at midnight. And there's a bit of RNG involved here, but the real issue is that they don't explain the controls very well to you. You're supposed to use Tattle to guide them towards the sand. And the way I used to do it was like this. Just walk slowly in front of him. That's not what you're supposed to do. What you're supposed to do is go to the place you want him to go and Z-target him. And that makes so much more sense. And I kid you not, I only figured this out like last year. 18 years of playing Majora's Mask, I never realized you're supposed to Z-target him to guide him towards where you want him to go. And it makes so much more sense, but they don't imply it well enough. And it works well enough for you to just keep walking in front of him, but that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to Z-target him and slowly guide him to the patch of sand. Oh, by the way, there's a wall master around here. Make sure to defeat it. This is what we need to find. The something strange. You need to find 3 of them. And they're randomly placed in the patches of sand, so how fast you manage to get to find them is quite random. Like sometimes these 3 patches of sand that I just had him try to dig up, sometimes that's where the ghost is. All 3 strange pieces of it. But most of the time, you end up having to do this ordeal of having him go down on a platform that magically floats up and sends him over here. If you don't pay attention, you're gonna easily forget about him, and he's gonna fall back down, and it's gonna waste so much time for you. Seriously, doing this minigame without time slowed down is actually quite worrisome. This is where I in the 3DS version, this is where I did this minigame when I had like only 2 hours left, and I only had 2 minutes left when I was just about to finish it. Because time is not as slowed down in the 3DS version, and I had bad RNG. Number 2! There's only 2 more patches of sand to look at, or search for. Thankfully, if you fall down, he usually follows you and falls down with you. He only starts goofing around in random directions if he's on the same level as you, like here. But yeah, make sure he doesn't go back on the platform, because we don't want that. Here I didn't mean to make him go on the platform, but I end up making him go on the platform because I screw up right here. So I wanted to check the patch of sand right here, but I guess we're checking the one up here instead. Seriously, you see him go on the platform, you have no idea where he's going. You have to realize that it's guiding him all the way over here. Or you could just stay on the platform with him, or no, you can't do that, that's right. Because if you're both on the platform, it doesn't move. Damn. So you gotta realize it's going all the way over here. Anyway, I got lucky. Turns out this is the patch of sand I actually need to check next. So bad RNG in this case. It's bad RNG if 2 of the pieces of the ghost are on the higher levels. Topper levels. Anyway, our enemy is a big ghost. This is, like, these were in Ocarina of Time, but you never fought them as, like this. So it's a little different. Essentially, they always reappear right behind you, and then you just hit them with an elemental arrow and rinse and repeat. It's not a very complex strategy. You can't attack them when they're reappearing and then spinning around, though, annoyingly enough. If you want to get some money, though, I do suggest that you make sure that he the ghost falls in an area that you can pick him up. Anyway, 5 arrows should be enough. 5 elemental arrows. Sweet. The real reward is over there, though. Oh yeah, there was like 10 minutes left when that chest appeared, and I was like, do I have time to open that chest? And I was like, yep, I do. And I ran all the way to it, and then I had to press the A button quickly to get that reward. In fact, I think I did a mistake like right here. I was trying to open it from the wrong angle. 5 minutes left, and I'm like, I can still do it. We're going to go around to the side. 2 minutes left before the moon crashes, and I just played a Song of Time, and oof, saved. And when I say 2 minutes left, I mean 2 minutes in that timer down there. Like there's 4 hours and 3 minutes left. That's quite a bit of time, especially in the original version where inverted Song of Time is overpowered. But imagine there's only 2 minutes left before the moon crashes, which amounts to like 2 seconds in the 3DS version with time slowed down. You'd be concerned. You don't want to get the game over scene. Also, yeah, this door is one way. Back before I knew how to get in there, I was wondering, how the hell do you open this door? Well, you gotta do the minigame on the final day. That's how you open it. Because if you follow Dampé during the day, he eventually opens that door to get back inside. You know, to go back to bed. And I used to think this is the opportunity you have to get inside. Nope. Door just stays open for unusually long because time is slowed down, but you can't go in with the NPC. That's not how that works. Oh, yeah. I got the postman right here. He wants to flee, but it's not written on the schedule, and to him, the delivery schedule, it's the highest priority. Speaking of priority, this is a priority mail seal, so he shall deliver it. There's more dialogue in the 3DS version. He mentions that it's for the mistress, and he tells you that, oh, she's at the bar right now. So that's important because you don't know, if you don't follow the postman, you won't know where he's gone to after you've given him the mail. In the 3DS version, the only way to get to that reward is by doing it early at night, for the guy in charge of the bar decides, okay, no more visitors unless you have the proof of membership. Anyway, yeah, he's selling the big bomb bag again, but don't need that. Also, he tells you it's been stolen seconds ago, but that's not the case at all. Big pose, go for 200 rupees. Not too bad. Nope. I don't deposit the money right away because I decide, okay, you know what, I'll buy those bomb shoes so they can actually fill the item menu once and for all. But I obviously have no use for them in this loop. Bomb shoes really only have one use in one of the bonus dungeons in the final dungeon. It's kind of sad that Nintendo never figured out an actual use for the bomb shoes in the 3D games. They're like, hey, it's a movable bomb, isn't this a great idea? Yeah, but you can't really design a dungeon around it, so optional item. Well, except for the few instances where you need it. Once in the final dungeon in Ocarina of Time, and once in one of the bonus dungeons. Well, actually twice in the bonus dungeon of Majora's Mask. Anyway, I lost track of the postman right here. I'm wondering where the hell is he, because he's supposed to go into the bar, but for whatever reason I just completely lost track of him. He must have been like in between transition in an area somewhere. After that I didn't check properly down there. But yeah, I'm tired of waiting so much, so let's make time more quickly. And now you can hear him. Postman, that is. Yeah, he was not in transition. I think he was still stuck in his office. He takes quite a while to get out of his office after you give him the priority mail. And I obviously didn't hear him because I was wearing a headset at a time or something. Or I had to sound really low. So I check here wondering, where the hell is he? Well, he's gone now. This is the letter he delivers to himself on the second night. It's kind of sad. He delivers himself a letter saying, okay, you've done a great job, you can leave, even if it's not written on the schedule, but he can't bring himself to do it. He's mentally locked himself into his job. And I'm still searching for him right here. But at this point, I think he's already inside, so... Yep. You can see him clearly here. So yeah, this scene right here, you need the proof of membership, the Romani mask, to be able to enter the bar if you do it late at night. But you can do it early at night if you give in the mail right away at the start of the third night. So you don't need the proof of membership in that case. So if for whatever reason you want this mask that the postman is about to give you very early on in your playthrough, well, make sure you give the priority mail early on in the night. I want to say that he will actually come out of the bar automatically after some time. You don't have to listen to the scene between the mistress and the postman, but I'm not positive. Now he's become the running man again. A troubled public servant. Troubled indeed. Anyway, as soon as he comes out, you can see Cafe coming towards us. Yep. I want to watch the cutscene as it happens, so... He's always set to get inside of this place right here at 1:30. And for whatever reason, there's some flashing lights that happen just around here as he opens the door. I'm not positive why. I think they're gone in the 3DS version. They fixed it. They fused them. Because it's like, it's a metaphor for engagement rings, their masks. In case you didn't figure it out by now. You can get this mask unlimited amount of times, and in the 3DS version, they'll actually mention it. That you got the mask again and again and again. And title has slightly different dialogue too, I think. And this is sad right here. We shall greet the morning together in death. I mean, they don't mention that, but it's pretty strongly implied. If you talk to them again, they mention the same thing. 1 hour and 30 minutes left. You can see the morning coming, but in the 3DS version, that's not the case. Imagine you're on your first loop stuck in this Ducky Scrub. The moon's about to crash in an hour and a half. Still wondering what the hell you're supposed to do, and you see the ferry just floating around, and you realize, oh, so that's where the ferry was that I need to find after those 3 days. Can't really do much at that point. Well, actually, maybe you can. You just need to get the bubble ability from the Great Fairy and then sneak into the tower, which you can do with a proper black flip. Maybe you can still get inside on time at that point if you find the fairy. Anyway, I'm waiting until only 1 hour left. Yeah, quickest way to canyons to the escape. We know paddle. Been there. This is what happens if you talk to Pappy Mask Salesman when there's less than an hour left before the moon crashes. No time remains. Time is not eternal. Please value your time. But no time is remaining. If you talk to him any other hour, he'll mention there's only 1 hour remaining, or 6 hours, or 9 hours, or something like that. He also has, he comments on every single mask you can collect. He tells you something you can do with it. And in case you didn't notice, I used the captain's hat to get a heart piece from one of the post boxes. Otherwise, you only get 1 rupee from it, which is infinite, but not really worth it. But, you know, technically, like, every time you check the box, time isn't really going to pass all that quickly, so maybe it's the fastest way to make money? Using the captain's hat? But it's still the most boring way. Anyway, we're going to shift to my actual commentary very soon, in a couple of seconds. Oh man, I got wrecked. This game's quality is wrecked whenever misfortune happens. What am I saying, you say? Well, let's just say I did a video of me playing the last couple of hours of this game. And then there was a power outage for roughly 10 seconds, and I lost all the footage I had. And all progress too, thankfully, so... Like, I just have to start back here, which is where I started the previous video, but losing that much time playing Majora's Mask is probably one of the reasons why you could say that Majora's Mask is... It needed a 3DS version with the saving whenever you want kind of thing to make it much more tolerable, because losing a couple of hours of progress and not being able to make it back in any sort of fashion because of the way this game saves is not very fun. Well, anyway, whatever the case, I am almost done with the game, as I said in the previous video, original video. All I need to do is do the Ocean House, Ocean Spider House, and then the Iguana Valley area. And I'm going to be able to do all of that in this loop, I believe. First things first, though, is I need to... get quite a few resources. Just there's something I always do after I'm able to do it, and that's save Romani. I already finished the Andrew side quest in full, so we won't be doing it in this cycle to save my sanity, because I want to have the final night for myself in this game. But as far as Romani is concerned, I always save her. Must protect the child, you know? However, we don't have to talk with her. I'm using the powder keg right now to open this up. I don't have to talk with Romani to save her. All I need is to make sure this boulder is out of the way and to be there at 2 o'clock. It's 2:30, but let's just be there a bit early. I do have to get another powder keg now because I'll need it later on in the Iguana region. Beyond that, I also need to get a blue potion and 5 magic beans. So we're gonna need to get some money. Get some right here. Pretty sure there's like a, yeah, there's a magic bean that the developers expect you to put into this thing, but don't need to do it, because once you got the hookshot, you can just go there. There's also that Deku flower that you could probably go into. Also, I want a Deku stick or two. Oh, damn, the sword's strong. The Deku stick specifically is for the ocean spider house. I only need one, but I like having two just in case. Okay, I got enough money. It'd be easier to farm money in the north section of Termina Field because the Dodongos there are worth 50 rupees. The big Dodongos are worth 50 rupees. And they're fairly easy to kill, especially with the gilded sword. Oh, and of course I got the couples mask last loop. All we need to do to use it is to talk to Dotor when the mayor's office is open, which is at 10 AM. Now I'm gonna go to the southern swamp because that's where we can get, conveniently enough, the magic bean and the blue potion. As long as you have the mask of sense, that is. And hopefully I'll also get a Ducky stick. In fact, I'm pretty much guaranteed to get a Ducky stick. Although I would like two. Ducky sticks, you can't find them in the grass, that's the problem. Or the normal patches of grass, at least. There are some pieces of grass that do drop it. Typically this one right over here. See? Always drops a Ducky stick for whatever reason. Now, Gorons can drown, but as long as the water is shallow for them, they can go on in it all they want, weirdly enough. And once you put the Mask of Sense on, you got this animation and patch of yeah. You can see what I can smell. The scent. You can see the scent. But there's no actual model for the mushroom itself. Cool. The 2 Deku sticks. That's what I had in my previous recording that got screwed up by the power outage. And that was more than enough for the ocean spider house. Yeah, can't get the ingredients for this, I'm sold out. But we just gave her the ingredients, just now we gotta leave and come back in and then the blue potion will be available. And you might have noticed that I have exactly 60 rupees. It's enough to afford it. Thankfully she's nice. I want a blue potion. I gave her a mushroom, so she gives me 1 blue potion free. For this one time. It's unfortunate that blue potions just aren't very useful in this game because of the Romani milk effect that gives you infinite magic starting from essentially the first night at 10 PM. What am I doing? I need to get the magic beans. Well, I might as well soar to the other side of the swamp instead of having to transform. But yeah, blue potions just aren't very useful because magic jars, when you find them in the grass or just regularly, give out more than enough magic to usually refill your magic meter. And beyond that, you don't use magic all that often. And you didn't even use it all that often back in Ocarina of Time anyway. I need to be a Deku, that's right. Anyway, we need 5 magic beans for the puzzle that we will do in Epona Valley. And hopefully my progress will stick this time. Easily one of the biggest deal breakers when it comes to Majora's Mask. This version specifically, 3DS is obviously a lot better considering it allows you to save during the middle of the game. But when a power outage strikes after you've done hours of gameplay, you don't want to play and do all these things over again. It just feels bad. I can understand if you don't ever want to play the game ever again after that. So 5 magic beans and blue potion. That's what we need for one of the puzzles that we'll have to do in Epona Valley. We technically need a whole lot more, but we get all of the other materials we need in that mini dungeon. Unless, of course, you don't know about it, in which case, whoops, you end up going in and out of the dungeon multiple times. But that was me back when I first did that dungeon, so I guess I'll explain it proper when we get to there. Again, in my case. Anyway, as far as the fighter house is concerned, I'm pretty sure most of you have already seen it. Just over here. I could have done it in my previous cycle, but I didn't because I didn't have the captain's hat, which is quite convenient. Oh, incidentally, I'm a little curious. There was a specific order to a puzzle in my previous recording of this. I wonder if it's been re-randomized now. And I also have to remember again that I need to be in clock down at midnight. It's quite important. I almost forgot last time. Oh, for this house, if you're planning on doing it yourself, the most important thing you need is the hookshot and fire arrows, a bomb to open this entrance, the Goron mask, and Deku sticks makes things a lot more convenient too. Captain's hat will help with the puzzle, but it's not necessary if you're willing to guess and have a lot of arrows to spare. And yeah, I think that's it. So again, Goron mask, hookshot, fire arrows, and the bow that comes with it, and a bomb for the entrance. Deku sticks makes things easier, and pretty much it. This place looks a lot more like a house compared to the Southern Swamp spider house, but it's still a little weird, especially with the entrance. Oh yeah, this is one of the reasons you want the Deku sticks, because it's convenient to burn these things. Oh wow. I'm looking at my computer right now and Steam just finally updated and reconnected to the internet. Took it long enough. Like I literally tried to make it work like 10 minutes ago. It froze on me and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna wait for it to work again soon enough, and finally started working. I really don't like these spiders that are hiding these spots, because from this angle it's kind of hard to see which ones have holes on top of them, which is the ones that you have to hit. Especially if it's dark in your computer area. If it's dark you can barely see the holes at all, so because of that you just end up kind of guessing. Anyway, captain's hat. Because of this guy. I'm gonna talk to him when you're up here, though. Secrets of this place. Green should be shot first. That was the same as it was last time I did this for the crash. And if it's the same, then that means green is the only. This is the only time I ever have to shoot green. I'll no matter what, I'll still look at all the hints, pretend I didn't know, but you know. Gotta be up here. This library. Get this. Get the Skulltula all the way here. Can't do it from below. There is a Skulltula up on this thing too, but you can reach it from here. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, red is 6th. Let's just say there's 4 colors: green, blue, red, and yellow. Yellow is never used in my randomized set. You have to shoot a certain set of colors up to 6 times, and it's randomized for every file, but in my file one of the colors was never chosen, so it makes it easier to remember, let's just say. And green is only chosen once, so it's really just red, blue, red, blue. But, you know, maybe it's a coincidence that it's been the same so far. So, you know. Hate these things. Yeah, I know exactly where to look for all of them because I'm used to it. The areas where they are hiding is very fresh into my memories. When I was doing this in the fake attempt, or not fake attempt, previous attempt that failed, I had to look around a little bit at least. Because it's the areas that some of them are hiding is a little different in the 3DS version. Just to be in this area. I don't know why, but they changed it a bit. I was hoping that I would have aimed at the exact time it needed to also burn this place. Oh yeah, I believe this specific Skulltula over here was... its location was changed for whatever reason. Still one left. The only way to get to it is going up here. This. It was right here. Only 6 left. They're all in here. But what's this? A bunch of skull kids. What am I doing? this. Red should be shot second. Yeah, it's the same. Blue shot third. And I believe the one next to me, I'm gonna say blue should also be shot fifth. Yep. And the last one says red is shot fourth. No yellow here, Survey. Yep. So you need the bow for this puzzle. I got a really easy sequence that was randomized. Usually usually the sequence is not something you can guess easily unless you have 50 arrows. That's the problem. Because usually when I'm playing this game casually on my 3DS, I just guess the sequence because I have 50 arrows, but not the skull captain's hat. That's the problem. So I just guess the sequence, and usually I get it right, but it takes nearly all of my arrows to do it. Alright, time to get the last couple of fighters. Come on. I know there's 3 above my head right now, but I still need 1 more. I think I might have skipped one. Oh no, it's over there. In that corner. I worried for nothing. I just didn't notice that it had an open hole in it. That's the problem. When you're Hylian Link at ground level, you don't see if there's that hole over those spots. And the only ones you ought to check are the ones with holes on top of them, but because of the angle, you don't know which ones they are. Annoying. Anyway, yeah, you have to do this whole puzzle in the first day, otherwise you don't get the proper reward for it, which is the giant's wallet. If you do it in the second day, you only get 50 rupees, and if you do it in the final day, it's only 20 rupees. Thankfully, in the 3DS version, they realized how stupid that was and made the reward the same for all days. Because it's not an insubstantial puzzle that you're doing here, and the game doesn't tell you that you'll be wasting your time not getting the proper reward if you do it in the other days. Or possibly, if you don't have time slowed down, you just take too long to complete on time. Because doing this without the slowdown in time is also not very easy. And you need a giant's wallet to hold up 500 rupees, so you can have 500 rupees to buy one of the masks. Anyway, I finished it much faster than last time. I've got like an extra hour, probably 2. So now I gotta go start farming for rupees, really. And we do that by going through our little Zora friends. Here's Zora's Cape. Wow. I hate Beaver so much. Screw you. Oof, just barely. So yeah, this is the best way to farm for money, because as long as you get the timing down, or basically the place you ought to be doing the thing from. You always get 90 rupees, which is a lot. And if you do it 5 times in a row, you just made 500, not 500, you just made 450 rupees in like 10 minutes of in-game time. Crap. This is why I hate the aiming in the N64 originals with the Wii U Pro Controller. You're trying to move it a little to the side, but you can't, so you just decide, okay, it's good enough, and then this happens, where it goes off the direction too far. Here, I'm not close enough. I hate that he admonishes you like you're doing so lame when you don't destroy them all at once. You're basically doing the same motion every time, it's just the position that matters. Oh, your motion was so stiff. It's always stiff, quote unquote. Moron. I'm always... My position has always been modified because he always talks to me right here. And also because of the way the Zora punches, it always makes you move a little forward. Ugh, coughed a bit. Yeah, see, I'm moving a bit too much forward. Ugh, come on. It's gonna, I'm a bit too much to the left, that's the problem. Even if you screw up, like even if you screw up with no money left, you don't lose anything. The Zora's just like, oh, whoops, can't afford to pay it back. I guess I'm just gonna pay off the difference myself later. So this is literally free money, essentially. I think I screwed up, yeah. Ugh. You can do this as a healing if you want. Or Gorons, basically. You can just lay the powder keg and it'll blow all them up. In fact, let's try it. I want to see what the different dialogue is here when you use the powder keg. Yep. That was very interesting dialogue. Problem is that using the powder keg is like minimum 50 rupees, and if you buy it at the mountains, it's 100 rupees. So you're not making any profit. You're not making much profit, no matter what. 40 rupee profit, and you have to buy a powder keg every single time. Not worth it. So you might be wondering why am I having out time by trying to get rupees. Well, it's because there's this little thing that I need for doing the Epona Valley quest area that requires me to have a song that's only available after the first night, during the first night specifically. And I wasn't able to get it last cycle, so I have to wait. It's actually kind of annoying. The whole thing is annoying. You all saw that I got the captain's hat a couple of hours ago. The thing is, getting the captain's hat, if you screw up at beating Kita, he disappears in this version and never comes back in that cycle. You have to do the Song of Time to get another chance to fight him. In the 3DS version, they completely nerfed him to the ground. And you can fight him as many times as you want, and he's super slow, so screwing up fighting him in the first place is just improbable. But even so, the fact that he disappears forever if you screw up fighting him in this version is not very fun, considering you need to beat him, and then you need to be on the first night of the current cycle to even get the proper reward to continue with Iguana Valley, you know? Anyway, I'm here to deposit my money. I don't know why I'm going around so much. God, he had 2,000 rupees last time. Now I'm back down to 800. Special gift. 5 rupees. Interest. It's 0.5 interest. Not a good deal. Also, it's the only time he ever pays you interest, so... Ugh. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be farming rupees until 5 o'clock specifically. If you destroy all the shrubs here, you get 20 rupees at the last one, as I implied way earlier in this playthrough. And these guys can sod off. They don't have anything I just need to say anymore. Yep, it used to be that I would get money from these big dodongos before I learned about the Zora trick. It's more fun to defeat these guys though. Then there's this wall that gives you rupees, it randomly gives you rupees whenever you perform the song that is on the wall. Unfortunately, most of the time it was 3 rupees when I was doing it my previous recording that got destroyed, and so it wasn't really worth it. But if you're lucky, you might get 60 rupees, which is not too shabby, I guess. No, I might as well show a monster that's unique to this game. And hopefully I'll be careful not to get screwed up by it this time. The Takuri, it's a bird that roams near the entrance to Milk Road. It steals your things if it hits you. It only needs to hit you once to steal a thing. And it's not like the like where you can defeat it after it steals something. Maybe it's possible, but it starts running the moment it gets something from you. And aiming in this game is not easy, so you don't get a chance to defeat it as it runs away. It will go to clock down and it will disappear in a matter of seconds. So usually it's better to be careful and not deal with it at all, but if you do deal with it, you do get a lot of money out for your trouble if you beat it. Just make sure to keep your distance from it, because it goes for you real fast when it notices you. Takes quite a few hits too. Oh, and one more thing, don't defeat it with the light arrows. When you defeat somebody with the light arrows, it drops 50 rupees. This thing though drops more than that. It drops 200 rupees. Hell yes! But yeah, that was pretty much the only time I'm ever gonna beat it, because it's dangerous to fight it. Sometimes you do screw up, and because of that it steals your sword or one of your bottles, and you have to buy it back at the curiosity shop. If you do the Song of Time though, you'll get it back you'll get it back normally, because time travel for some reason it ignores if your sword was stolen for some unknown reason. As for the price of your sword or stolen items, it's usually cheap, like 20 rupees or 50 at most. Yeah, we're just gonna go out by here. Oh, I forgot about the couple's mask again. We're gonna do it after I farm for a couple more here. I have until night anyway. I farm for money until 5 o'clock. And we can start Aqua Valley proper. And I could like set myself up to go directly to the final dungeon after I finish it, but there's still a quest I have to do after that requires me to jump back to previous loop, and we'll probably do the Anju side quest one more time, as well as save Romani from the aliens in that loop. And it won't be too long because we're going to be skipping a lot of time in that final loop. Although I will be complaining. This is primarily why I'm farming for money right now, because farming is really boring. Look at this sequence. Horrible. Did it on my first try and I got 15 rupees for my trouble. Or was that just 10 rupees? Ugh. Not worth it. And once again, I have to remind myself, I need to go to Lockdown at midnight. Be there at midnight, specifically, to do the side quest thing. If I screw up and miss the timing, that's gonna be really, really bad. 2 jump attacks is enough to defeat it. And the reward in that chest is not worth it. One heart. It was a piece of heart originally when I did it in the very first loop when I was stuck as a ducky scrub. But yeah, defeating the Dodongo is basically my go-to way of getting money originally. It is until I found out about the Zora secret. But I still prefer it doing the Dodongo thing because you get 50 rupees every time you defeat one, and the 50 rupee drops are just kind of fun to you know, to loot. And getting the timing down to dealing damage repeatedly to the Dodongo while they're trying to move around to hit you with their tail is also kind of fun. But anyway, the fastest way to actually farm for money is during night, defeating bubbles with the light arrows. By the way, this crow right here, it goes around the entirety of Termina Field. I don't know if there's a secret associated with going around Termina Field as a Goron or something like that, like going on a race with the crow, but I think it exists. Oh, you know what? Let's get the key from Anju. Like, it's a free 100 rupees, so. Yeah, I'm gonna screw that Goron over again. Which was wondering about the joke about a Goron being named the same as Link. It's because there was one in Ocarina of Time. Now, the problem is that Goron was in the future where Link was an adult. So one has to wonder, how the hell is a Goron named Link in this timeline? And you might say, well, the Goron was a child that Darina named that was called Link. But here's the thing, that child is still like a baby, or still should be a baby in this timeline. So how is the Goron an adult already here? He was smaller than this in Ocarina of Time after the 7-year time skip. So weird. Like if you sell fish to Curious shop guy, it's 50 rupee a piece. Not too bad, it is. But I think it might be 20 rupees a piece, which is not all that worth it. Then we're gonna go back to the Zora Cape and we're gonna do the mini game again one more time because it's gonna be near 5 o'clock by the time I'm done. Stupid levers. Yep, don't even have 10 rupees, so he has to eat the loss. See? Like I said. Oh, how am I so... Yeah. Oh, we're supposed to do a backwards jump. That's not a backwards jump. And I'm too far. Ugh. That's better. That's not. To be when I was young, I was always wondering how the hell are you supposed to hit all those jars. It never occurred to me that I had to use the boomerang's arc of the Zora fins as a way to do it. Okay, one more time. Two more times. Perfect. 500 rupees. That's roughly half my bank account full. With the light arrows, when we'll be done with the Epona Valley area, and hopefully it'll be night at the time, it shouldn't take too much time for me to get the rest of the money. And worst comes to worst, we'll just farm it in the next cycle. Yep, half done. Iguana Canyon. Don't know why I keep calling it Iguana Valley. Well, probably because Iguana Valley is the area below the canyon. There's always a fairy net grass. It's time for us to just look around. And yeah, that sealed gate will never open, but there's a hole here that allows us to pass through, but can't do anything. Hit this thing and it reveals some light that's coming from somewhere. No one knows who. And you'd shine it on this thing to reveal the way, but nope. It's a shortcut. Not the actual way you're supposed to enter it. Yeah, the captain's hat doesn't work for summoning the undead, unfortunately. You have to use the Goro's mask. Which it has a different design in the 3DS version, because these guys call you the master, you know? But you're wearing the same mask as them, which is not the master's mask. They're very easy to deal with, though. You just block their hit and then stab them. I just thought of doing something else right now. Like, let's pretend that I'm gonna do what I need to do. I just don't have the right song for it yet. Also, that hint was not relevant to what I wanted to actually do. The actual hint they should be giving you is that you need to do something with the spring water cave. What business have you in Inquata Kingdom, land where only the dead roam? This is no place for one as full of life as you. Or do you say that you wish to join the dead? That is fine. If that is the case, then sleep gently to the melody of darkness that the great composer, Sharp, shall play, and join the ranks of the dead. It's just game over if you let him kill you. He deals damage automatically if you're in the same room that he is in. Oh no, the Song of Healing doesn't work on this guy. So you can't do anything in there. Deals damage to you every like second. They'll have enough time, yeah. You can see Sakon right over there, that's the thing. And here's the thing, we won't be seeing Sakon on the other days. Hey, that's a nice sword you have, hehe. You know, lately, frightening ghosts have been appearing in swarms in Iguana Village across the river. It seems that they're the ghosts of Iguana's royal family or something. There's no one living there anymore, so I moved nearby, hehe. Now there's only a curious parent and child living there while they research the ghost. Did I mention that is one nice sword? Can I see it for a second? Yeah, sure. Huh, really? I don't want to trouble you, but... What? Some red thing? What is it? It seems hostile. Yeah, Tattle covers for you if you're stupid enough to let him see your sword. Not that it would matter. You could turn into a Goron and completely split him in half. And Spoiler alert, if you put him next to a bomb, he will die. By the way, these enemies all spawn nearby as you walk here, but if you wear the stone mask, they won't. Anyway, put this back on. Night of the first day. 60 hours remain. Yeah, these enemies right here, hit them with the light arrows, 50 rupees, free. The only problem is that they only appear at night or in dungeons. But they appear in droves at night, so, you know, convenient. We will have to return here for the second night as well, for another grave to uncover. Fortunately, I did the third grave last loop. You know, the one that gives you the 6th bottle. In the 3DS version, it's a piece of heart, which is probably for the best. This 6th bottle is completely useless in most playthroughs of this game for most people. Because by the time you get it, you've already done the Great Bay area and everything, so... What use could you have for it? And the second grave will lead you to the other side over there, if you're wondering. Kill all the bats. That's it? Oh, there it is. For some reason you can't Z-target these bats. Well, occasionally. There. And our reward is... ₹50. I mean, it's not bad. We need to get some money. Anyway, since I have a Dicky stick, I can show the quote-unquote proper way they probably expected you to do this. The only thing is that there's a whole bunch of bats that appear as you do this, and because of that, most of them will catch fire. Deal even more damage to you. Oh, what is this? It's... a Gerudo! Seriously. I mean, it's called an Iron Knuckle, but if you, in Ocarina of Time, you realize that the Iron Knuckles were actually Gerudo women brainwashed to be warriors for Ganondorf or the Twin Rover or whatever. And it's the same model in this game. Also managed to hit me. But they're the exact same, and the weapon I have is much more powerful than the Master Sword. It deals like double damage compared to it. So because of that, these enemies are really easy in this game. Are you the one who freed my soul? It's Sharp's brother. I serve the Epona royal family. I am the composer called Flat. Songs connected to the royal family that remain here were all composed by my brother and I. Oh, Sharp, my dear brother. He sold his soul to the devil and was the one who locked me in here. You who do not fear the dead, learn well the song that is inscribed behind me. If you ever meet my brother, I'd like you to inform him. 1,000 years of raindrops summoned by my song are my tears. The thunder that strikes the earth is my anger. I have made my request. So there's an upside to this song that we're about to learn, the Song of Storms. Now we don't need to use spring water to make magic beans grow anymore. It's too bad we don't really use magic beans at all already. Alright, another reused song from Ocarina of Time. Instead of the Sun song, though, it's the Song of Storms they teach you. Other uses for the Song of Storms is to, if you're cursed by one of those bubbles enemies, you know, the ones that keep you from using your sword, you can actually play the Song of Storms and that will uncurse you. So that's quite convenient. And beyond that, it's for the plot progression thing, obviously. So we're gonna do stuff until like 11:30, in which case I have to scram and go back to clock down. How much we can do until 11:30? I think I can get the mirror shield. Assuming I don't screw up. Time moves so slowly compared to the 3DS version. I tend to underestimate how much I can do in this version comparatively. We're gonna need this. I understand your desire. You don't give up. I see you really do wish to join the ranks of the dead. Nah, I've got a song this time. That's the proper song. What is this? This song? Upskirt. To its body that is literally just a blob of shadow. No, it can't be. That song. Weird blur effect is applied here for whatever reason. To show that he's kind of being banished. Except, not really. You'll see. For the time being though, let's watch this pretty decently long cutscene. This is one of those cutscenes I actually wish I could skip. It's neat, but it's not emotional comparatively to the other long cutscenes. Like, it's overly long how displays how this thing, this music box, defeats these enemies right here. Also, the music box music is going to be playing over the entirety of Epona Valley from now on, so that's annoying. Too bad, because the daytime tune of Epona Valley before you complete the area is really, really good. The best rendition of the that specific theme, because it plays over all the areas. Basically, a southern swamp, the mountains, the Great Big Coast. It's all the same tune, but rendered differently for the specific area, and I like the Epona Valley version the best. You are banished! They really could have just shown that one being banished and the others being banished quickly, but no, they gotta show all that being banished one by one. Well, mostly one by one. Also, there was a lot of shaking on my controller right here. Quite brutal. I think they might have overtuned the Wii U Pro controller shaking rumble effect. Forgive your foolish brother who dreamt of the arrival of the royal family. Ye who do not fear the dead. With my brother's song, you have broken the curse that was placed upon me. It is all thanks to you. We dead should not be lingering here in this land. It was all a trick of the scold kid for whatever reason. It's got to be responsible for everything. Where it upset things. If you truly do not fear the dead, I wish for you to go to the temple in this land and sever the root of the evil curse that torments us. Which is a really weak curse in this version. Do that. I, the only one who knows the way into the temple, shall direct you to the king. The king is in the ruins of Epona Castle, awaiting the coming of the one who will break the curse. He is totally not cursed himself. I have vain a final request. So yeah, the game just told you gotta see the king. But the whole Epona Castle is sealed. How do you get to that place? Well, I guess we better check out what the girl is doing right now. So I'm wearing the stone mask right now. The girl's right here. If you don't have the stone mask on, she will always detect you as you approach her right here. And beyond that, you're going to have to wait either 2 minutes to be able to enter the house, in which case she'll actually go much further away, which will give you the opportunity to enter it. Or you place a bomb next to her door, and that will actually make her open it much faster. But if you have the stone mask, you can skip all that. And instead encounter this. This was so creepy to me when I was a kid. Now, I could attack him directly, which is what I did when I was younger. I attacked him directly, and that's the wrong thing to do. After a couple of hits, you are stopped by the girl, and she tells you, go away, because clearly she cares about this specific mummy. It took me like 4 attempts before I figured out I'm supposed to do this. Father? Father! Pamela! What have I been doing this whole time? Haven't been doing anything. You had a bad dream. Just having a little nightmare. Pamela. And our rewarder is right here. God, that ruins the mood so much, this tune right here. Thankfully, in the repeat playthroughs, if you save them again, the music doesn't play. Because you don't get the mask, you already have it. If you try to approach them, Tattle would tell you, hey, they're having a moment, don't bother them. And this is one of the primary reasons why it's so important and why it's so lame that in the current time, NPCs don't talk to each other, and that Majora's Mask, they do talk to each other. This is one of the most beautiful moments of the game, where 2 NPCs talk to each other without, like, you're here in the scene, but you're not involved. You don't belong here. Ocarina of Time has so much trouble establishing relationships without telling, because that's all it can do. That scene that we saw right there is one of the primo examples of showing instead of telling that these two are a daughter and father, although she's a little bit more mature than her age implies. Like, she looks like she's 5, but she acts more like she's 12 at least. It's hard to tell with Japanese games, unfortunately, whether or not a little girl is 12 or 5 or $500. $500. 5,000 years old. Look at the various things he's got here. I think there's more in the 3DS version. A mummified man. Its scientific name is Gibdo. Epona tells of a treasure that rests at the bottom of the well on the hilltop. It seems the spirits of those who became Gibdos upon entering the well in search of that treasure still linger inside. There was a period missing right there. Instead, going down is a petrifying experience, so even the mummy hunter may become mummified. Guess what happened to him? Are you curious about that picture? That is the ghost of a ninja. Its scientific name is Garo Robe. They are merely shells that are empty on the inside. They're the shells of spies from an enemy nation sent to investigate Epona. They have been unable to forget their living days. Even now, their spirits, emptiness cloaked in darkness, continue to spy. According to rumor, those Garo frequently appear near the branch on the far side of town. You already know this because you needed the Garo path to get here, unfortunately. So that hint isn't of any use. It's just like a lore thing. Now I wonder what happens if you show him this mask. Yep. Where did you get that? Yeah, you can talk to Gibdo itself. No, you don't need to research for that mask anymore. Oh, he has no comment for the Garo mask. Or the captain's hat. That's unfortunate. I think he'd be interested. We're just gonna put the Gibdo mask right here. And this. Gibdo mask is kind of boring, unfortunately. You only really use it for like one mini dungeon. Yeah, she forces you out if you wear the Gibdo mask in front of her. That's actually kind of cute. She's still creeped out by it. And I would be too if I was traumatized with my parent being stuck in the basement in a closet, mummified, half mummified specifically. Like, he was still in the process of being mummified, according to lore, but he's always in that state no matter what. Anyway, we gotta go to the well right here. Entry prohibited due to ghost sightings. Nintendo has a bit of trouble actually making actual wells, I gotta say. This does not look like a well at all. Like it says it's beneath the well, but why are there such big tunnels beneath the well? Leave me something blue that bestows health. The blue potion. In a 3DS version, it's just something that bestows health. And this guy right here wants something that's crunchy, and he wants 5 of them. Something that sprouts when it's watered, preferably 5 of them. If you don't have 5 of them, he's not going to accept it. And that's the only 2 things you need to start this mini dungeon. Outside of this entry. Beyond that, everything else you need, because there's plenty of other Gibdos you're going to talk to that are going to ask for stuff, you can find it in the dungeon itself. I wish I had known that back when I did this when I was younger, but I was stubborn, and every time I had to give something else, I was like, okay, I gotta go outside of the dungeon and get this specific item. I need a fish. Well, there's one in Clocktown. Totally not one right here. H2O. Unfortunately, water, a fish inside water is not H2O. Deliciously fresh. That is a fish. Some passages lead to just like money, so not very useful, while others lead to more things that you need to get. Like hot spring water, right over there. We need... Well, we will need more fish. At least 2 more, I think, so... I'm gonna get 2. But now I need normal water. As for the hot spring water, we'll get it later. And getting past that, the traps that lead to the hot spring water is really annoying. I'm gonna say that right now. I have a lot of magic and a lot of arrows, so this isn't too difficult, but bringing a ducky stick does make going around and getting these torches lit a lot easier. Just a bit of advice. Oh, and there's bugs right here. I wonder if we're gonna need bugs to trade too. Yes, you will. Some things are easier to get, like you need bombs to trade with at some point, like I think 5 of them, and you get like all the ones you need right here. I believe we need 2 sets of bugs. If not, I got an extra fish, in which case I'm gonna have to change that. Don't get caught. It won't. The Gibdos technically will never reset once you've made them leave. They'll leave for this loop, because obviously they'll be reset if you do a new loop. But if you leave the dungeon, like if you're being forced by the hand, it's fine. The Gibdos will still be gone. You'll have to start over the entire thing. Anyway, if you want to heal, you go here. Weirdly enough, you don't need a fairy. Another bug. Yeah, so we're gonna need a 3rd bug for sure. Invisible chests? This late into the game? For shame, Nintendo. These aren't useful anymore. The lens of truth, you can't make it useful. Sorry. Just don't need to see the thing. for it to matter. Yeah, we will need one more bug. It's the fish that I think I got one extra of. You know, accidentally, not that I meant. An extra fish. Possible to get crushed by these things, by the way. You do get damaged by them if you stand next to them, obviously. But it's faster to just like get hit by them than to turn into a DQ and then turn back. Because you need to keep wearing the Gibdo mask during the entire time you're here. Ah! Ambush. There we go. Bats can never freeze themselves again, but they can get some big fix right here. They can put themselves back on fire. In fact, their AI is specifically programmed to be able to do that. That was useless. Deliciously fresh. There's a snow remorse. Something that makes a blinding flash, preferably 10 of them. We do not have 10 Deku nuts. But we will be able to get some. Right here. Need 3 more. Well, 2 more, but we're gonna get 3 more. Thankfully, these plants right here respawn fairly quickly. We're doing good time. It's 9:30. We just need to be back at Clock Town by midnight. And we're like nearly done with the dungeon already. There's just like a mini boss that might take like a half an hour or so. Get bugs here, but that won't be necessary. See, there's a big room over there. Oh, you can slay the Gibdos, by the way, but that's not a good idea. It won't open the door. Melt ice and quench one spirit. We're gonna need to bring the hot spring water to this guy. And this one wants 10 refreshing blasts. Bombs? You want them? They're yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. Or in this case, let me enter this room, where I will fight a mini-boss. We fought this one before. My only warning is that don't go selling it at the curiosity shop. You need this for a trade. And the only other big ghost is the one you find at the inside the grave in the graveyard. That's only available on the 3rd night. But not a good trade. He always appears behind you. Like directly behind you. Quite lame. Mix up your strategy, man. Okay, so now we're gonna get the hot spring water. Again, it is gonna be a bit troublesome. Basically, there's a hand that protects the hot spring water, and the only way I've managed to get that hand out of the way is by turning into a Zora at the last moment and turning on the electric shield. Wow, I am actually kind of running out of time. Like, I've already beaten the mini-boss, but let's hurry up a bit. Just because of this thing right here. Turn into a Zora. There we go. Perfect. If it grabs you, it throws you as you kill it. That's the annoying thing. Oh yeah, you got roughly 2 minutes to bring that hot spring water to whatchamacallit. God damn it, I got stuck here. And the whole reason you're doing this actually is just for opening that door. And what's that in that door is not all that relevant to, like, if you already know what you need from that place, then you don't need to do this trade right here. But I'm doing it anyway, just to show that you can do it. Oh, I could have used that magic actually. It's a cow, it's a moo cow. You do Epona song, and you need to know that you can actually do this if you sing the Epona song next to the cow. Nice music. This is something you know from Ocarina of Time. I'm not sure if Majora's Mask ever teaches you this. That doing Epona song next to a cow makes the cow give you milk. Oh, cool. Magic was still there. I am saved. Okay, now we're only going in one direction to get the mirror shield. Oh, but we do need sticks. Do you need? Falling creepy. I got you covered, bro. Yeah, I think I took one extra fish. And I could have brought a ducky stick that was lit, but this. Yeah, I already have. There we go. 50 extra rupees. More money. More money, more trouble. Now you might be wondering, well, why do you like the torches with ducky sticks? Well, that's part of the puzzle here, or at least that's what they expected. At the end, you gotta light plenty of torches, and it's easier to do it with a ducky stick. Of course, you can use the fire arrows, but that consumes a decent amount of magic. Then we gotta leave a ghost to this guy, and it's gotta be a big one at that. Well, there you go, bud. It's 11, but as long as I make it back before midnight, I'm fine. Oh my god. Ghost. Yeah, see, you can see the lights right here that I should have done. So let's just give this guy the milk. Something rich in calcium. If you don't have very much knowledge on these kind of things, you kind of get screwed. Like, some people don't know that milk is rich in calcium. What about those people, huh? Anyway, rip fish. I picked you an extra. Shouldn't have done that. And I don't need to give no mask anymore. That was the last trade. So yeah, right here. Light these torches. It's just way easier than using the fire arrows 4 times. And there's a time limit too to lighten them all, so... The mirror shield, it can reflect certain kinds of light. Press R to assume a defensive position. Yeah. Here, you got light. Mirror shield gets so much more mileage in this game. Unfortunately, once you get the light arrows, it's almost completely put to waste. This is a little tricky to do, by the way. Some people don't notice that there's a big block in the way, and that they have to put light on it too. But it's good design to show that, okay, you can shine light on this sun thing, and you can also shine lights on these block things. And that's how you know how you can solve puzzles with the mirror shield, you know, until you get the light arrows. And that's the castle. Ancient Castle of Epona. And we are out of here because we gotta go into Clocktown right away. I'm actually surprised how close this was. I was sure it was gonna be done by 10 at latest. I guess in this particular case I overestimated how much I was gonna be able to get done. Instead it was the exact amount of time, really, that I needed. $11:30, perfect. Now we won't be able to finish. Epona Castle because I'm stubborn. Because I'm gonna be as soon as it's 2 o'clock, I'm actually going back to the ranch to save Romani, and that covers pretty much the rest of the night. I'm not doing anything suspicious, really. And since it's past 10, we're actually gonna go ahead and get some Romani milk real soon. Anyway, the old lady's still not here, so let's just respawn those things. I think she appears at midnight. And yes, I'm gonna purposely leave the time in slowdown, which is gonna make the scene that's gonna play a little silly. But that's just to accentuate how silly it is for time to move this slowly. Yeah, I've got the power key. About that. To be honest, the ancient castle of Epona is not that. No, you know what? 1 hour and 30 minutes. That's just not enough time to do the ancient castle of Epona. Not even sure. Like, I think I'm only gonna do like 1/3 of it. You know? If I can get the piece of heart that's connected to the area, that would be great. And here's the old lady. Midnight. I think if you enter this area after midnight, I'm not positive if the lady spawns at all. I think she does. I'm not positive. The problem is, I remember distinctly the first time, or one of the first times I played this game, she's like, I entered this area the moment these two were about to collide with each other. Sakon and the old lady. And as a Deku Scrub, you can't do anything to save her. You need a sword. You can also use your bow and arrow to blow him up. You can murder Sakon if you feel like it. However, that's the bad result of dealing with these two. Because one, the old lady doesn't get her bomb bag back. And two, Sakon is dead, which means Cafe can't follow him back to his hideout. And therefore, Anju and Cafe never get back with each other. So even though it's funny for Link to actually murder someone, it's the bad thing to do in terms of results. Ouch! Watch out! Stop, thief! Give the old lady her luggage back. Yeah, the 3DS is a bit more it's a bit more specific about telling you that you need to stop this guy. He goes a long way around. Look at him. The game gives you ample time to get him. In the 3DS version, as soon as you hit him, I think it goes into cutscene. Thank you. Since he didn't make it off with them, I can finally stock big bomb bags at our shop. Yeah, They already sell bomb bags, just this is big bomb bags that she wants to sell. Yes, I must thank you. It's a dangerous mask, but maybe you could use it to throw your own festival fireworks show. She just gave us a suicide belt. You blast your own face off. Thanks for helping me. Take care. Guard the old woman's luggage. The more pertinent effect of doing this is that because Sakon didn't get the big bomb bag, he's not going to give it to the curiosity shop owner for him to sell on the third night, and instead he's going to sell something else. Something much more unique. But yeah, we got another hour and a half, roughly, to do stuff here. And I didn't get the Romani milk thing, but I can do that later. We gotta rush! Oh, the light's still there. You need to be rather close to the for it to work. But yeah, this is a much easier way to enter the place. Oh no, a bunch of re-deads. Well, it turns out the re-deads have intense respect for the captain's hat, as well as the other various masks that are affiliated with the undead. So for this place, you actually kind of want to be wearing captain's hat or something like that. Anything will do. We need to go off to the right, I believe, first. No, we don't. We can't do anything on the right side. Come on. Wow, I was not fast enough to do that. I think I have to do it from here. Yep, that's where you're supposed to do it from. And if you jump on that fire, that counts as basically falling into a pit. So careful. Now we have this room. And we actually do kind of get some mileage out of using the lens of truth here, and a lot of lag for it too. This is quite a bit easier in the 3DS version. I think they moved around the stupid Skulltulas. Yeah, I found out in the 3DS version you can just jump here. I always thought that you had to use the ducky flower to get all the way to the other side. It is not the case. You can just jump to it. I never thought Link could do the jump until I played the 3DS version and I realized, yeah, you can make that jump. It's actually not hard at all. Okay. Now what I do here is go here and not fall off. Wow, that was close. Need to press that switch over there. And then I'm gonna fly over to the other side to get a piece of heart. And that will be it. We'll leave and go to Romani Ranch. There's only 30 minutes left, it's not very much time. Well, it's technically 1 hour left, but we have to account for the time it takes for me to get into the ranch, you know? And getting inside these flowers and getting back out is quite costly. Also, what we just did right there is not very clear. I will admit that. The game is not clear at all about what we just did there. What we did is that we put a light source inside the castle. Oh, come on. And that light source is what we use to continue with our adventure. The catch-22 is that problem is that once you have that light source out, you think, oh well, this is how you do this, and you gotta go inside the thing that we just revealed. But then you go inside and you're back inside the castle, and you're wondering, huh? What am I supposed to do here? And that's when you realize you need the powder keg. Okay, I have enough time to get the Romani milk. Because I just gotta be at the ranch at 2:30. That's all I need. And I do want infinite magic right now. Kind of feel bad for not helping Anju, but that's just how it is. Can't complete her quest line when you're doing the blast mask quest line. Yeah, he says that there's a huge boulder blocking the way. But the only way you can get in here to talk to him is if you have the Romani mask, so you already know that. Again, lore reason things. In unlimited power! Come on. Sometimes there are some areas where your song will not do anything. Or using the ocarina will not do anything. Not for all songs, but like inside the Stockpot Inn, I think the Song of Double Time doesn't work. I'm not positive, but I think the Song of Double Time doesn't work for whatever reason. Which is really, really weird because there's an NPC in there that skips time for you. Okay, we're doing good. Although we're kind of short on arrows. Two o'clock, but 2 o'clock just marks the time where Romani is coming out of her house. Not when the aliens drop in. Will we have time to catch up to talk to her? She's moving slowly. She gets in at 2:15, I believe. Yeah, she's moving slowly. But we don't know her, so all she's got to say is... It's almost time. Oh, and Epona is back here, because I never used her. She's so useless in this game, it's unfortunate. With the Gorman mask and the bunny hood and all that stuff, there's just no reason to use Epona except when the game wants you to. And then there's the bomb glitch that allows you to jump to anywhere you want, which makes her even more useless. You don't need her to go into the areas that you are expected to. I think in one particular case, I actually tried to shoot all the aliens from the top of this house, which I think in the previous loop I showed me going up to. But it's actually not that convenient of an angle. There's one alien that appears right over here. Really hard to hit him from up there. Obviously, I'm not going to do this challenge with the inverted Song of Time on all the time. I usually only put it back on around 5 o'clock. Or in the last case, like 4:45 or something. The terrible aiming controls is what made me do it a bit earlier than expected. Usually the alien behind the house is always the one that's closest. This one right over here. There's a reason the dog always warns you about it first. I think the aliens can't harm you if you touch them. Obviously they're not concerned about harming you, but if you get too close to them, they will damage you. As for when they get inside the barn, I want to say it's when they reach the barn itself, but I want to say it's also when they reach the door, weirdly enough. I've never failed this challenge. Never allowed myself to. Whenever they get too close, I just play the inverted Song of Time. because they're affected by it greatly. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, we're safe. The aliens have no chance to get through the thing in time. We'll just play the inverted song of time again. I guess Romani should have been specific when she said first light. She meant like around 5 o'clock, something like that. Because first light kind of implies morning. That's the thing. Which would mean until 6 o'clock, but the developers realized that doing it over the transition of the morning would be a kind of awkward, and they also realized that if they did that at 5:45, the screen would be zoomed out because of the morning effect, you know, when it's about to become next morning. So they decide, okay, we need to give the players some leniency here. And I almost ran out of arrows. I didn't even notice. Look at that. We got almost all the masks. The only one we're missing is the one we have to buy on the third night, and this one, which is given to us, and obviously the last transformation mask, which is a reward for getting all the other masks. So yeah, Romani saved. I will not be helping Kremia. She basically gets the milk to the milk bar, even if you don't help her for some reason. Don't ask me how or why. So the only character that I'm really concerned about saving is Romani, because she will be kidnapped by the aliens if you don't aid her. She's back on the same day afterwards, though. She is there on the second day. I always thought she only came back on the final day, but she is back on the second day. Thought that was kind of awkward. Then again, I guess Kremia would be so much more concerned if Romani was missing the entirety of the second day. For those wondering what Romani is like on the second day, she's like in the ranch where the cows would be pondering why she didn't believe her sister and how she lost all the cows, and now she's all depressed. And in the final night, they're both inside the house moping. Well, not moping, they're actually really depressed and justified for it. But they're in the house just saying, our cows are all gone, but you're welcome to do whatever you want. Yeah, light is really effective against enemies, but spin attack is even more effective. So yeah, this is what we did when we pressed that switch up outside Epona Castle. Look at all these zombies in the way. What can we do to make them ignore us? Can do this. They're dancing for us. Dance, puppets, dance! And now we gotta fight a mini-boss. Almost morning. It's too bad this is a repeat of the Wizrobe enemy. Just this one does fire instead of ice. Seriously, I'm so glad they never reused that design. The Wind Waker design for the Wizrobe is so much more classic. Of course, they didn't really use that design again either, but you know. Actually, they did. I think for Breath of the Wild, they reused the Wind Waker design essentially for the Wizrobe enemy. Yep, dance for me, Redeads. Okay, so yeah, what I was talking about earlier. It makes it, you're kind of thinking you need to go down that hole when you get up here. That is not the case. You ignore that hole. If you go into that hole, you're back inside where the light was shining. Here, see? You always miss things like this. Take a look. The rocks are cracked here. In the 3DS version, she's a lot more specific about these rocks being cracked. Because she realizes, huh, this doesn't look like it's going to be broken just by a bomb. Yeah, they move a bit, but they don't quite crack. So yeah, in the 3DS version, she actually tells you, huh, a normal bomb is not going to be enough to break this. Ground pound is not going to work either. Just in case some of you were wondering about that. Make sure to wear a captain's hat or Garro's mask or something like that when you're going back down, because you're jumping right to where the redeads are when you're going down there. So yeah, that's the third use of the powder keg. The powder keg is used exactly in 3 areas. If you count the Nintendo's what did they count for progress kind of thing, the only areas that really need to use it on are the Romani Ranch area and the this area specifically where we did up here. The racetrack for the Gorons, that's an optional thing, so don't have to be too concerned about that. Wow. Look at this throne room. Oh, insolent one who has brought the unthinkable into a land as dark as Iguana. My servants have fallen namelessly before the light that guides you. However, the darkness in which my servants live is, after all, thing. You shall see with your own eyes. Just what kind of true darkness really is. Man, I debauched that last line. Anyway, yeah, these unique Stalfos designs. These guys are lame. One hit is good enough to defeat that one. Takes 2 for this one, though. But they get back up. Hey, buddy, do you have anything to say about this mask? Oh, Kita! Is it not Captain Kita? But you're so... tiny! I was nearly fooled by what you had done. Yep, just an optional cutscene with unique animations, just for showing him the Captain Kita mask. Yeah, he doesn't have to say anything about these 2 masks, but there is something we can do with the Bremen mask too. Yep, you can make them march. Unique animations just for playing the Bremen mask here, even though you can't actually harm them with this. However, the king doesn't care about your insolence. I love playing the Bremen mask, making them dance around, and then just walking up to the king and he just kicks you away. You cannot harm the king at all while he's on his throne. Now, let's make use of these things, shall we? You need magic to do this. I think the game replenishes the jars if you somehow run out of magic. Or the enemies drop jars of magic if you have none left. I'm not positive, but you absolutely need magic to be able to do this. To uncover these things and have light in the room. Because you need that light to defeat these enemies. Shining light on them when they're still up, though, doesn't actually defeat them. But when they're down, perma defeats them. Now you may be wondering, what if you're doing this challenge, this fight during nighttime? Well, the light is still there. However, where the light shines depends on the day. Stick with using the basic targeted methods for Lefini, but he's a different break than those other 2 lackeys, though. She's not kidding. He is way more competent of a fighter. he also takes a lot more hits too. However, if you know how to abuse his AI, you can deal a lot of damage to him. And he's also afraid of the light, so if you need him to back off, you just go inside the light sources. Yeah, he's got some kind of cursed breath right there. And then he does this. He takes his head off of his body, and I don't know how you're supposed to protect yourself from that. I want to try the Song of Storms. This is the first time I'm trying this, to see if that counters it. It does not. So what happens if the head catches up to you? It will stun you, basically. Anyway, well, he's down now, but essentially, if he does his jump attack, he's going to be easy to counter attack too. So just wait for him to do that. Usually, you almost always have to deal with his head move all the time. At least one time, I mean. Actually, the thin one is a bit more feeble than the big one, I want to say. Feeble, 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 feeble. Shut up already! Don't look at me, I was once called the best swordsman in all of Epona. You? The greatest swordsman in all of Epona? Feeble. Huh? How? I think he's laughing right there. The feeble one. The one that was calling the other one feeble. Will you stop? What fools! Haven't you begun to understand? The kingdom being ruined and us left in this state. Isn't it petty little battles like this that have caused it? Apparently. The Epona area is very lore heavy. And understanding its history requires you to look into that lore. Because there's no story to be had here involving the history of Epona. It's all Dark Souls-like. Everything's dead already. Essentially. Seal the doors of Stone Tower. We could have visited Stone Tower earlier on, but I was doing other things. Stone Tower is an impenetrable stronghold. Going in there alone is too hard, so he's gonna teach us a pretty hard to remember song when I was younger, and a meme for us to actually get inside. No, but this song is kind of lame. You have to keep playing it over and over and over. Thankfully, in the 3DS version, they allow you to skip it, but unfortunately, if you skip it, the effect of the song doesn't take it doesn't take effect until when the song would have been over. So, because of that, it's too slow. That's the problem. You have to keep playing the song over and over. And if you make a mistake, you have to play it even more times. Also, you can leave up to 4 shells because of the different transformation masks. The problem is the Deku shell is completely useless. Like, I'm gonna show it right now, the Deku shell. Because the problem with the Deku shell is that when you're a Deku, you're not heavy enough to press down on some switches. And because of that, the shell also does the same thing. As in, it doesn't press down switches. And yeah, you can't skip the animation in this version. I think this is what the butler's son looks like. At least that's what the game is kind of implying. Don't know why, but it was creepy back there. Might have been a reason. Anyway, now that we're done with that, we can actually start getting into the main dungeon. Getting into Epona Temple is kind of a hurdle in and of itself. It's actually kind of challenging, like more challenging than getting into Woodfall Temple for probably some people. I like it. Too bad the boss is really weak in this version of the game. In the 3DS version, Twin Mold, the boss of the Epona Temple, is a lot more challenging. Some people don't like it, but it definitely needed a buff. Come on. Some people just won't admit it, but Twin Mold needed a buff. It was easily one of... Like, it's supposed to be the 4th dungeon's boss. The penultimate boss. One of the toughest boss. It's the easiest boss of them all in this version of the game. Because all it does is move around. So it's so easy that some people like challenging themselves by only using bows and arrows to defeat it instead of the intended method, which we'll see when we get there. Anyway, yeah, Stone Tower is extremely cool. Just, it's kind of lame the way you have to get inside. Overusage of Elegy of Emptiness. Don't be stupid. You need to look at what the switches do first, and then you'll play the song over them. And might as well have the Gorman mask. Not here. Down here. This back on. Yeah, so this one is safe to press because it goes exactly where it needs to go right away. But here you clearly see the problem with Elegy of Emptiness, with the fact that, like, I do enjoy that it's mechanical compared to the other songs that you're taught in the other regions. But it's slow. It's just too slow. You play a song, then the game plays it back again, and then it plays a 5-second animation of the statue being formed around you. That's slow. That's the problem. Most people use alternate ways to climb this area, the Stone Tower area, up to the temple itself. Oh, and be careful not to place a statue that you've already placed somewhere else. That will screw you up. And be careful not to fall off to the void either, because that means you have to start the entire thing over. Seriously. It's so much more relaxing once you get to the top and hit the owl statue. Because then you can just warp to the top end. I think you only... Well, you have to move things again, but... When you're at the top, you only have to move 3 blocks, so you have to play the song 3 times to get inside the temple, but there's an alternate entry into the temple that only involves moving 1 of them. And that's the entry that leads to the boss, so it's convenient. Oh my god, stupid bat! Sorry, I had to get rid of it. This was not the place to put in enemies to annoy you with, Nintendo. Good thing you don't get interrupted by the boulders when you're going around the place. Oh, and those 3 switches that were right here, those are if in case for whatever reason you want to return. But you never use them to return. Can't press that one first because it's blocked. The problem is that the problem with pressing a switch that's already blocked is that it won't get unblocked when you get the other block out of the way. It will stay there. So you have to press the proper first switch first. One right here. And that is the first one. And as you form a new statue, the previous one that you had for this one is disappeared, so you have to show this quick animation of the thing being placed back. Oh, and we have to go back down. Press this switch. But if you look at those statues carefully, they have a texture that makes it look like they're a crouched up person in the form of a block. There's a lot of fans and communities that look deeply into the lore of Epona And it gets interesting, let's just say. Too kind of creepy for me, but you know, it's something. The problem is that it doesn't really matter. It's interesting, but it doesn't matter in the grand context of the game. It's not the reason Majora's Mask is so amazing. It's just a nice filler, and wow, I didn't think that thing could aim from all the way up there. That could have gone terribly. Anyway, third switch, and now we gotta be a Goron. Oh, incidentally, if you have the Scarecrow song ready, unfortunately I didn't do it for this loop yet, there is actually a few secrets you can go to in this area. Like, way far off places that have chests that contain 20 rupees for your trouble. It's not worth it, but I guess I'll try to show them anyway. One more thing, make sure you don't fail these jumps. Quite annoying, but failing these jumps is... If you fail these jumps, you have to do the whole thing over. That's the thing. It's just not good design, Nintendo. Not good design at all. It's a cool idea, just the execution is off. It's better in the 3DS version because you can have the... You always have the Ocarina available. And you can have up to 4 slots for the other items. So that makes it possible to have like the 2 transformation max and the hookshot equipped. So a lot less going into the menu. But even then, it's still annoying. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, I do appreciate that Elegy of Emptiness is a mechanical song that actually does things in the overworld instead of just being a song that you play in front of something and the game decides, okay, you're worthy, you can enter the dungeon now. But it's just too slow. Again, it's just too slow. Anyway, finally at the top, hit the statue. We are glorious. And we get a whole bunch of easy refills right here. Very convenient. Now, what we're going to do right now instead is warp back to town. Did I do the couples mask thing? I think I might have forgotten to do it in the first loop. I can still do it in the second and third one. Not second and third one, second day and third day. But I won't put it past me if I forgot. Because I remember doing the failed playthrough of this loop. Wow, I did forget. Wow. Lame. Well, we're going inside the mayor's residence now. Right after we deposit some money and get the Scarecrow song. Because when I got the piece of heart in Iguana Castle, I was wondering, hey, wasn't I supposed to get... This wasn't supposed to be like my third one? And I remembered just now that, yeah, I forgot to do this. But again, it's just, you just talk to one NPC and you get the piece of heart. It's not a big deal. I always play this song because it's easy to play on the Wii U Pro controller. In the N64 version of the game, I would just do C down instead of C left. Because again, that would be easy. The Scarecrow does not accept 8 of the same notes, I believe. It's a problem. And you could do like 7 A's and then 1 C down, but well, for one, I'm not sure if he'll accept that, and for two, that doesn't sound good. Hell! For whatever reason, on the in the notebook, it tells you that you can solve the problem with the mayor at 8 AM, but can't enter the place until 10 AM. If you please everyone, you don't get anything for it. The bombers have more dialogue in the 3DS version. They mention, like, they'll notice that you already have a notebook because it was given to you by a Happy Mask salesman. But they also tell you things, like they tell you hints on what you can do to solve someone's problem if you get close to them, because they run up to you, wanting to give you a hint. Ten. You're all arguing? What about this mask? Ah! 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 Couple's mask. What a nice reminder. So a young couple has been married. I wonder, did my wife flee? What? What did you just say? Yes, everyone. We are all worried for our families. Why don't we end this meeting? But Mr. Mayor! This will do. Whether you're stubborn and will stay and guard your family, or if you'd prefer to run far away and seek shelter, that is for people to decide on their own. And that's the issue resolved. Kinda. It's more like he sidelined it, because the people are still arguing, just not under his watch anymore. He clearly didn't want to address the issues himself, is what I'm trying to say here. An unreliable mayor. At least my family can depend on me. I want to protect my wife. Captain Vincent, the mayor's orders are absolute. So the gate guards are still standing by. Standing by. Cripes! That is supposed to be some kind of jolly heck swear word. Jolly as heck swear word. But it sounds like pancakes in French to my tongue. I kind of like the word. And now we're going back to here. At the rate we're going, we're going to be done with the dungeon by 10 o'clock at night. So for the second day, I think. Nope, not that one. By the way, some of you might be wondering, am I gonna actually get all the heart containers? I'm missing quite a few. Let's see, I still need one more to get 17 hearts. Then there's the heart container inside the dungeon itself by beating the boss. That brings me up to 18. And then there's the final dungeon of the game, which has 4 heart containers that I can get optionally. So that will bring me up to 19. So that means I'm missing 4 heart containers. We know the bank has 1 heart container. And there's a side quest involving the last NPC on my notebook that gives me 2 more heart containers. So where's the last heart container? I'm actually concerned. I don't know where it is. I don't think you need to do this last one, but let's do it anyway. Let's look at here, the notebook. And she gives you 2 heart containers, piece of hearts. And that's it. I guess we'll just keep going. Hopefully all the heart containers will fall into place. Don't fall from here. If you have busted in N64 control stick, it's not unusual to end up falling, because you're not moving as fast as you should be going. Stone Tower Temple, but why is that thing upside down? Weird. Well, at least that treasure chest is not upside down. Oh, that sun is upside down though. Ow, bomb shoe. I believe this thing right here was changed a bit in the 3DS version. There's only one crate. And it's actually not a crate, it's a big thing that you have to move. The problem with these crates is that they make your job easier, and the developers at Gresco thought it was too easy. Now clearly this is a big switch, and big switches need big forms. Thankfully this is the last time we pretty much have to use the Lagi of Emptiness. Well, the last area, we're gonna have to use it one more time. But thanks to those crates, we only have to do it 2 times instead of 3. But you might think, well, there's 4 switches. Does that mean you're supposed to use your 4 forms? Well, no. If you try to use the ducky form, it's not going to work. Oh, by the way, Link's shell-less form, or shelled form, or whatever, this form that he's about to unleash right here, it's supposed to look like Miyamoto, I think. Instead, it just looks very creepy. Most people, it became a huge meme in the turn of the century. Or millennia, I should say. Huh. Isn't there something suspicious right here? It actually doesn't look suspicious at all. This right here. But it is. Oh, I'm gonna show what the blast max does. Put it on, press B, and you explode. And then you're down here. Yeah, there's no cracks in that thing from above, so I'm not sure you're supposed to guess that you're supposed to do this. Oh, but see, there's a hookshot thing right up there. Stone Tower is really confusing. You really need to look at the environment and test some things out to get all the rewards. I like it for that. It's the final dungeon, you know, so every other dungeon after that is going to be like mini dungeons. Here is the map. Where do we wish to go? I'm honestly surprised they just don't give you the map right away from now on. These 3D dungeons are so much bigger than the dungeons that existed in the original Legend of Zelda. Yeah, we have to defeat these monsters, these Armos. Because it unleashes another chest. That chest contains the item we actually need. Key. Of course, if you don't know that you can blow this thing right here, you'll probably think, oh, I didn't get the key from the other area. And then you'll go back to the other area and you will find that there's nothing there. It's a dead end. You've wasted your time. Previous area was Gorman based, now it's Zora based. 3DS version changed this area a bit too. To get up here, you need to get caught by this thing. You can also be, if you're a badass, you can also just jump to it from the water, but the timing is a little tricky. Here, it's implied you need to uncover this thing and then jump as a Zora to dare to press that switch, but you can also just do this. However, to get that treasure chest over there, we will need to have the special item required to get there. Another key. We do need that. It's easy to miss if you're just swimming and going around. Can't press the switch when it's upside down, for whatever reason. Well, can't do anything with that chest. Now we're up here. Title will actually tell you what that mirror does in the 3DS version. In this version, she doesn't tell you anything. She probably should tell you what it does. Oh wait, she does tell you. Never mind. Just wasn't close enough. But anyway, you shine light on it, and the longer you shine on it, the longer its reflection will be. Okay, she doesn't tell you what it does, but she does tell you it's vicious. Ow. By the way, we are on the other side of the beginning. Compass, pretty important. See, now we're here. If we had gone here first, what we would have seen is the block, and it would have been blocking our way. It's possible to jump over it with glitches and stuff, but we're doing the dungeon as Nintendo intended for us to do it, so don't bother with that. Okay, this is a very special room. You will love the stone mask if you have it for this room, because it is otherwise one of the most hateful rooms in the entire dungeon. You can get rid of the third one if you want, but I do not recommend doing that, especially if you don't have the stone mask, because you don't want to be annoyed by these stupid things, the black bows. They respawn. They will keep harassing you over and over and over. So just ignore them. Also, I know which one is the real one. I'm just doing all the fake ones first. Where's that chest? Now you might be thinking, well, from here, can I reveal that thing there? Nope, not close enough. So, reason I like the stone mask, makes these enemies ignore you. They won't harass you at all. They don't know you're there. That is beautiful. This is what I mean by mechanically useful mask. And the stone mask for this one room, it is extremely mechanically useful, because these enemies respawn all the time if you just try to defeat them normally. Anyway, optional thing right here. Even though this is the easier thing to do and should have been the main path. If you want to get rid of that thing right over there, you gotta do a double mirror. What do I mean by double mirror? Well, you gotta shine light on this mirror first. For a pretty long time, honestly. And when you're confident it's been long enough, shine light on the other one. And don't screw up too many times. Shine light as long as you can. And then go here. Shine light on this thing. If you did it not long enough, you screwed up and you have to do the whole thing over again. It's not that long, but time keeps elapsing as you keep trying this. Imagine doing this without time slowed down like I have right now. Anyway, now we gotta turn into a Deku. They're making use of out of all the transformation masks in this dungeon, and I do enjoy that. Good design. And there's a secret right here. What this? Maybe this. You know which mask it doesn't make me use though? So far, I found the Great Fairy Mask. We haven't used it so far for this dungeon. Oh my god, I was too slow. I'm usually fast enough, but the camera is not helping for this area. At all. Like, if it didn't show this cutscene, you wouldn't have to reorient yourself when it looked back to here. Anyway, hold on, I almost didn't make it in time. That reveals that, but if you look up... Oh my, there's a sun right here. Yes, if you have the light arrows, you can hit that sun, and that actually reveals a ladder for you that makes it easier to go through this place. Unfortunately, that's really only for people who are looking to get all the fairies, and two, I'm not sure where I was going with that. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm gonna get all the fairies in the first try, so it's not useful for me. I remembered it not being that though, but I remembered it being something you could hit with your normal arrows, which is why I had the bow out. Also, camera is really a screw here. You have to go backwards for it to be convenient. Thankfully, you start flying again if you drop into the drafts, but it's really screwy the way you do this puzzle right here. Action puzzle. Thankfully, we're out there at the mini boss. That's the Gyro Master I know. The Gyro Master. Can't find him like a northern Gyro, just dodge those swords. Yeah, he disappears, then jumps from above you. Thankfully, his strategy is really cheap though. The only difference is that you can't just block his hit. You have to sidestep him. I think they buffed him a bit in the 3DS version. I could just be thinking things. He's pretty much the same in the 3DS version. No, I'm pretty sure he takes more hits in the 3DS version. Not positive. Whatever the case, he's not that challenging once you learn the strategy. If you shoot that which releases the sacred golden light into the bloodstained red emblem outside the temple, it shall rearrange things in which the earth is born in the heavens and the moon is born on the earth. Do not forget these words. Die I shall, leaving no corpse. Boom. That is the law of Asgaro. Yeah, so this is why you think, like, when you fight the other Gyros outside of Iguana Valley, they say they won't leave no corpse or something like that. And the thing is, they don't explode. There's no actual bomb that they show in front of you. This one, the Gyro Master, he makes it clear. They literally kill themselves after you beat them. Now we're over here. It says there's a treasure chest here, but we cannot reach it. Instead, there's this enemy right here. It's a hip loop. Can't you first do something about that mask it's wearing? Yeah, remember that mask? That enemy from the Southern Swamp? Still easy. Just use the Hookshot first. Now we got this enemy right here. This one's unique. The Igor. You just go close to it, let it attack you, and then hit it with a light arrow. If you hit it with a light arrow and its eye is blue, that stuns it, and then you have to hit it again to actually damage it. But it wastes a lot of magic when you do that, because light arrows use up double magic compared to fire and ice arrows. Also, I didn't have to defeat it, I think. And now we're back here. Let's do something real quick first. If we hit that, that reveals the chest all the way up there. Nice. Dragonfly. Unfortunately, yeah, okay, I was wrong. I thought hitting an enemy with a light arrow will always give you 50 rupees. I guess that's only for the blue bubble enemy that appears at night. We're gonna go get the fairies right now, because I want to. Although it's impossible to get all of them when you're still here. You have to eventually go back into this area. There is one we can get right over here. Ugh. This is all challenging. Because you got to get the timing right, that's the problem. There we go. It could have taken me so many more tries. Trust me. There we go. And now, you know what, let's just do this. Gotta get back to the entrance. So yeah, getting all the treasure chests that contain all the stray fairies is not possible on your first go through the normally non-inverted stone tower temple. But once you invert it, you'll activate the necessary switches that will reveal the other switches, and then you'll have to go back to the non-inverted temple. Now you just gotta press this one switch. Do the yellow key of emptiness. Yeah, I lied when I said that I wouldn't have to do it again, but it's mostly for doing things that we already know we want to do now, not new things. Hit this. This. Whoa! Now we can still warp to the other areas of Termina. In case you're wondering. This is basically a new area. And totally. Also, yeah, I should have brought magic beans. Damn. Because there's a secret right above us. You can see the treasure chests that are supposed to be there. And I also got the Scarecrow song, but it was actually for the non-inverted variant of this place. Those treasure chests don't have anything too important though, that's the thing. Inverted Stone Tower Temple. This is the version you need to go through to fight the boss, because of this thing right here. Magic. If you fall down into the quote-unquote heavens, it's just kind of as you fall into a pit. And you need this. And this area was full of water in the normal variant, but now it's full of drafts. I want to go up, up, up. Press this switch. Which is the blue switch, so we need to do this. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say anything about the Elegy of Emptiness anymore. Clearly there's a couple more times that we have to use it that I was not remembering properly. It's not as annoying is what I meant. Because the other instances involve you using it with all the bodies and stuff. This time it's only like one. Which is much less annoying. Yep. This is one of the treasure chests that you can only get after going through the inverted temple first. Ow. Fell all the way down. But thankfully, just need to go here, go all the way back up. And our reward is a stray fairy. Not what we need though. We need to go here. Remember that switch? Still here. Oh my god. Aha! Didn't forget about that, did you? I almost did, actually. Oops. Oh, come on, that wasn't a hit. What? I was off the mark so many times. Yep, treasure chest right here. And that's clearly an optional one. This. And we reach it like this. It'd be a lot more convenient if it was. And the sound of combat we're hearing is the enemies right below us. Oh wow, this is annoying. There we go. Yeah, it's a very specific place that we have to target because of a weird extended hitbox of the wall that isn't quite clear. Key. What we needed. Gotta go all the way over here. Okay, now this is basically the gimmicky portion of the dungeon. Basically do you have the light arrows gimmick? Look at this, you're flipping the whole dungeon again! Well, now what are you gonna do, smart boy? Nowhere else for you to go. Oh no, you flipped it again! Alright, you solved that puzzle, but can you solve this one? Yeah, this one's gonna take a while. And those enemies keep respawning, so defeating them is basically fruitless. It's really just to refill your magic and light arrow count. Now, one thing to warn you about, don't flip the thing while standing on it. You're gonna get crushed by it when it gets flipped over. I'm not kidding. And when you get crushed by it, it's gonna reset the room. And that means you'll have to do it all over again. Close enough. Yep. Flip it once more. Push it. Flip it one more time. Get rid of this enemy first. Because I don't really need the magic it spawns. Incidentally, the jar was not being flipped properly at all, as some of you may have noticed. The limitations of the effect they were trying to pull off, unfortunately. Yeah. But we had to flip the entire universe a couple of times just to be able to open that door. Think about it. Bye. Oh no, it's another mini-boss. It's the same one that we fought in Epona Castle. And it's just as lame too. We're gonna need shot. Oh, I tried to spawn right next to me. Oh, I was hoping to hit it before it started the cutscene, but I don't think it's possible. Almost the night of the second day. Hi. Yeah, I knew it was gonna spawn there. Incidentally, this is the same room where we had to look at the same room where we had to defeat the Armos. Remember? If you didn't get a treasure chest back then in that room, you'd see it here. So that'd be your hint that hey, that chest that you with the stray fairy was there all along. You missed it. Ah, he disappeared. Yeah, for some reason they employ pose here, but you know what? They're fine enemies for this area. Them floating around is actually quite the distraction. What we need to do though is go over here for a unique enemy guarding the area. The Death Armos. We don't have to fight them though. One last time we have to do this maybe? Actually, no, we're gonna have to do it at least one more time because we have to go outside of the inverted stone temple back to the normal, and then we're gonna have to re-invert it, which is gonna require us to move around some blocks. Alright, we have to do that to get a key. Can ignore the rest though. Now it looks like we're gonna need to go here, but we can go here instead. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, so the thing about the Death Armos is that you can flip it down, and when it does that, it crashes down on its head and therefore dies. That's the shtick with it. Yeah, apparently the designers thought we'd miss that. However, I'm not done here, so don't. You must not do that. It's a one-way thing. If you do that, you gotta travel through all of this again. Ow. Yeah, I thought I could squeeze through them, but that's not what you're supposed to do. That doesn't work. Okay. As long as you blow two of them out of the way, you should be fine. Night of the second day, 36 hours remain. So the thing about the night of the second day right now is that I need to be to the Epona graveyard to get the piece of heart there. Yeah, that's the last piece of heart that I need. Okay, we're gonna get all the pieces of heart. I was wondering where the hell is the last piece of heart. I don't have them all tracked down, and I forgot about that one. Ah, the 50 rupee ended up on top. Damn it. Gotta fight a mini boss right here. A very cool one. It's Dracula. Kinda. I mean, there are all these bats, and then this guy appears. Oh, he's got a sight. It's actually closer to death. His name is Gorman. There's be no end to it if you can't get those bats away from it. Does that shed any light on the situation? Light, would you say? Yes, indeed. Each time you hit it, it will engineer itself a counterattack. It also hits decently hard. You can attack the bats that are trying to cover it, but you'll never defeat them fast enough to uncover its weak point, unfortunately. Also, sometimes the bat tries to attack you. It usually tries to attack you the moment you hit it with the light arrow. So basically the strategy is to target it as quickly as possible with a light arrow, then shield, and then jump attack. Or just a normal attack if you want to take a bit longer. Alright, got the boss key. Now you might be thinking, oh, we've covered all the chests that have the stray fairies in this version of the temple. Now we can go back and get the strays into the normal temple. Don't do that! There's one more that we have to uncover just before the boss room. Really annoying. Give me that money. This is probably the best place to farm money because you can go in and out of the boss room and they'll keep respawning. It's not easy to get here. That's the problem. Now what? Let's farm the money right now, actually. Oh wow, no, they just respawn. Wow, they respawn quickly. Crap. Thankfully, even if you're cursed, you can still use your bow. Last one. Perfect. Now let's get out of here. I've been jinxed. I can't draw my sword. Yeah. Okay, come on, paddle. Keep aiming at it. Oh, this one's got a new attack, and it looks cool. But if you get close to it, it's gonna do the same shtick as the other one did. But here's what happens when you stun it, in case you're wondering. The annoying thing about when you stun it is that sometimes it blocks the hit, somehow, which means you've wasted the magic in the arrow. In the 3DS version, this chest does not exist. The Giant's Mask. Can I use its power anywhere? I can only use it in one place. If you try to use it anywhere else, game crash. So yeah, this is the last thing we have to do. Chest! Well, let's go get those stray fairies. Too bad it doesn't land you on the other side, where you're next to the entrance. I think I'll go get the Great Fairy reward after I'm got the stray fairies here. Then I'll drop by and get a magic bean so we can see the secret of this place. The Scarecrow secret, not so much, because it involves me jumping down, which I am not doing. Wrong one. And that. If you look at beta footage of Majora's Mask, you'll see that some of it involved this temple. Like beta footage of how this temple originally looked. Quite interesting. Bother me, you bug. We'll die for that. Die! Now we have the treasure over here. It's underwater, so I'm... Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could have uncovered this beforehand, before going into the inverted thing. I just didn't look up. Whoops, that was the wrong button to press. I accidentally pressed ZR, which activates the Wii U menu. I was trying to electrify that thing. Hopefully I'll remember to remove that. So yeah, I could have hit that switch up there and activate that treasure chest before going into the inverted temple. This should be all I need now. Yes, even for this place, I guess I will be able to show the shortcut for this. Thought I wouldn't have to, but turns out I do. For some reason, I think they removed this in the 3DS version, though. I think I can't see it in the 3DS version. They moved it or something. Or maybe I was thinking of something else. Whatever the case, this sword does. Already beat the boss. And now we're here. Gotta go down. Get that treasure chest. So what is the reward for getting all these fairies? You already got double damage, no, not double damage, double health, double magic, the powerful spin attack. Well, there's an item missing in my item menu. Maybe it's the final item. And perhaps most of all, maybe this reward is useless. Because I have a sneaky feeling it is. Oh, since we're out, not only will I also get magic beans, I'll also do the graveyard thing, because it's just convenient. I'm pretty sure I'd still have time even if I went for the boss first, though. To be honest, I think one thing I want to do first is actually farm for money while it's nighttime. Because this is the time to farm for money, you know? With all the bubbles around. Compassionate young one. I am the great fairy of kindness. This is the Triforce true secret. The fourth Triforce. The one in the center. The Triforce of kindness. Anyway, we get the Great Fairy Sword. Meme weapon. Deals even more damage than the Gilded Sword, but it takes an item slot. It's a bit better in the 3DS version, but it's also a two-handed weapon, which is the problem. I'll show it right now, but how you use it is by pressing the button, the C button that you assigned it to. It's just not useful. You're already dealing plenty of damage with the Gilded Sword. Is the issue. We're gonna go deposit the money right now. You know, the 500 rupees I've got. Because I think I'm gonna get a couple more when I get inside the graveyard. It's a second area. And I don't want to waste them. The maximum amount of money the bank can take is 5,000 rupees. Well, that's what it says. It says 5,000 rupees is the maximum you can take. But the reward is at 5,000, and it will accept like the excess that you give to it when it's at that amount. So you can deposit up to 5,499 rupees if you want. But if you have 5,000 rupees in the bank and you want to deposit even more, it'll tell you, no, we're not taking any more. Why are we here? Because I can look at that cutscene with Anju and her mother. Which, this is where it would make sense to watch it. When you're doing the Anju side quest, not so much. I kind of want to play the Song of Time right now. No, but let's just go outside and get some more money. I said I wanted to play the Song of Time, but clearly that's not the case. I want to play the inverted Song of Time. Okay, very fast source of money. And they respawn even here. Okay, this is the fastest way to earn money in that case, for sure. You know what? Too late. Gotta go back to town. I want to see the cutscene. I mean, I could have waited a bit longer, but I want to see Anju entering her room is the thing. Fortunately, I think it's too late for that. Yep. You see our mother's not there. But if you go here... Huh. Maybe we have to wait a bit longer? 9:30 maybe? Possible. Like, we might have to wait for Anju to like sit in her bed or something like that. Huh. Getting a bit longer than I expected for this to happen. Okay, I've heard this enough, Tattle. We have to wait. I mean, there's not enough time to go outside for more money and come back. Nice place, by the way. I'm pretty sure some earlier playthroughs, I would literally just spend the entire, like, all the first 2 nights, I would just sleep here. Just stand in place the entire time. Link has not slept at all since the start of this adventure. He's gone several weeks just doing everything he can to get out of this loop. There, 9:30. That's when you gotta do it. Not 9 exactly. Primary will still take her in even if she's super depressed with all the cows gone and her younger sister brainwashed. For some reason, Andrew's mom, her husband ran off before they could get married, and yet she's still a mother. So it kind of implies that her husband basically got her pregnant with Andrew and just ran off without giving her a chance to marry. It's basically the one thing that makes you relate to, like, it makes you feel pity for Andrew's mom, because otherwise she's kind of just mean, you know? She's not exactly the most compassionate or relatable character otherwise. Anyway, let's just go here, farm a bit more money, and well, I guess we'll go to the graveyard from here. Epona gets one more use. Seriously, I don't think I could play Epona's song knowing that I had given up on Romani for a cycle or something. That's why I save her every time. Must protect the child. Unfortunately, we can't get money from these bubbles while we're on Epona. Bad horse. The bubbles can curse you while you're on Epona, though. They won't damage you, but they will hit you and curse you. It's annoying. Thing. Well, guess what I can still do, you stupid bastard. Not this. I got humiliated. Enough. By the way, in case you're strapped for time, when you get here, you can actually just tell the skeletons to open up the grave, but you don't have to go inside just yet, and you can do the challenges of inside the graves later, during the day or the other nights. Just remember that the third grave takes quite a bit of time to do, especially if you have bad RNG. Rupees right here. Oh, what are we supposed to do here? It's fake! The lens of truth gets some mileage use out of here. Put this. Ugh. You can still do the spin attack with the Great Fairy Sword, by the way. Passage is invisible if you don't have the... Come on. Now you get to the end here. The Lens of Truth. 9 special. No secrets. But then you just look at this wall normally and you see that it's cracked. I actually, the first time I got here, on my first couple of playthroughs, when I first got here, basically, I didn't know that was a cracked wall. I just kept using the lens of truth, wondering where the hell am I supposed to go now? It's only like much later on, after going back and forth inside this room, that I realized, oh, that's bombable. Anyway, another iron knuckle. This one's white. Oh, when you have the Great Fairy Sword out, to do a jump attack, you just have it out and press A. As if you had normal sword out. Ow, that was a bad dodge. Yeah, there's really no reason to use the Great Fairy Sword. I defeated that enemy basically as fast as I would have if I'd used the Gilded Sword. Such a pitiable reward, the Great Fairy Sword. It feels like it should be cool, but it just doesn't deal that much damage and eats up one of your item slots, which are very precious in the N64 original, so just doesn't use it. Okay, now we need to get out of here and get a magic bean. Buy this as a decu, and just as a precaution, we're gonna get ourselves some spring water. It's probably not necessary because we have the Song of Storms, but you know, just in case. And now I said I'd farm for money, and you know what? I'm gonna keep my word. Go deposit the money first. No, that's that. I hate how this guy's dialogue goes by. Goes by way too quickly right here. Well, are you gonna deposit? Alright, so... So we only have to do 3 trips right here. We have to go all the way to the eastern part of town, so that's 2 loading screens, plus the going outside, which is another one. But we're probably going to be done with this by 2 o'clock in the second night. Because the fact those things respawn just changes everything, you know? Makes it so much easier. There's no one right over there. And we'll stick to these. Maybe we'll be done by 3 in the morning. could warp back with the Song of Soaring, but it feels a bit redundant considering how close we are to it. Also, I could be using the Goron mask to go by even faster. But I don't like using the Goron mask. Travel, that is. I like using it when I need to. More times. And we don't even have to get like the full 500 rupees on the last time. Thrilling gameplay. I think I'm gonna use the Song of Soaring to get back this time. Need 350 this time. You know what? I think I will only get 350. After that, we'll only need to like take out 500 later on for buying the mask that I need for this cycle. And if it wasn't for the fact that that mask is needed for a new loop, this would be the last loop that we're going through right now. Although Andrew would be unhappy in this loop, and we can't have that. So in the next loop, I'll the Andrew side quest and help Romani. You know what? I'll help Cremia too, mostly because some people like helping Cremia more than once for a certain reason, but it's pure RNG whether or not I'll show that reason, because y'all know why. Or some of you know why. More. Last one. We're done, buddy. 5,002 rupees. Yep. So, we're just going back to the tower now. There's actually so little to do at this point. Kind of scary. Like, I'm probably going to use the Song of Double Time and stop using the inverted Song of Time for the last couple of things I have to do. Because if I really wanted to, I'd be done before the 3rd day. We have to uncover this thing though. I only had to press this one actually. So yeah, go here and then this. Can I reach that other block right there using the bunny hood? Maybe. Definitely if I use the bomb glitch to give myself extra height, but never bothered, never tried. Not important, so. I have spring water, but it should be unnecessary for this. Because we have this. Aha! Spring water is useless. Are you kidding me? I have to... Oh my god, I was thinking of getting more than one magic bean for another area, but nope, turns out there's this other one right here. Oh, we did get some bomb shoes. Oh, okay, perfect. That is actually very convenient that it gives you magic bean. And it's a good thing we have this. And the reason it didn't work is because I was too close. I think. Yeah, I was too close. You have to have some distance from it for it to actually work. Oh, and it just brings you down. Oh, okay. I thought it would bring you to like a completely different area. That would have been cooler, in my opinion. Kind of a waste of a magic bean. Alright, we're gonna need this. Those rewards actually weren't that bad. Bomb shoes, well, bomb shoes are useless except for like one of the final mini dungeons, but the 100 rupee is something. Although it should have been a huge rupee, then it would have been actually worth it. Gotta go up there and not land on that thing. Ow. Thing. Oh, come on. I didn't mean to fall. Trolls. Good thing it doesn't deal much damage. Quite annoying if it did. Now we gotta go down here, and here we are. So obviously this is the one time we'll actually have to use the Giant's Mask. But for funsies, let's have this on too. Yep, so Twin Mold, absolute joke of a boss in this version, much tougher in the 3DS version, and you only get the Giant's Mask after defeating one of them in the 3DS version. So why is it an absolute joke of a boss in this version? Well, it's because you can just defeat it using the bow and arrow, which is completely unintentional from the developer's part. Like, people consider it a challenge to just defeat Twin Mold using your bow and arrow, you know? It's possible. It doesn't take that many hits either if you're accurate. The Twin Mold does aim for you, in case you're wondering. Its one attack in this version is there. It exists. It is corporeal. But obviously the intentional thing is for you to do is to use the Giant's Mask. Now, you might think this makes you bigger, so you can actually properly challenge Twin Mold. It does not. What it does is teleports you into a different room that has smaller versions of the Twin Molds and stuff and everything. It's fake! Also, it depletes your magic as you are using it, but not really that quickly. And if you do run out, those large temples over the area, they can give you more magic. Anyway, in the 3DS version, you actually have to use the Giant's Mask to actually fight the tougher Twin Mold, the red one, and it takes quite a while. Most people are actually, like, they lose a whole bunch of time fighting Twin Mold with the Giant's Mask in the 3DS version. There's so much though that their schedule probably gets completely screwed up because of that. But yeah, Twin Mold is literally just the same boss but twice in this version. 3DS version at least made the blue and red one different. Blue is the easy one you have to take care of first using your bow and arrow, and then the red one is the tough one that you deal with the Giant's Mask. And it actually feels, because of that, the hidden challenge as the actual battle boss of the 4th dungeon. You know what? Let's finish the last one with our bow and arrow. Assuming we have the arrows for it, there's no arrow refills in this dungeon. In this boss fight, I mean. Ha! Got him. I knew it was like one hit away. Or maybe 1 or 2 hits. Incidentally, once you get the final ultra powerful mask in the like the 24th mask, let's just call it that, the Fierce Deity mask, we already saw it in fact. Once you get that, you can actually fight Twin Mold with that mask, and it's even more challenging than the bow and arrow because the sword beams you have with that mask are limited in distance, you know, how far you can shoot them. But it's still really cool, you know. You can beat all the bosses in the Nintendo 64 version of Majora's Mask with the Fierce Deity mask. And unfortunately, in the 3DS version, you can't beat Jorg and Twinmold with it, because Jorg drowns the whole field, which makes it impossible for you to attack with Fierce DD. And well, he does in the second half of the battle. And Twinmold, you absolutely need the Giant's Mask to deal with the red one. It doesn't reveal its weak point otherwise. The blue one, I'm not sure if you can defeat it with Fierce DD. I think it's always like high up in the air, so you can't shoot far enough your sword beams to damage it. What friend? We actually haven't seen the reason for this. The giants saying that we should forgive their friend. So this is to show that Epona Valley is good now again? Something? We will never see this this scene ever again, by the way. Every subsequent time you beat this and Mountain Village, the same reason you don't see that cutscene again. You don't see them because the developers realize you didn't want to waste too much time with you. Anyway, Giant's Mask is not wearable in any location, and if you do manage to wear it in someplace besides that boss room, the game crashes, because its intended use is to warp you into a room where you can fight Twinmold, but since every single other room doesn't have that data, the game just decides to crash. Anyway, we're not actually done with the Epona Valley area. We need to go into a secret place that is only visible if you look carefully at your map. We swim pretty slowly here, but it is... I actually didn't know about this place until much later on in like one of my... like my 6th playthrough or something. The ones where I actually started like looking for all the pieces of heart. It actually quite surprised me that this existed. And it's so obvious in hindsight. Secret shrine behind the waterfall. Now awaiting the challenges of bold visitors, sure of their might. Hehehehe. You need the light arrows. The mirror shield is already useless, unfortunately. It looks cool, but you know. Hehehe. It seems somehow you have managed to send the Epona's wandering spirits into peace. But outside of Epona, there are still swarms of wandering spirits with lingering regrets. The ones in this room want to meet you again, and I've been waiting here for quite a while. Go see them if you feel like it. I'm sure they'll welcome you. Yee-hee-hee. Boss rush. Mini boss rush, specifically. And you know what, though? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and skip to Dawn of the Final Night. Dawn of the Final Night. Night of the Final Day. Because this is like... After I'm done with this, the only thing left for me to do is wait for the Curiosity Shop to open so I can afford the mask in there. That's it. I might as well remove the inverted Talk of Time as well. Because I'm going to beat these bosses pretty quickly. Like, Dinoflos? Dinofals? That's not a challenge. But I might as well have this. Ha! One spin attack. Oh, there's another one. And he died in one hit. And what is our reward for beating him? ₹100. Every mini boss here that we beat will give us 100 rupees. And it's quite convenient because I need 500 rupees to get the thing inside the curious shop, so we'll have 500 rupees when we are done here. There is an issue here though. You need a certain amount of hearts to collected to actually go inside these rooms. For the last room you need 16 hearts. It's 16 heart containers, you know? It's quite a bit. The first time I found this place I actually didn't have enough heart containers to do the final battle. Missed. Got lucky. Yeah, you can reach him from here. And one hit, hit of the jumping attack with the Great Fairy Sword sends him into this phase. Oh, he was over there. Wow, I could not reach him like this. He got lucky. Again. Die. Oh, come on! Didn't reach it this time. Now you're dead. Good riddance. It's really good that I'm using the Great Fairy Sword here because there's could be any other opportunity for me to use it anywhere else. Oh, what is this mini boss? Oh, remember this one? I had quite a hard time in the previous loop fighting off a wart here, but that's because I didn't have my sword. Now I do have my sword. In fact, I have two of them. So I think this wart is gonna find that I'm gonna be not nearly as easy to deal with as the previous one, and wow, pathetic. Can't go green out like that. So it looks like you need to use a projectile to deal with damage to wart here, but that's not the case. Ah, god damn it. I was hoping not to get hit. You can hit him with your sword if you jump in just the right moment. You can also just do this. This works too. Oh, I missed my opportunity there, but you know. I'm eventually gonna get rid of every bubble on him too. Got him. Yep. So that could have gone better, but you know, it's just an example of how much damage Great Fairy Sword does compared to the bow and arrows. It's already 10 o'clock, running a little slow. But I'll be done before midnight, I'm positive. Because the final boss is this final mini boss of this area. Two jumping attacks. The bomb the Girl Master uses here will damage you, by the way. It will kill you, in fact. So careful. Because there's no speech and it's not a cutscene when he does it in subsequent fights like this one. Yee, you really are an amazing person, Link. Seems you've somehow managed to heal their souls. Maybe I shall vanish soon myself. Well then, yee. Bye, you creep. Go get that mask. And then I'm not even gonna bother waiting for the or anything like that. I'm just gonna play the Song of Time. By the time we finish this recording has been going on for over 3 hours. 3 hours and a half almost. The last loop should last only an hour and a half, maybe. Because yeah, I have to account for the dungeons and the final area and the ending boss and stuff like that. The all-night mask. Sure is a freaky mask. Check the bargain. This is a bondage mask. The developers were being naughty when they made this. This is for bondage. A weird mask, yeah. No. We're just gonna put this here. Yeah, we're just gonna play the Song of Time. We're done here. Not gonna bother playing the inverted Song of Time on the new loop. We'll still have to get like the powder keg to get to Romani Ranch. Not gonna talk with. I don't have to talk to Romani for the first day, but I guess I will. Well, we'll have to watch the cutscene is the problem. That's not what I want to do. No, that's not where I want to go. First, let's get 100 rupees. Because we want to go here. We start stockpot in stuff, but doesn't open until 8. We can enter through the second floor, but have to transform into a ducky for that. So first, let's get the money in the powder keg. Yeah, there's people I could make happy besides Anjun Cafe and the Romani Ranch girls, but like the Deku Scrub businessman stuff. Like I guess I could beat all the bosses. Yeah, I could do that. And I don't know why I just put the Deku mask on right now. That is not the right thing to put on. Sadly, we won't be able to save this guy's mommy. We will need some bomb juice. We will be given some in the mini dungeon where it's going to be relevant, but we want some right now. And now I'm just going to go ahead and cut some grass too. Oh, come on. Some grass to get some bombs and arrows. Over here. I think we're good. This should be more than enough. I don't think I'll need a ducky stick for anything. But I will need more money. Specifically, I need 200 rupees to buy myself some Romani milk at the first night. Because goodness knows we need that Romani milk. I don't want to deposit, I want to withdraw. But here's the dialogue in case you try to deposit some more stuff. Of course, this is not our money anymore. We are literally robbing this guy 5,002 rupees. Just get 200. Alright, it's 8 o'clock. That means we can go. I guess we'll do the couples mask thing too. As for Cafe's mom, she'll be happy when her two lovers are reunited, awaiting her in the morning and stuff. Oh, that's right, 10 AM. Supposed to do the stock pot in first. And would you look at that, lady? I've got a creepy mask on. So she reads your story, but if you don't have the mask on, you'll fall asleep, and because of that, you'll won't be able to answer the questions that she's gonna ask you because she's gonna realize you fell asleep. Here's the thing, though. Till morning is pretty extreme. You only get to do this story twice, and it has a stupid trap in it too. I'll explain it when we do it the next day, because we can't skip the first night. If you weren't wearing the all-night mask, you wouldn't see this right now. This is a pretty neat drawing, by the way. The masks are creepy as hell, but it's the lore of Termina, you know? Yeah. Did a good job remembering. Some candy as a surprise, yeah. I was praised by the old woman. I wonder what reaction Andrew will have if we go this master. Yeah, so we won't be able to get the key to the stockpot inn now, because if you talk to Andrew before the time where before the afternoon, basically, she remembers talking to you, you know. That's the problem. All right, meeting's over. I take refuge too. Yeah, obviously the mayor really just wants everyone to take refuge. He doesn't want to listen to the guards, who just want to guard everyone or something. Or no, not the guard, the carnival men. Anyway, I guess we're gonna go ahead and beat up Odolwa real quick. This doesn't solve every problem, being the bosses of the areas, because like the Deku Princess, we'll have to deliver her back to the monkey and her father to completely solve most of the things. But then there's still Big Koom, who's stuck in the woods, I think. I actually do wonder if she's gonna be stuck in the woods. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. I was doing it too quickly initially. 3DS version, it skips this animation for the most part. Like, it's only 15 seconds, but it's still 15 seconds wasted on a scene you already know how it works. But some people do like watching the scene over and over and over. I guess it should have been an option, but the problem is the 3DS version is building off of the original N64 variant, so it's still stuck with some of its limitations in a sense. Oh, and the Great Fairies can kiss my ass. Not dealing with the Great Fairies. Same thing with Lulu's eggs. Pirates and fish will give them back to her. Positive. Like, yeah, I want to make everyone happy, but only to some extent. It's just an issue with the whole shebang of me wanting to make everyone happy, but it's a lot of work and I don't want this playthrough to be that much longer. For Propensity, what I'm doing here is basically just showing what happens when you refight the bosses. It's really hard to get a hit in Adalwa when he's just standing around. But yeah, he doesn't take very many hits when you have the light arrows and the Great Fairy Sword. It's even easier if you have the Fierce Deity Mask, because you can shoot out sword beams for just attacking. So just keep pressing the B button while Z targeting and you win. Yeah, so you'll always see this scene when you beat Adalwa, because the developers forgot to make it something you skip. Because they didn't forget for Mountain Village, and they didn't do it for the Great Bay dungeon because it's you talking to the turtle, and obviously you can't skip talking to the turtle. But this should have been skippable. You know what's gonna happen. You're not talking to anyone. You know the swamp is fine now. Totally. It's possible to jump on these lily pads as Hylian Link fast enough. Oh, by the way, the stone mask, the whole shtick about it is that no one can see you. However, some areas, if you enter them, even with a stone mask on, you'll be immediately found out and taken outside. Basically, this area right here, stone mask, will not protect you. Everyone will detect you right away. Incidentally, at least the monkey's not being punished right now. Yeah, the butler can kiss my ass too. He's satisfied enough by this. I think I have enough time to do Snowhead too. Damn it. By the way, it's possible to hit Got with arrows. Not very effective though. It's like a very slow way of defeating Goth. And sometimes God just waits for you on one side of the arena, which means it's gonna be like it's slow, right? Not gonna be the way I would ever defeat him. Not very fun either. Oh, we are gonna deal some big damage. Ah, it's too bad you can't hit him with swords when he's running around. Pretty sure that would have been the death blow, by the way. Oh yeah, this is what happens when you're too slow to follow God. And that's what happens when you get hit by a stupid lightning attack. Yeah, I knew he was almost dead, so I just kept doing that. That deals pretty minimal damage though. Punching Goth deals like, I want to say 3 times normal damage, or at least twice than one normal damage. That's 2 bosses down. Now, however, we need to focus on doing Anju, starting Anju's side quest, which is literally just talking to her, and then we're gonna do a bit of stuff with Romani. And when it's like past, like a little past 6, we're gonna do a little thing with Romani and Kremia. Just before that, we're gonna go back and do Gyog. To be honest, we ought to go 2 o'clock. If I just slow down the time to beat the other 2 bosses real quick, we would not have to rush things so much. But why not? Why not rush things so much? Hey, that guy's entering. I guess we'll see this discussion between Anju and the Goron. $11:30, but it's really midnight. If you already got the key yourself, he'll be like, huh? My reservation is not here? Well, in that case, I'll just go sleep outside. Yeah, you can break it, but you take too long. That's the problem. Primary real quick. I don't know how the developers thought we could see Kremia from this angle as we entered Romani Ranch. He's just off to the side, you know? And our eyes are attracted mostly to the ranch itself. Which is right over here. Now here's what happens when you say that you won't say your name. Because it just links back to this, merges back to this, whatever. She always calls you Grasshopper, no matter what you say to her. And yeah, this is one reason why I kind of didn't want to talk to Romani. Because I like saving her, just not talking to her about the aliens, because I don't care much about hearing about these aliens again. But, you know, Let's build a connection with her in this final loop that we're doing right now. This does mean I won't be playing in extra time to show me kicking the boss's asses as Fierce Deity, except maybe as a separate video. The truth is, I could have just done that using one of my previous save files. Although I don't really have them anymore because I did a full reset for this. The music isn't playing anymore because it's almost time for the second day. When you're training, like right here, time is not progressing. I don't know why. This is like one of the few challenges or mini games that literally just does not progress the time for whatever reason. And the positive is because Romani needs to go to bed at 6, so if you do this at like 5:55 p.m. Or a.m. right? No, p.m. If you do this at 5:55 p.m., the game will have to like end right away. So kind of poorly thought out mini game put here, developers. Because it doesn't follow the established rules all other mini games have. Go. Not as good as my original record. I was more fired up to savor initially. But it's still a new record in this loop. I'll be right here. Come back when I grow up? How come? Yeah, they only have one thing to say. Although I think if you wear a carnival mask, something different. And you can't really talk to Romani here. She only makes the comments sometimes. Yep. If for some reason you haven't found Cafe up until now, you can ask Cremia about it, because like if you saw the scene with Andrew and her mom, they think Cafe is at Cremia's, because Cremia has a crush on Andrew. No, Cafe. But then you ask her, and no, he's definitely not here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and. Basically, we just need to be back by midnight, honestly. If for whatever reason I'm struggling with Georg, I'm just gonna slow down time, and when I slow down time with Georg, I can beat him in an hour or something. As I'm really unlucky. There's a mini quest involving Lulu right here. You take her picture after you make her happy this one time, and then she disappears forever because, of course, she does. So that was the only opportunity you had to take the picture. and then you give the picture to a fan, and he gives you 20 rupees for your trouble. Kind of a worthless side quest, but you'll definitely know about it if you do play the 3DS version that notes it down in the notebook. Every time I look at the other Zoras, I think, can Durfins come off too? Like Zora Link? This. We don't have infinite magic, but should still be fine. I think this cutscene was made shorter in the 3DS version, probably for the best. Because Georg spends a whole lot of time just swimming around. I don't think the light arrows do any special damage to Georg, it just stuns him like normal arrows. I'm quite positive they made it much harder to stun Georg repeatedly like this, by the way. In the 3DS version. Not to mention, he's got a whole second phase that's basically designed to force you to do things differently. But yeah, as soon as he opens his mouth, like if you look carefully, he opened his mouth. As soon as he opens his mouth, he's suddenly invincible to this thing. For the most part, apparently he wasn't invincible right there. I didn't want to go up, come on. But yeah, super easy to deal with when you use the lightning shield like this. As long as you have like double magic bar, you have more than enough to just perma stun him. So people who say like Georg is a much worse boss to deal with in the Great Bay version, and it was so much more fun to deal with him in this version, are people who only like easy bosses that are easy to abuse and stuff, instead of bosses that actually challenge you and force you to do things in a somewhat different thing. Oh, let me just read the email real quick. It's just links. Looking at my classes, and I'm still online for the classes. I mean, they give you the Zoom links. The only exception is one particular professor who would rather teach lessons in Discord, which is interesting. He does it because he thinks Zoom is too laggy for showing 3ds Max stuff, which would make sense because 3ds Max is quite taxing on probably computers and therefore connection stuff. I'm just gonna do the rehearsal right here. I kind of want to do Twin Mold to finish off the bosses, but the problem with Twin Mold is that I don't have infinite magic right now, and I'm actually kind of low on magic. I'd probably easily get some more on the way, but I don't want to risk it, especially if I take too much time. Just gonna go back to clock down. this, not this, this, and let me just check something in my notebook. Oh crap. Sorry guys, we're not going to be able to help Crimea. So the thing about Crimea that people are probably wanting to see, I can't do it. I can't do it where we're having to do the second part piece with the grandma here. This is in Ocarina of Time. This is a stand-in for Mario, and this is a stand-in for Luigi. It's Ingo and Talon, or something like that. And they never talk to each other. They imply they hate each other, or at least Ingo hates Talon. But Talon doesn't really say anything about Ingo except that he kicked him out of the ranch in the adult timeline. This is the only time they actually interact with each other in their alternate universe cells from freaking Majora's Mask. This is another reason Majora's Mask is so much better. It actually gives us the content we should have had in Ocarina of Time. Freaking no one talks to each other in freaking Ocarina of Time. So dumb. I hate it so much that they don't talk with each other in Ocarina of Time. Not just these two NPCs in general, just NPCs in general, yeah. NPCs in general just don't talk with each other in Ocarina of Time, and it makes the world feel so goddamn flat. The rules here. Those who do not have proof of membership will be refused service. Give me my milk. I already got rid of that. I already bought stuff. When I make up my mind. I already got everything I need from you. I think as far as hearts are concerned, Romani milk still heals only 5. And it's only 1 gulp, so it's technically less than normal milk. But it also might fully heal you. I'm not positive. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're in the town. You can easily fully heal yourself using the Great Fairy. Speaking of which, I might as well just rescue her right now. If I can restore any Great Fairy, it's this one. She says the same thing even if you saved all the other fairies, I'm pretty sure. She doesn't know any better. Yeah, she does come out of her room by 11:30 and she'll tell you, oh, we'll talk in the kitchen. It may, because of the way the quests look, it feels as though Andrew is too scared to just put a letter in the mail, but it's what she's really scared is meeting him. She's scared to see him after all these years. Scared that he might reject her or something like that. Letter delivered. I have the captain's hat, but even if I wear it, something other than a letter has been deposited. It uses that text for a specific reason. Can't deliver the letter yourself. that'd be a bit too much for Majora's Mask's big brain tactics, big brain complexity of quests that we've pretty much all done already. Literally, the only one left to do is talk to Granny and say something to her. And what you need to say to her might surprise you. It would be a terrible thing if I passed by Takuri, somehow he ambushed me, and he stole my bow. Because we kind of need that to protect Romani from the aliens. I'm not sure if like the Deku's bubble actually works on them or something else like that. We can use light arrows if we want, although they're a little slower obviously. But we have infinite magic! Doesn't matter anymore. Fire Emblem. B-Rose! Not really. And no new. I do like Fire Emblem Heroes, even if the power creep is out of hand, and like Pokemon with this generation changes of stats and stuff, although it's fine I guess for Generation 3 onwards with the Dragon Flower system. But poor Gen 1 and Gen 2 can't catch up or keep up. The problem is, no, not a problem. Actually, the good thing is it doesn't waste a lot of my time each day. I played another gacha recently, and goodness gracious, that gacha really wants to use all the time of your day. Like some people complain, oh, there's nothing to do in Fire Emblem Heroes. That's the point! That's the good thing about it! Why would you want to spend more time on a gacha? You have a life, don't you? You can just spend 50 minutes doing the crap on Fire Emblem Heroes when it's like a daily occurrence and not a new event with a whole bunch of crap. And get everything done. Boom, zoom, done. 50 minutes up. And we'll spend time focusing on the rest of my day. Can't use Epona to block the alien's way, in case you're wondering. And in case some of you didn't hear me probably, you cannot use Epona. Sometimes when I say cannot, it sounds like I say can't. Sometimes when I say can, it sounds like I said can't. Weird. I think it's a recording thing. You can't go inside the ranch, by the way, even while this is happening. The aliens won't actually leave. They'll actually still keep up and keep moving as they are. It does make me wonder if what happens if you go inside the ranch when they're just about to lose. Go. And we've pretty much won. I don't think the aliens can get to the ranch on time. Once it's 5 o'clock, if none of the aliens are like within proximity of the ranch, you can drop the bow. You've won. Rip! You never win when I'm around, aliens. As the community of Majora's mascots could try to make sense of the aliens or something? I don't think so. It's a pretty generic plot, let's be real. Not bad gameplay-wise, and Romani must be protected, but let's not kid ourselves. This is literally just the developers thinking, we need to threaten the ranch with something. What's the easiest thing to think of? Oh! Aliens! God damn it, I went in the wrong direction. I want more arrows. But yeah, we won't be able to do anything with Kremia and Romani for the next couple of days. So it's going to be our little secret with those two. Just go to Stone Tower and get that done with. Yep, the screen is still zoomed out. Dawn of the second day. Oh my god, there's gotta be someone on the YouTube who's made a compilation of every single scene that introduces the day to a new area. Seriously, if there isn't, I'll do it myself. I'll do a compilation of all the scenes transitioning from day to night to day for every area. The ones that aren't, real time. You know, yeah, you can do this. You know, if you aim properly. You have to aim right at the jewel. The jewel was location was changed in the 3DS version, by the way. It's not behind this thing anymore. Instead, it's on top of the head of the thing, so you don't have to move any of the things out of the way. You just aim straight up at the head and you instantly activate it. So we have until like 5 o'clock to do this. All I need to be concerned about right now is making sure I'm back at Clocktown before the day is over. We'll do Giant's Mask. Not gonna waste time on Twin Mold anymore. Incidentally, if this was a 3DS version, actually trying to beat Twin Mold without slowing down time in a 3DS version takes a long time. Like, it could literally take the entire day. Also, you can't skip this transformation. Technically, the Giant Mask is a transformation. Just, it's fake. It's really just a teleporter mask. You can damage the Twin Mold through the head too, by the way. It's just a lot harder. Because you can't keep track of the tail much more easily. Why is he not dead yet? There we go. Killing Twin Mold as it's going into the ground is really funny because then it immediately starts getting out of the ground and so you can see it die like this. It has to explode in midair. It's so pathetic that Twin Mold has no attacks whatsoever except moving around in this version. Yeah, I was attacking the other one, that's why it took so long. Playing the 3DS version, the red Twin Mold can shoot fireballs at you, spawn mini versions of itself, and also tries to attack you more directly, like drops fireballs onto you and stuff. It's so much more engaging compared to this one, which literally just goes around doing nothing, except occasionally going in your direction. Very much a boss that was rushed. Thankfully, the final boss is not nearly as rushed. Anyway, so see, no cutscene. Just go straight into this. So all the lands are saved, the giants are officially freed, even though I didn't have to free them like this. And we're ready to end our playthrough. And these two are safe as well, because I got rid of the curse overall. But here's the thing. I never saved... She doesn't know I saved her father, so... Who are you? Don't just walk into people's houses and she kicks you out. Isn't this cool? They put in dialogue for the specific situation where she didn't see you save her father. Because we technically saved her father by getting rid of the curse through beating Stone Tower. But she doesn't know that. She doesn't know that. Of course, she only kicks you out if you talk to her, so if you want to go to the house anyway, just don't talk to her. And... Sarkon's still here. No, I wonder what happens if we show Cafe's mask. Sarkon. Oh, he doesn't care. That's too bad. I was hoping he'd care. Look at that jar all the way up there. And you need the scarecrow thing to be able to go all the way up there. It's kind of crazy, don't you think? Just to hit a jar that might have like a huge rupee with 200 rupees inside, but you know. There are some secrets on Majora's Mask that I never bothered going for because it's not a piece of heart. I don't need money because we already know a much easier way to farm money. And, yeah, so, why should I bother? Anyway, this is kind of boring, waiting for the things to happen, so... I'm gonna show at least, what happens when you talk to Granny without the mask on. You know, skip 2 hours ahead a bit. Oh, and here's what happens if you try to talk to Anju early on. too soon to ask. She's right, it's too soon to ask you. There's no chance for you to meet him because the letters haven't even been picked up yet. Or they have been picked up, but they haven't been delivered yet. Well, I'm not gonna put the mask on. Yeah, see? You fall asleep right here. You don't see the graphic. Yeah. And to think, people who try to listen to these stories intentionally, like not doing it for skipping time, will probably wonder, how the hell am I supposed to not fall asleep through a story? Do I need more hearts? Do I need... No, you need a specific mask that costs 500 rupees, and you can only afford to buy the mask if you do this ocean spider house in the first day, and that's only when you reach the third area. Because you can talk to Granny as in day 1 as the Deku Scrub. This is probably one of the quest lines that... Not quest lines, but quests that you start very, very early on. Wondering, how the hell do I solve this? Well, it's gonna take you a long time. It's literally an endgame quest, kinda. We're gonna follow the postman. Supposed to deliver the letter after all. For some reason he decides to take the long way. So he's on the steps right now, roughly in the center. We go here, and he's already down the steps. See? Not consistent. Like, I like that the game tries to show the characters transitioning from one area to the next, but it's not consistent. Not perfect. Which is unfortunate. It's not that big of a deal, but you know. Incidentally, the postman moves super damn fast in the first loop when you're stuck as a Deku Scrub because of the accelerated time. Crazy. Let's make that frog shut up. Perry going to pick up the letter. I have a letter for you. Then they stand staring at each other for a couple of minutes. Even though all he said is, I have a letter for you. Like, you can pretend that other discussions last so long because they're actually arguing. Like, for example, Madame Aroma talking with Gorman and Toto. That makes sense that it's such a long discussion. They stand around for so long. This is literally just one sentence. Why is it taking literally like 15 minutes in the in-game timer? Yes. Here's what happens when you talk to him again. Obviously the curiosity shop is not open right now, but this is how Cafe knows Sakon will appear. Of course, he closes his area off at 10, which is way earlier than when Sakon actually appears, but you know, that's how it works. Of course, if you stopped the old lady from getting robbed, Sakon will never stole anything, therefore he will never appear. So Cafe will still be saying he'll definitely appear even when it's like the end of the third day. And then it's way too late. His dialogue never changes to reflect that, by the way. He never says, okay, I might have made a mistake or something, or it might be too late for me to get the thing again. However, there is a scenario where like, Cafe will still go to Sakon's hideout, even if you don't do this side quest. He'll just, like, he'll be wearing the Keaton mask by the time you get to Sakon's hideout, so he won't recognize you as his partner, but you can still help him. And you can still help him recover, get the Sun's mask, and then he'll go all the way into this area right here to see if Andrew's still waiting for him. Because he sent her the letter for that exact reason. But she won't be there, and you'll have dialogue to say that. To say, isn't it beautiful, this wedding dress? And he would have loved to see her in it, and something like that. So anyway, here's a dumb thing. 4 giants. This goes until morning. And she says it's quite long, but it's actually not that much longer than the story. The 4 giants. It's tales from long ago when all the people weren't separated into 4 worlds like they are now. In those times, all the people lived together, and the 4 giants lived among them. On the day of the festival that celebrates the harvest, the giant spoke to the people. We have chosen to guard the people while we sleep. 100 steps north, 100 steps south, 100 steps east, and 100 steps to west. If you have need, call us in a loud voice by declaring something such as, the mountain blizzard has trapped us, or the ocean is about to swallow us. Your cries shall carry to us. Now then, there was one who was shocked and saddened by all this. A little imp. The imp was a friend of the giants before they had created the 4 worlds. Why must you leave? Why did you not stay? The childhood friend felt neglected, so he spread his anger across the 4 worlds. Repeatedly, he wronged all people. Overwhelmed with misfortune, the people sang the song of prayer to the giants who lived in each of the 4 compass directions. The giants heard their cry and responded with a roar. Oh imp, we are the protectors of the people. You have caused the people pain. Oh imp, leave these 4 worlds, otherwise we shall tear you apart! The imp was frightened and saddened. He had lost his old friends. The imp returned to the heavens, and harmony was restored to the 4 worlds. And the people rejoiced that they worshipped the giants of the 4 worlds like gods, and they lived happily ever after. This story implies that Skull Kid was originally for Termina, went to a Ocarina of Time's world, a real world, quote unquote, and you know, with the split timeline and all the nonsense like that, and then he came back to Termina. That's really weird. But let's not take it at face value, it's just a story after all. Anyway, what did the people do to call the giants? Sing a song? I don't know. Yeah, this is so dumb. She gives you the prize if you say, I don't know. If you say what they actually did, she doesn't give you anything. It is absolutely horrible. Literally, I did this story so many times thinking, what am I doing wrong? I'm listening to the story and I'm telling her what they did. They sing a song. But no, she wants you to say, I don't know, for her to give you a prize. It's so weird. Anyway, it's the final day. Now we're just going to go ahead and wait for nighttime before we can actually do the final thing, right? We got to go to Epona Valley, and then we wait until night, and we help freaking not here. We help freaking Cafe get to Andrew, right? That's what we're gonna do, right? Well, we're gonna see. Looking at the texture of the castle, because it's there, you know? Found him, greed hot boys using this place. Safe houses or stolen goods. Followed him last night, yes, registered. Yeah, we can wait, or we could just get in right now, you know? protected by impenetrable security. Not quite. Actually, I screwed up right there. So we're gonna respawn right here, which is far away. But yeah, you can just roll right into that fissure in the wall, and if you jump into the zone that leads inside the Psychon's hideout, you will be inside. And that's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna try to get inside. If it screws me up and I have to use the Song of Time again to warp back to the beginning, that's my fault. But if it works properly, we can actually do the whole thing with helping Cafe get the mask back right away. Oh, you want to be at a good angle while doing this. There we go. Yeah, see? He's already here, because it's the final day. That being said, please don't do this when you're trying to do the quest. I think doing it early like this actually botches Cafe getting back into Lockdown on the final night at like 2 p.m. Not 2 a.m., not p.m. I keep mixing those two up. There is something absolutely strange about when you do this, though. For one, people would usually do this because they want to switch around with Cafe to become Fierce DT Link during the Termina itself. And it's like, normally you can't become Fierce DT Link except in boss rooms, but in this specific instance, if you equip the Fierce DT mask as Cafe, while wearing a different mask as Link, and you replaced, like I'm wearing the bunny hood right now. When I'm playing as Cafe, I can replace that bunny hood with the Giant's mask or Fierce DT mask. Wearing the Giant's mask will crash the game, by the way. If I wear the Fierce DT mask, Link will actually transform into that when it switches back to him like this. And you can have fun as Fierce DT Link like that using that method. Of course, you can't do much. For one, the Fierce DT's sword beam, they were clearly only intended to work on the bosses of the various dungeons. They don't work on generic enemies. Oh, by the way, the reason why, if you're wondering why Cafe is a child at all, like why he was cursed to be a kid, it's because it matches young Link's model. His wireframe, you know? He's using the exact same animations Link is using. That's why it works. This is also the only reason you're allowed to play as him in this instance. And I think he's like the first non-Link playable character. Like, we technically play as Cafe for this instance. Oh, is it still midnight? It might be midnight. Nope, not quite. But it is the final day. Not final day, final night. But yeah, normally it's skipped to midnight of the final night. But no, not quite. It's too bad, actually. We could have seen the final dialogue with Kremia and Romani if it was still like early in the night. I could have warped there and seen it real quick. Unfortunately, we did not. And we can't see the dialogue with her mother and grandma over there either because they closed down the door after 8 o'clock. That's lame. Probably I should have slowed down time if that's the case. Cowards, all of you! Not a one of you stayed! My apprentice will be disgusted with all of you! Huh! I'll have a fine carnival without you. If you're gonna fall, then fall already! Mm-hmm. All we can do right now is wait. And you know what? I'm gonna wait until like the last hour or something. Just to soak in the atmosphere. And while we're doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and get some red potions just in case for whatever reason the final boss is giving me trouble. I sincerely doubt it. The final boss, especially when you got double health like this, doesn't deal that much damage. It's different from Ganon. Instead of a final boss that deals lots of damage but is easy to play around with, it's a final boss that has a pretty decent set of moves. But for one, you can get the Fierce Deity Mask to completely wipe the floor with her, or you can, even if you don't have the Fierce Deity Mask, the final boss doesn't deal nearly as much damage as Ganon. Like, it's quarter hearts of damage that the final boss deals to you when you've got double health. Oh crap, that's right, the guy is not here anymore. This is just empty. God damn it. If that's the case, we're gonna go get some red potions at WhiteHawke. Don't need to get blue potions, because why would I? I wonder how many people do this thing where they save, like, resolve all of the issues in all of the areas before going off to do the final dungeon. Probably some of them. I've heard this person who literally just spent the last night with the ranch girls. Except they can't do that, technically. It's impossible. They kick you out at 8. As normal. Actually, I think they kick you out at 7. A bit earlier than expected. Uh-oh. WhiteHawke is gone! This is what I get for not rescuing Coom. She leaves on the second day, or final day, to look for Coom in the woods. I knew that in advance, I just wanted to show that. Just to show the punishment I get for not rescuing Coom. But we can still get some stuff from the mountain village. We'd only be able to buy like 1 red potion though. Whatever. Oh, also, there's this passage right over here. I don't think I've ever shown it. Might as well show it right now. Like, you can see in the map that it's a shortcut all the way up to Darmany's grave. There's also a hole that was right there. It's just a generic hole, no special reward. But yeah, this is what all it does. The Gorons that were up there mentioned, hey, I went up here to make the grave of Darmany and stuff, and this is just a freaking generic Ocarina of Time hole. God damn. 20 rupees. These are very nice. Ta-da. Oh, you know what? Since it's so rare for us to go here, let's see what this mask says. Not mask, this stone statue says. Yep, so it tells you where all the frogs are. Pretty useful, considering the frog right at the bottom is wondering where are the frogs, and you don't not given any other clue besides that. But with the Mask of Truth, you can get that clue. Here's the thing, though: how do you get the Mask of Truth? Some people might never find out. You know. Go a bit faster. You know, I could have just rescued Coom with Cautake, but I didn't feel like it. Our spring sale is underway. We've all gone to the races. 50 rupees. That could be worse. They're half price, huh? Look at all those rocks. Alright, I think we're done here. We're just gonna go back to clock down, and by the time we're there, it should be near time to finish everything. I'm not gonna watch the scene with Andrew and Cafe, but that's because I'm not even sure if Cafe is gonna show up. Because we did the glitch to get inside. The only reason why I'm not positive is because the way we did it is in a buggy manner. But it was still the final night by the time we were done, so it's possible he might show up. I don't think his time showing up will be disjointed either. I think he always shows up at 2 o'clock when he's supposed to clock down. If his time is disjointed, I don't think it also makes any difference. Even if he's in the room before 1:30, the cutscene doesn't start until 1:30. 1:30 as in 1:30 before the moon crashes. Despite the fact that this place is further south than the mountain, it's still full of snow. At least the big snowballs aren't there anymore. But what about the ice thing over here? Is it still there? Whoops, it is. Good thing I can just do this. Oh yeah, Cafe should be showing up right here at 2 o'clock. Oh, he is showing up. Okay, so as long as it's a final night after you've helped Cafe and Sakon's hideout, he will appear. Good to know. Those two can make love until morning. We're just gonna go back here. Yeah, you can just climb it like this, in case you're wondering. So, some of you are like, hey, you haven't done this thing yet. That means you can't go inside. Well, no, guess what? You can just jump over there. 19 rupees, 49 arrows. Got 10 bomb chews. We're gonna get 10 more up there. The bomb chew thing is basically, like, it's mostly if you don't know how to control them, where it's really troublesome, because there's a puzzle involving them inside the moon, but it's more than enough, sure. And if it isn't, well, we're gonna have to do one more loop preset. So yeah, when there's only 1 hour left, the timer starts going red. It glows red. And the bells ring every 5 minutes. And when it's at 30 minutes or less, it rings every 3 minutes. It's quite convenient that the carnival's town bells can coincide with warning you that the moon's about to crash, dumbass. See? Anyway. Not gonna let it crash, don't worry. I never do that intentionally. I just wanted it to be roughly morning time when I went up here, because you can't do that in the 3DS version. Yes, we're gonna bring them over, don't worry, Tal. That's it. I won't let things go the way you expect them to. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to stop the old way of recording. It's almost at 5 hours. Well, it's probably gonna start a second one if it takes too long. So you know what? I'm gonna stop gold wave recording and start it again as soon as the ode to order scene is over. You know, just in case. Because I don't want to try to see what happens if the recording's been going on for over 5 hours. It got cut off early. The woes of the emulated version of the Wii U. Something else I want to mention. I think I finally understand why you can't do the this morning thing in the 3DS version. It's because in this version, it always shifts immediately into morning when you do the ode to order scene. But in the 3DS version, they realize they can't adjust it in such a way that it's not nighttime when you finally do the ode to order thing. So they always kept it at nighttime. Unless it turns into morning. Okay, you know what? Now I don't understand at all. Let's just continue. Yep, finally reunited, even though they could have probably reunited when the Skull Kid was just standing around, flying in midair, and Tail was just standing with him for whatever reason. Hey, Skull Kid, you realize what you've been doing to everyone? Wait, sis, don't be so hard on the Skull Kid. Tail, why are you protecting him? Aren't you mad at him for biting you so much? Or hitting you so much? Not biting. He was lonely, the Skull Kid. That's why Tail was sticking with him, in case you're wondering. Not the same as a lonely child. The power of the mask was making him do it. It's cause he doesn't know his place. He's a fool. Certainly he had far too many weaknesses to use my power. That's right, admit your stupidity. Huh? Oh no, the mask itself is evil. Insentient. A puppet that can no longer be used as mere garbage. This puppet's role has just ended. So, considering the mask could do this the entire time, why did it get a puppet at all? This feels a little constrained, I'll admit. But, you know, we all wanted to fight the mask itself. The title of the game is The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Obviously Majora's Mask has to be beaten itself. I shall consume everything. It's implied that the moon is getting closer, and it is a little bit, but it's not. It isn't. It really isn't. Link wants to go inside. Link hasn't really been showing much emotion since the intro, I gotta be honest. Like, I think the last time you ever showed any emotion was when you were finally reunited with Epona. You know, we're looking at these giants' crotch the entire scene, and it's kind of ruining it. Mostly because I've seen this scene so many times, so that's I'm looking at all the other details instead of what the designers wanted me to focus on. Anyway, go inside the moon, and it's surprisingly serene. And you can go into the edges if you want. I think there's invisible walls, or it just leads you back into this area right here. I've never gotten a game over here. I don't even think it leads you into I don't think getting a game over here leads you into like the moon crashing or anything like that. I think it just respawns you at 3 hearts at the intro or something weird. It's extremely lenient in terms of game overs, this game. Quite unfortunate. And look at this kid. Oh god. Well, let's start with this one first. Ah, nice weather, isn't it? Masks, you have a lot. You too. Will you be a mask salesman? Then I'll play with you. For the masks, give me some. If you get rid of the masks on these characters, these kids, the moon children as they are called, I believe, their face looks exactly like the Happy Mask salesman. Whether or not it's them reusing the model coincidentally or being creepy, I'm not sure. Some people think it has significance, but again, I have no idea. Anyway, we're doing the mini dungeons now. They all have a piece of heart of their own, which you might miss if you screw up and don't do things properly. And yeah, we have to get the piece of hearts first, and then we'll get to the quote-unquote end of the dungeon. First things I want to do here is go here. This sends us back right here. Now every time we screw up, we'll always be facing forward exactly where we need to go. Now I always screwed this up back the first time I used to play Majora's Mask, and it's for a very specific reason. It's because I thought I had to keep holding the control stick straight ahead, you know? I had no idea that not holding the control stick was a valid way of like keeping rolling, and it keeps you rolling straight. I keep screwing up right now because when I release the control stick, I'm moving a little in one direction. Should be fine now. Yeah. We do have to move here and every now and then, but it's not nearly as common as I thought. Like when I was trying to bounce off of these treasure chests, it would be extremely hard to do. Oh, and I turned too much here. Yeah, I could have stopped there actually. Anyway, yeah, this is what I consider the hardest of the challenges, because even knowing the fact that you don't have to touch the control stick, it's still pretty difficult, especially if you're going for the piece of heart. If you're only going for the Moonchild, however, it's a lot easier. God, that was a little off center. But yeah, it's super useful that I only respawn here, huh? And it doesn't damage you either, so you literally have infinite tries. And occasionally you'll hear the moon rumbling. That is no cause for concern. There's no timer or anything, and the moon is not secretly like getting any closer to Termina. You have all the time in the world to do this. Okay, I panicked right there. That's why I let go. But thankfully, when you're at this point, you can actually just readjust yourself and continue. Same thing when you're here. You can stop. Oof. I almost fell right there. Good thing I touched the control stick again. Anyway, piece of heart number 1. Also, there's tons of stone statues everywhere. You're probably wondering, what are they saying? They're telling you the locations of the mask. Of course, if you don't have the if you don't have the freaking mask of truth anyway, you won't be able to read the hints anyway. So, really, the lens of truth should have been what you need to read the hints of these things, not the mask of truth. Go over here. If I had went forward back there, I would have ended up back at the entrance. Very bad design. Goodbye, stone mask. I found you. If you don't have enough mask that he wants, you'll just be sent back to the moon. Can I ask a question? You, what makes you happy? I wonder, what makes you happy? Does it make others happy too? These moon children ask the tough questions, man. The ones that really make you think. It's the kind of these are the questions that as a child most people heard and thought, oh man, this is so deep. They're actually not that deep. The developers were asking questions that do reflect on topics they probably can't touch with the actual plot of the games themselves, but they're not that deep. Anyway, let's do Gyog right here, because Adolwa can't find him anywhere. Gyog is going to be annoying because it's completely different to his mini dungeon in the 3DS version. Oh, and so, if some of you are wondering why is the moon's interior all serene and stuff with a big tree in this middle, I don't know. It's probably got some significance in maybe an Eastern religion like Buddhism or Taoism or something. The interior of the apocalyptic object is paradise or something like that. These things right here, they return you outside. However, if you do return outside, you can still go back into the mini dungeon. The Moonchild will still be there. So if you screw up like that, it's not that big of a deal. Piece of heart. I can't believe I knew it by heart. I'm not kidding. I cannot believe I still know where the piece of heart is by heart. It's been years and I've played the 3DS version so many times since then, but every time I still know. In the 3DS version, they made it a lot more sensible, this stupid maze kind of thing. They gave you like indications of where to go by putting fish in some locations. And it's also a bit of a challenge with some timing puzzles involved. But yeah, it's very easy when you know where to go. Never go right at first. Essentially the advice I can give you. Can't be wearing the mask at the same time. The right thing? What is it? I wonder, if you do the right thing, does it really make everybody happy? So deep! Okay, now I seriously need to do Odolwa next. You always want to keep Moonchild last. Oh, and you also, in general, you want to keep the Bunny Hood, Mask of Truth, and those kind of masks last to give away, because they have practical use and stuff. Meanwhile, Circus Leader's mask, literally never worn it. It has no purpose. If you wear it among the Gorman brothers, they'll cry and tell you to take it off. And if you do the Creamus challenge with the horses again, which I did want to show, but I couldn't because of the granny piece of heart. But if you wear it during that instance, they won't try to steal the milk. They'll be too emotional to do anything. I think this area right here is different in the 3DS version too. Easier, I want to say. However, this is also extremely simple to understand too. You have to do here. The only annoyance is that when you get on this big flower, you're literally trying to go inside, and it has a weird hitbox to it. And because of that, when you try to go inside, it keeps you blocked on its edge, and you take too long, and then you get hit by that thing, and you fall into the abyss below. Then you have to start all over. I think we can make it over there from here. Nope. That was close. I mean, it really wasn't, but you know, if you're not experienced with the gameplay, you might screw up. Literally, if it wasn't for the aiming, I'd be looking so professional while playing this game. If it wasn't for the bad aiming controls, because I'm so used to it. But no, I had to screw up the bow mini games a couple of times. How embarrassing! Your friends, what kind of people are they? I wonder, do those people think of you as a friend? Okay, that one hits hard. People you consider as friends, and do you think they consider you as a friend? That actually hits hard. I know some people at my college in the last couple of semesters who thought of some people as their friend, assumed we were their friend and stuff, but shouldn't have assumed. And I don't think he showed up this year either. That person who was making lots of assumptions about all of us. Like just I'm not gonna name any names, but that person just assumed that we were all gonna be his friends and do his work for him is some way to say it. Not exactly. Like, I don't think he expected us to do his work for him, but he expected us to drop everything and help him with his work. You know? And he was struggling straight from the beginning. There was literally no hope for him to even make past the first semester. And then there's the second semester that's even harder. And the third one that we're going through now, that's going to be even harder. And apparently the fourth one is actually even harder than we were told is going to be. If he can't even get past the first semester without someone else's help, which is basically doing the work for him, then there was no way he was going to pass at all to begin with. So most of us just ignored him. It's unfortunate, but that's just the reality. It was clear as day to everyone who had a brain cell that there was no way he was going to pass. He was young though, so it's not too surprising that that happened. Anyway, there's some unique textures for this area. Kind of neat. This is basically a boss rush of sorts, or enemy rush. Not as interesting as the one that we did in the secret shrine of Epona Valley. Although this Garrow Master fight is more interesting because of how small the area is. Okay, so Great Fairy Sword, 2 jump attacks. And yeah, if he hits you with that attack, you won't hesitate. See, he's supposed to look around here, confused as to where you have gone, but literally you just jump to the side a bit, or not even, sometimes he just gets confused anyway. Literally just jump to the side a bit and he doesn't realize where you are. And we get a chest here. What are we supposed to do? Hookshot. Not from here. Here. By the way, for that guy I was talking about, who probably... I don't even know if he actually passed. He might just be in the other group and still there. What I mean is assumptions about us being friends. He was creepy. He made assumptions about people being like wanting to be with like boyfriend and stuff and with other people and stuff without really like knowing them. We were all online. How could we make these kind of things? He was awkward as hell. Also, what the hell? How are we supposed to go up there now? The point I'm trying to make about that guy is that people don't really miss him because, well, I guess some people might miss him. Some people thought he was entertainment, but that's just outright mean. One thing to be pitiable than calling someone lame and whatever, but outright considering them to be entertainment. Well, it's probably because they were so bored with the drawing class. Anyway, yeah, this is the reason why the bomb shoe is needed, because there's a hole in the wall right here, and if you're not good with the bomb shoe timing, you might actually waste all 10 of your bomb shoes trying to hit that wall. So the first time I got here, in one of my first playthroughs, I had never used a bomb shoe before, so suddenly I was forced to learn how this works, and I kept missing up the timing. But, like, I think I did it with like one bomb shoe left, and that was so close. Because there's no other bomb shoes if you just keep screwing up. You're not going to get any more copies or points on them. Anyway, get a piece of heart for our trouble. That's it. We got all the heart containers. Yay! But this door, it won't budge. Where must we go? Oh. Need more bomb shoes. Imagine if you managed to open, like go through this door using the last of your bomb shoe, barely hitting that wall, and then you go inside this room and you realize, oh, I needed more. I think that was too early. Yep, too early. 2. That was almost late, but just in time. And of course you need fire arrows, because why not? If you're out of magic for whatever reason, you're stuck. But I'm prepared, so finally got this into this room. Just gotta give him the rest of my masks. You cannot give away your transformation masks, in case you're wondering. They'll refuse. Try to give them the transformation mask. Of course, the giant's mask is apparently not a transformation mask, in their opinion, so weird. If you have the fierce deity mask for whatever reason, I'm pretty sure they'll refuse you giving them that as well. Thanks, you're nice. Can I ask a question? Your true face. What kind of face is it? I wonder, the face under the mask. Is that your true face? So deep. Actually, this one's a little harder to get. What they mean is your normal face really your true face? It's probably also something to do with like being a two-faced liar or something like that. Anyway, we can finally finish the game. This video recording has been going for over 5 hours, and I had to restart the Gold Wave recording because I was so concerned that the video would not register, like it would freeze and stop and stuff. Gotta talk to the kid with Majora's Mask, who's clearly lonely. Everyone has gone away, haven't they? Will you play with me? You don't have any masks left, do you? Well, we have the transformation masks, but they don't count. Well, let's do something else. Let's play good guys against bad guys. Yes, let's play that. In Japan, this is called the Oni Link mask or something like that. So the game Majora is referring to is someone in the Oni or something like that. And when you're when you're the bad guy, you just run away and stuff. So it makes more sense in Japan. This game that Majora wants to play with you. Of course, we're not gonna play by his rules. We're just gonna put this freaking mask on and wreck crap. Unlimited power! We're basically adult Link now, although we're much taller. If you manage to do the glitch to be Fierce DD Link out in Termina, you're literally so tall that if you go to the laundry pool, you can jump up on top and walk out of bounds with it. But yeah, if you do the glitch to be Fierce DD Link in Termina, just make sure not to talk to NPCs like the bombers or stuff, because they have time-sensitive dialogue. So, Tattle has some unique advice here. Remember your battle, then someone resistant what this backside usually like. This is basically telling you that you need to hit it from the back, but the easiest way to do that is usually to be Zora Link. So this fight, if you didn't have Fierce DD Link, you'd use Zora Link. However, we're Fierce DD Link. We don't have to do anything like that. Its front side is supposed to be strong, but as Fierce DD Link, we can literally just attack stuff normally. You know, yeah, there's these other masks going around right now. We just destroy them right away. Oh god. How dare you. Come on. It's a little hard to hit Majora's Mask when it's doing that. It's got another attack besides spinning around like that. I'm gonna show it. If I can. Okay, never mind. Okay, its other attack is using a laser. And that's the only other time you can make use of the mirror shield. Instead of like the light arrows, where you can reflect the laser back at it. What is this form? Majora's Incarnation. Cossack dance. Yeah, when you had things... Yeah, the moonwalk. When you had things that moved really quickly. And it always starts running again the moment you get too close to it, in case you're wondering. Because it's trying to avoid you. It does have an attack. It spends nearly the entire fight just running around, but it does have an attack. I'm gonna wait until it does it. Also, it's taunting you right there. Pirouette. I think it only does its attack when it's far from you, that's the thing. And if you make it fall, it's like this and you're supposed to damage it some more. Basically, you only stun it when you hit it once. There it is. The multi-beam attack. You can't spam it. It basically does this attack randomly, see? Time to die. Yeah, it takes more hits, but if you just spam the B button while Z-targeting this enemy, it dies in seconds. But it has one more form on its sleeve. It wasn't even its final form. Majora's Wrath. Now, if you were listening carefully to my commentary, you might realize that I actually call Majora a her. It's because of this form specifically. For whatever reason, if you look at the markings of this form, it looks like it's got ovaries in its thighs. Also, the mask filling in for nipples, and the fact that its voice is extremely shrill. It kind of implies it's a she, but it really isn't the case. It's a mask. It's more of a knit more than anything. But there's no other final boss that's like a female, except like I think Triforce Heroes final boss maybe. It'd be kind of neat that if in this particular case they decide to have a boss that's completely different from Ganon instead of being like the peak of pig masculinity. Oh, also it taunts you like this. Yeah, use your bow. It actually does. The bow doesn't actually work as well as you might think. I think Navi was implying that you're supposed to use it right before it starts attacking itself, but when it's taunting you like this, or not like this, but my distance. Its attack has infinite range now, by the way. It will reach you the entire screen if it can. Or almost. It can't reach you from here. I'm waiting for it to use a specific attack. I guess it doesn't use it right away. But yeah, it dodges like this. If you try to use your arrow. It also jumps the other side if you get too close or something. And for some reason, Link can block attacks with the Fierce DD form, even though he's got a two-handed weapon. But this kick is unblockable when you get too close to Majora's Wrath. You can dodge it if you're good enough. The kick. Just backflip just as you get too close. See? I'm waiting for it to use a specific attack, but I'm not sure if it's going to use it at all. Yeah, see, when it taunts you like this, it always dodges. It's supposed to fire a projectile just as it's about to do its own attack. Because its stack does take a bit of time to happen. Okay, I don't think it's going to use its stack at this rate. It's got a grab it can use with its whips. Also this attack. Its grab... Oh, there it is. This. Here's the thing about this grab attack. It can spam it. It can spam the chain grab multiple times and keep you in it until you die. I am not kidding. Yeah, it's using different whip animations now because it's been damaged enough. But yeah, its chain grab is actually pretty devastating. It's definitely its strongest attack, and you definitely never want to get grabbed by it. But because if the AI feels like it, it can just do it infinitely, and you can't do a thing about it, unless assuming you don't get hit in the first place. Anyway, time to finish this. It's got one more attack where it throws out spinners in the arena, and that makes it tricky when you're fighting it as young Link, but as Fierce DD Link, you never see that happen because you can just spam B. The sword beams do consume magic, so if you run out of magic, you have to fight it, quote-unquote, fairly as Fierce DD Link, but you have a lot of range with your weapon despite that, and you deal a ton of damage per hit, so no, it's still easy even if you don't use the sword beams. Just a little less brain dead, I guess. It's no wonder people like Fierce DD Link, just because of how the impression he gives when you get hit as a transformation. And sword beams in 3D Zelda, that had never happened before. Of course, this was only the second 3D Zelda game, but you know, details. Anyway, the moon is gone, which is kind of a bad thing because the atmosphere kind of needs a moon, doesn't it, in Termina? I mean, it turned into a rainbow. Maybe it's just gone back into the sky far away. And you just can't see it. Or maybe it was a fake moon all along. Dawn of a new day. You can do that using the 4th day glitch. You can get Dawn of a new day. Like, if you wait during the 4th day glitch until a new day starts, it will call it Dawn of a new day over and over and over. Because that's what it is. At least I think that's what it does. It's been a long time since I've done the 4th day glitch. Now we're going to be watching the ending. It's decently long. It should last at least 10 minutes, I think. It's roughly as long as Ocarina's. Yeah, so this right here is confirmation that the giants were friends with Skull Kid all along. But that raises so many questions. Skull Kid is from this dimension, then went into the Ocarina dimension, and then went back into the Termina dimension? What? How does that work? Of course, it works much better if you just assume that this Skull Kid is not the same one that you see in Ocarina of Time, but he's gonna say later that you smell like the kid he saw in Ocarina of Time, so... No, it just raises so many questions. How does this work? The book was just a story, I should just ignore it. Yes, apparently we did save you. Nope, because we're leaving. Yeah, that line should not exist. It makes so many plot holes. The evil has left a mask after all. Because we exterminated it. And yeah, Skull Kid was the one who stole it in the first place. And it was not the mask who made him do it. He stole it because he was being mischievous. So that's why he's embarrassed to look his head up. But Happy Mask Salesman doesn't hold any grudges, apparently. He says this no matter how many masks you've gotten, unfortunately. And he just disappears, like that. Creepy. I don't know if it was intended for him to look like he disappears out of nowhere, or if he just, like, went off of, like, too far away. Could be a cutscene screw up, I don't know. Yep, Link's just gonna ditch everyone. Romani? Nope. The wedding? Nope. The Zoras? Nope. Actually, no, he's gonna stick with the Zoras for some reason. You'll see. I mean, he's going inside the carnival right now, you know, that's what it looks like. Then again, the way back to his world is through the bottom of the clock tower. So, he's not going for the carnival, he's going back to his world, which is through the bottom of the clock tower. Yeah, Shigeru Miyamoto is still the producer, but I don't think he had as much controls here. Yeah, Eiji Aonuma had much more power as a director here. Same thing with Yoshiaki Koizumi. And we can't forget the script director and program director, Mitsuhiro Takano and Toshio. Anyway, yeah, you could see Link right there with the Zoras. Play the songs with them. I think it's really just supposed to be like a stand-in for Miko. They didn't want to revive him, so they show Link using his spirit one last time to play with the others. At least the Gorons got over themselves. Darmody never came back, even though they were naming him Pratchak and everything. Oh, by the way, this song, Ballad of the Windfish, as it's called, is, as I said in the Link's Awakening playthrough, probably in the long time ago, in the, not long time ago, hours ago, when I first listened to it, is nothing like the Ballad of the Windfish song from Link's Awakening. It's nothing like it. I don't know how that happened. They just wanted to make a new song, but then added it as, like, give it a name that's a reference to the other song from Link's Awakening. Possible. This was an uncertain time for Nintendo, the year 2000. PlayStation 2 had just come out, and PlayStation in general was just kicking into his ass. And Hiroshi Yamauchi basically stepped down around this time, I believe. If not now, then definitely like a year from now. Either way, Nintendo was no longer king of the market, and they knew it by this point. So Nintendo was evolving its what they were doing quite a bit. Of course, it wouldn't be until the Wii that they saw success in their new strategies, and the Wii U taught them a lesson that maybe they should not call their systems Wii U. Seriously, the name itself alone screwed the Wii U so badly. Oh, I don't want to get into that this playthrough. And I'm pretty sure I already went into that multiple times before. See, all the great fairies are fine. Oh, by the way, not sure if I mentioned this before, but pretty sure the reason they removed the animations of the great fairies is because there's instances where Link can actually be without his sword. So, for those instances, they play the animation and Link wouldn't have a sword equipped, so it wouldn't work. By the way, Romani is growing so fast, she popped those balloons without an arrow at all. Seriously, that bow of hers has no arrows knocked. And this is so heartwarming. Seriously, that NPC is in, actually it's a different NPC in Ocarina of Time, but it's so heartwarming to see him actually being a happy guy here. That's the one that's kind of a lame guy in Ocarina of Time, but here, well, he's still a lame guy, but at least he gets to be happy and not become a Stalfos in the Lost Woods without you ever finding out about it. And Link is already gone. Gorman apparently became the bartender. That's what it's kind of implying because he's on the other side. But I think it was just for the scene here. It was like that. Also, this guy's happy. Playing music for everyone. Oh, by the way, a lot of these scenes only play if you have the respective mask for it. Some of them don't require it, like this one, because you'll obviously have saved these two. But some of them, if you like, when we saw the postman running across the field, you need the captain's hat to see that scene. If you don't have it, it'll show you the captain's hat and going like floating around for a second while the music plays on. Anyway, the wedding, yeah, Andrew actually has a wedding model here. Unfortunately, they didn't bother doing an adult model for Cafe, so we don't see him at all as an adult. Tingle, you're blocking the view. Ugh. He was lame back then, and he's gonna be even lamer in the future. And sorry about that, but that was me not pressing the buttons long enough. That's what happens with these credit sequences. The same thing happened in Ocarina of Time. My playthrough. During the credits, I had to press the button again after a while. So everyone's happy, except the Ducky Butler. He's well, he's gonna be mourning for a while for the loss of his son, who's not back. No characters are getting revived here. And Link is back in these woods, back at the start. So much for progress, huh, Link? If you hadn't gotten caught by that Skull Kid in the first place, you could have been on your merry way. Yeah, Hiroshi Yamauchi was still the executive producer at this point. I think it's in 2001 where he finally stepped down. When Melee came out. Who drew this? Probably Skull Kid, I guess? Maybe? Or maybe it was them together. Skull Kid looks a little strange, by the way. That was Saria's song. And that's it. That's the end. The game did save at this point, though. Oh, and if you were playing the 3DS version, it would go into the 3DS version's credits at this point. It also asks you to say if you want to make a save at the very end. That's another thing. So, just gonna show it right here. Gonna make a restore point here, right here, just in case. We're gonna do a reset. Yeah, and we have everything. The GameCube version through the collector's disc edition, it it doesn't allow you to do this. It doesn't save after this. But here, you can actually keep the Fierce Cities mask and use it to your heart's content to kick the asses of all the other bosses if you want. And when you go to face Skull Kid in this new time loop, well, when you beat him and call by using the O to order, Tattle will have some different dialogue for when you go inside the moon. Anyway, that's it for Majora's Mask. I sure enjoyed playing this again, even when I'm going through my school semester again. Hope you've all enjoyed this playthrough as well, and I sure hope this enticed you to play the game yourself, because there's a lot you can do. There's a lot you can screw up too while playing this game. There's lots of failure scenarios where, like, if you screw up with Cafe during Sakon's hideout, it's really sad and stuff, and the game doesn't pull back its punches, making you feel bad about it. It's probably less bad if you do it in the 3DS version, because you don't have to start the entire quest over. But this is one of the reasons why people like Majora's Mask so much. It's so much quote-unquote darker than the other Zeldas. It doesn't pull any punches. It makes you feel a whole assortment of emotions. It's not perfect. Difficulty-wise, it could have been harder, and game overs should have really cost you some time or something. But beyond that, I just think it's one of the best games of all time. My absolute favorite. The best? I could go as far as that, but I won't argue about it. Anyway, bye-bye! See you next playthrough. It's gonna be Wind Waker for the next playthrough, in case you're wondering.